Chapter 51 Another Attack. In the corner of the bedroom. Hearing what Yuzhixing said, the guardian ninjas of the Tsuchigumo clan were shocked. In the darkness, everyone was at a loss. The leader is not kidding, right? Leave the forbidden technique and the young lady to a stranger. The other party is a Konoha S-class rebel ninja. The Tsuchigumo ninjas present had just listened to the report of the Great Elder and Yuzhixing on the AG, and knew some basic information about Yunyu. Grandpa. Ying opened her mouth blankly, frowned, and looked at her grandfather in disbelief. The Great Elder also looked confused, thinking that this was not the style of their old leader. Are you sure? Yin Yu's dark eyes showed a hint of surprise, but it quickly dissipated and he returned to calm. He took a step forward, sat down, picked up the green scroll and opened it. The scroll was yellowed, and the text on it was densely packed, recording in detail the method of sealing the container that could absorb the energy of nature and the forbidden technique of the sky of anger. Yin Yu put the scroll away, put it in his right hand, and put it into the storage space in front of the Yuzhixing. The white-haired old man lying on the bed said bitterly, "Well." Yin Yu's eyes swept across Ying's panicked face, then calmly looked at the white-haired old man and said frankly, "If she follows me now, she may die." Yuzhixing sighed weakly. "You decide where she goes." Yin Yu nodded. At this time, 4 Tsuchigumo ninjas appeared from the dark corner of the bedroom and knelt beside the Yuzhixing. The leader hurriedly stopped them. "Sir, you can't." Before he finished speaking. But the elder raised his hand and interrupted them. The 4 Tsuchigumo ninjas were puzzled. The elder, who was also white-haired and haggard, glanced at the leader who was running out of time and lamented. "Everyone, I can understand the leader's thoughts. Please listen to me. The Tsuchigumo clan has no ability to protect this forbidden technique, and every year they have to guard against the traitorous ninjas who steal ninjutsu, which leads to the death of young and strong ninjas in the family, and this is why they are declining rapidly. After the leader dies, the family will exist in name only. The eldest lady is young. At that time, will I, who am over 80 years old, continue to protect the forbidden technique, or will you protect the forbidden technique? In the end, everyone will die in battle, and end up with nothing but the forbidden technique and the family?" The 4 Tsuchigumo ninjas were speechless. After listening to the words of the Great Elder, Yuzhixing closed his eyes with relief. With his current physical condition, he would suffer if he could hold on for one more second. It was good to have a reliable old friend who could express his thoughts clearly. In fact, after listening to the reports of Ying and the Great Elder, Yuzhixing reviewed Yunyu's actions when following the caravan, and then made this decision. He was not impulsive and desperate. A long time ago, Yuzhixing was thinking about how to arrange his granddaughter, how to arrange forbidden techniques, and how to arrange his clansmen after his death. If the ally Konoha had sent a ninja to negotiate with the Tsuchigumo clan, Yuzhixing would not be so embarrassed. But Konoha, after the war, it seemed to have forgotten the Tsuchigumo clan. Yuzhixing thought that maybe after his death, the clansmen would start to fight for forbidden techniques, and Konoha would send someone to intervene in this matter. And the appearance of Uchiha Yunyu gives him hope. The identity of Konoha's S-level rebel ninja is enough to prove the strength of this young man. Besides, the other party is Uchiha. Giving his granddaughter to the other party is a win for him and the Tsuchigumo clan. Counting the S-level rebel ninjas in Konoha, there is only one Orochimaru. Now that guy is doing well in the ninja world. From the side, it can be seen that Konoha may not have the means to target S-level rebel ninjas now. Furthermore, Yunyu's arrival will naturally go straight to the forbidden technique. Even Konoha can't deal with the S-level rebel ninjas, how can they, the Tsuchigumo clan, deal with it? Alas! Yuzhixing sighed. He didn't have a few days to live. Before he died, he just wanted to put aside all his worries, let go and gamble. He bet that Uchiha Yunyu could survive the defection, and he bet that Uchiha Yunyu could surpass Orochimaru in the future. Arrange. Firefly, and let's go." The traveler closed his old eyes tightly, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to become deeper. He interrupted his thoughts and was so weak that he could only utter one word at a time. His meaning was very clear. He would wait until Yunya was stable before coming to pick up Ying. Ying heard the determination in her grandfather's words, and her nose suddenly felt sore. She sat there in a daze, tears flowing quietly, at a loss. "Okay." Yunya slowly stood up, feeling emotional. This trip was not in vain. He saved a scroll of forbidden technique reproduction and added one more person to Uchiha. The elder and other Tsuchigumo ninjas were full of thoughts and acquiesced to the leader's approach. Bang! The wooden door of the bedroom suddenly opened, and a young man wearing a dark blue high-collared cloak and showing his abdominal muscles walked slowly and scanned the people present. Yunya glanced sideways to the right. The young man had a messy purple short hair, dark and sharp eyes, and two deep outward 8-character diagonal lines on the left and right of his nose, which were more exaggerated than Ataka's tear grooves. After he entered the room, his indifferent eyes passed over Yunya, who was wearing black clothes and not revealing his true face, and fell on the walker of the service, and said in a deep voice, "Leader, long time no see." The four Tsuchigumo ninjas heard the familiar voice, turned their heads suddenly, and said in surprise, "Bai Lang?" Hina's pupils trembled slightly, and she looked up at the young man who suddenly appeared. She stopped sobbing and exclaimed in her heart, "He is still alive." This young man named Bai Lang is the son of the former guardian of the forbidden technique of the Tsuchigumo clan. He was once a ninja genius in the clan and a man who was highly expected by the Yizhixing. At that time, the forbidden technique scroll was coveted by a group of rebellious ninjas. The guardian died in battle, and his son's whereabouts were unknown. The elder's pupils trembled violently. His reaction was different from that of other clan members. He showed fear on his face, but in a moment, he returned to a shocked expression. The elder deliberately moved to the side of the Yizhixing, forcing him, "For more novels, 65297, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right / to remain calm." On the bed, the white-haired old man slowly opened his eyes and saw the purple-haired young man, with surprise and joy intertwined on his old face. Under the black hood, Yunya looked normal and unmoved, with vague memories of this guy in his mind. He remembered that this guy had a manipulation-type ninjutsu. Once successfully manipulated, a conspicuous word "fuck" would appear on the opponent's shoulder or a certain part. In addition, Bai Lang and his subordinates also know a variety of ninjutsu, such as eavesdropping, surveillance, sealing, and other ninjutsu. The goal of this group of people is to seize the wrathful sky. Yunya smiled in his heart. Obviously, his appearance disrupted this guy's layout and caused him to act in advance. Bai Lang apologized. "Sorry, leader, I just came back and heard the elder explain your idea of handing over the forbidden technique and Firefly to an outsider." The elder's tense expression relaxed and he breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, this kid didn't hear that they introduced Yenyu as a S-level rebel ninja in Konoha. The walker was speechless and fell into deep thought. He felt a headache at this time. He had just handed over the forbidden technique and granddaughter to outsiders, but now, the one who had been wandering outside and missing the genius of the clan suddenly returned. Bai Lang saw Yi Zhixing was silent, his mouth curled up slightly, looked at Yenyu beside him, and sighed. "Chief, I can actually understand the thoughts of the great elder and you. The eldest lady and the scroll can be given to this stranger, but if the Tsuchigumo clan wants to revive, they can't do without the forbidden technique of Wrath of Heaven. I suggest that you can make a copy of the Wrath of Heaven scroll, keep it in the clan, and continue to pass it on. The clan members can temporarily retreat to the mountains and forests." After speaking, Yi Zhixing fell into deep thought, his face was blank, and he was about to look at Yenyu. But at this moment, the elder could no longer suppress his excitement. He stood up, veins popping out on his forehead, and pointed at Bai Lang, angrily saying, "Chief, you can't trust this guy. The last guardian of the forbidden technique. That is Bai Lang's father. He was killed by Bai Lang himself. These words instantly caused an uproar in the small wooden bedroom. The four Tsuchigumo ninjas were surprised, puzzled, and confused. Ying's pupils widened, and her heart seemed to stop beating. She looked straight at Bai Lang and the elder. A sudden reversal. The walker was stunned. Yin Yu had a playful look on his face, and his memory was awakened little by the words of the elder. Killing his own father, this operation had a strong sense of déjà vu. P.S. The protagonist had watched the Naruto anime before crossing, but as time goes by, the memory will fade. Of course, he has to collect the Sky Ninja, the Sky Fortress and the Zero Tail. If readers like Ying, then I will accept her. She will be a maid in the future. If you want to accept other female characters, please leave a message to remind me. I am afraid I will forget. Thanks for your valuable suggestions. Please vote for the newcomers. Next Tuesday is very important. I hope you will refresh to the end of the latest chapter. Thank you. Thanks to Eve's Time for the 500 points reward. I wish you a new year, good luck in the year of the dragon, and win the lottery. Chapter 52's level Rebel Ninja is around. The atmosphere in the wooden house gradually became solemn. The four ninjas of the Tsuchigumo clan had livid faces and could even hear each other's breathing. For a long while, the walker raised his head with difficulty, staring at Bai Lang with dim old eyes, trying to seek an explanation. Bai Lang's father, the previous guardian of forbidden techniques, was loyal, honest and reliable. His death dealt a heavy blow to the Tsuchigumo clan and was the beginning of the clan's decline. Ha! Bai Lang chuckled and remained silent, his expression calm and not flustered. Seeing the other party's appearance, Yi Jixing and Ying looked at the elder. Yin Yu, wearing a black hood, also looked at the elder and motioned him to continue. The great elder glared at Bai Lang, beat his chest and stamped his feet, saying, "When your father was attacked by the rebel ninja, I was the first tribe member to arrive at the scene. When he died." The last words. We were told to be careful of Bai Lang. Since then, I tried every means to investigate and collect evidence of your crime. You never thought that there were still surviving witnesses living in the houses near the. They escaped quickly, so you didn't kill them. I didn't report you at the first time because I didn't have evidence of your crime. This time I went out with the caravan. I found that family. As he spoke, the great elder took out a black scroll from his arms and continued. This is their description of the battle for the forbidden technique. As for the people, I have already settled them and can let them come to confront you at any time. The great elder opened the scroll and placed it next to the walker of the service. Ying lowered her head to scan the contents on it, and her pupils gradually enlarged. When he came back this time, he wanted to tell the leader about this matter as soon as possible, but he encountered too many things on the way, which delayed him. What else do you have to say? The elder stared at Bai Lang with his dim eyes. Because Yin Yu was present, he was not afraid of this traitor at all. Obviously, this traitor came back this time for the forbidden technique. Fortunately, the leader made a wise choice and handed the forbidden technique to Yin Yu. After listening to the elder's words, everyone in the room focused their attention on Bai Lang, who suddenly appeared before. Ahem, you killed your father with your own hands, also for forbidden techniques. The walker of Yi was furious, his lungs trembled, and he coughed violently. Grandpa. Ying frowned, knelt beside the white-haired old man, and reached out to pat his back. Ha ha ha. Bai Lang suddenly laughed, shook his head helplessly, and glanced at the wooden house. His laughter was eerie and terrifying. His eyes paused on the black-robed man, and then, with contempt for everyone present, he said without hesitation. Yes, I killed my father, the reason was naturally for the forbidden technique, Wrath of Heaven. Under the black hood, Yin Yu's face was calm. Clang! The four Tsuchigumo guard ninjas faced Bai Lang, took a defensive posture, and pulled out kunao from the ninja tool bags on their waists, with shiny blades. Bai Lang killed his father, which was unforgivable, and he should be treated as a traitor. Cough dash. The pupils of the Yizhixing were dilated, his face was anxious, and he coughed violently again, his face was ashen, and he wanted to kill the beast who killed his father with his own hands. The elder said with regret and grief. Just stay in the Tsuchigumo clan and wait until your father is old. You will definitely be the next guardian of the forbidden technique. Why are you so anxious? Bai Lang calmed down his expression, looked directly at everyone present, and said in a deep voice. Wait. Life is so short. Youth is only a few years. You guys ants only know how to hide in a corner. Possessing the ability but doing nothing. If I can master the forbidden technique, the wrathful sky. Perhaps the pattern of the ninja world will change. I will lead the Kyuzoku clan to flourish, and all those who hinder me from conquering the ninja world will be annihilated in the wrathful sky. You are incompetent. My father is even more pedantic and incompetent. He repeatedly denied my ideals. He deserves to die. You old things, too, deserve to die. Alas! The great elder looked gloomy, shook his head and sighed. The man in front of him was hopeless. It is very strong, but not as strong as you think. With it alone, you can't conquer the ninja world. With the help of Ying, the traveler half sat up, looked at Bai Lang, and sighed helplessly, as if giving the last teachings to the younger generation. Bai Lang looked around at everyone and sneered. Whether I can rely on Nefation to conquer the ninja world is my business. My people have surrounded the chief's courtyard. If you don't give the forbidden technique to outsiders, I don't plan to show up. Since things have developed to this point, tonight, you all have to die. After speaking, Bai Lang's face was grim, and he was about to issue an action order. The elder suddenly laughed with his head raised. Ha 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 ha. The elder laughed so hard that his face was red, and his laughter was hearty, and you could clearly hear the joy and happiness. Alas! The Yizhixing sighed, and then lay down safely with the help of Ying. Ying looked up at Bai Lang, her curly golden hair fell on the side of her delicate face, her indigo eyes were like gems, revealing sadness and pity. 3 of the other 4 Tsuchigumo guard ninjas looked a little solemn, and one of them looked indifferent, as if he was born without emotions. Everyone ignored Bai Lang. One after another looked at Yunyu. Yunyu, wearing a black robe and a hood, was unmoved, standing quietly beside Bai Lang, watching the drama quietly. You, what's that expression? Bai Lang sensed that the atmosphere was not right, frowned, and looked solemn. He took 2 steps back and looked around the wooden house again, his eyes falling on the man in black robe. If the Tsuchigumo tribe had someone to rely on tonight, it must be this mysterious guy in black robe. Bai Lang looked at the other party carefully. He did not notice anything unusual. He gathered his subordinates tonight. He planned to launch another attack on the Tsuchigumo tribe, so he did not monitor the situation in Yizhixing's bedroom throughout the whole process. When he finished gathering, he missed the part where Ying and the elder introduced Yunyu. Otherwise, even if Bai Lang had 10 courage, he would not dare to act rashly tonight. Bai Lang saw that the elder was still laughing wildly, Yizhixing was unmoved, and Ying was still looking at him with pity. Do it! Bai Lang calmed down, snorted coldly, glanced at the roof beams, and gave the order in a deep voice. Okay. A response came from the tile roof, and then a corpse was dropped from a high altitude, smashing a hole in the roof, and then smashing heavily on the wooden floor, smashing a hole. Boom! The smoke and dust dissipated. In the hole, a young man with a baby face wearing grey guard armor held a sword in both hands and stuck it vertically into a corpse under his feet. What? Bai Lang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw the dead bodies in the pit clearly. They were his subordinates. Before he finished speaking, more than 10 blood-stained figures appeared behind Bai Lang. Bai Lang looked around suddenly, and found that the people who surrounded him were very familiar. Yen Yu raised his right hand and lifted his hood up, revealing his facial features. His dark eyes were deep and no emotion could be seen. He glanced at Bai Lang and said indifferently, "Unfortunately, my people also surrounded the vicinity." "You?" Bai Lang's eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he was instantly terrified when he saw that face. Bai Lang looked at Ying in disbelief, and his heart was in turmoil. This woman went out with the caravan for the first time, and she actually brought back an S-level rebel ninja. Bai Lang immediately understood. Why did the leader give the forbidden technique to the other party? Why did the tribesman feel so confident? His actions and words just now were just like a clown. Humph! Ying was not afraid of Bai Lang at all at this moment. She looked up and widened her beautiful eyes, looking at the murderer of her father with anger. Her sense of security came from Yen Yu. Haha, these chickens and dogs outside are too easy to kill compared to the root organization. Also, why do you villains always like to ambush on other people's roofs? Tamas Yang got up from the pit and complained, then looked at his eldest brother, and he grinned with a bright smile. Uchiha Yen Yu. Bai Lang moved his eyes to Yen Yu, and pronounced the name viciously, and stepped back unconsciously. The people he brought were probably all dead. Since the dead end was set, he could only fight to the death. Chapter 53. Who is that adult? Ninjutsu. Bai Lang looked at everyone present, forced himself to calm down, and formed seals with both hands, but he didn't finish his words. Shua. Among the 4th Tsuchigumo guarding ninjas, the figure of the ninja with an indifferent expression before suddenly shook, as fast as lightning, and pounced on Bai Lang. Kakaka. The ninja had an indifferent expression, and at the same time, a series of crisp bone collision sounds were heard. His right arm quickly turned into bones, and layers of hard and sharp bones twisted clockwise into sharp spears, wrapping his right fist, stabbing Bai Lang's abdomen. The white light pierced through, and the sharp edge was hard to stop. Forehead. Bai Lang's pupils suddenly widened, unable to dodge, and watched helplessly as the bone spear penetrated his abdomen. His skin was easily punctured like paper. Who are you? Bai Lang coughed out blood from the corner of his mouth, hugged the bone spear tightly with both hands, and knelt on the ground. He raised his head and looked at the earth spider ninja who suddenly took action. Severe pain shot through his body, and his life force was rapidly draining away. When addressing an adult, you should use honorifics. The ninja earth spider spoke indifferently in Bai Lang's ear. He raised his left hand and tore off the human skin mask on his face, revealing the face of a handsome young man with 2 dots of red on his eyebrows. Swish! The young man took out his bone-white right arm and shook off the blood stains on the exoskeleton created by the corpse bone veins. The bright red paint painted a beautiful arc on the ground. Bai Lang's pupils widened, and with reluctance, regret, and fear, he fell into a pool of blood and breathed his last. He didn't expect that besides the S-class rebellious ninja, there was also such a terrifying young man in the wooden house. This scene happened too quickly. The ninjas on Earth Spider's side, including the Great Elder, Ying Ying, and Use Hizi have not yet reacted. The battle ended in an instant. The Uchihas showed vigilance and surrounded the ninja of the Earth Spider clan who suddenly took action. Everyone's eyes fell on the snow-white sharp bone spear on this guy's right arm. Uchiha Mikoto, Yui Kurane, Nanu, and others carefully looked at this ninja and concluded that this guy was using the blood succession limit. However, why the other party took action to deal with Bai Lang for them is a mystery. Stand back! Yunya calmly gave the order and looked at the disguised young ninja in front of her. The surrounding Uchiha people immediately understood that their captain knew this boy, and then put away their ninja swords and retreated to Yen Yu's side to be on guard. The white bones on the young man's right arm slowly contracted, melting away the surface of the skin like snow, and the right hand returned to normal. He faced Yen Yu and half-kneeled respectfully. "Hello, my name is Kimi Maro. The master said that what you did exceeded his expectations. He was very happy. He recognized you as a friend and ally, and asked me to pick you up and deliver Konoha to you. All recent information. Yunya glanced at Kimimaro, a young man with a delicate face and a body still in the development stage, nodded and said, "Get up." "Yes." Kimimaro replied politely, stood up respectfully, and consciously stood with the Uchihas. Tamao kept looking at this kid who was about the same height as himself. He couldn't help but be speechless and thought to himself, this guy's bones are quite interesting. I don't know if I can change the shape at will. Kimimaro also noticed Tamao's strange gaze, but he was used to it and kept a calm expression. The rest of the Uchihas, including Mikoto and others, are all guessing who the adult this young man named Kimimaro is talking about. That lord, since he has the ability, can he obtain all the recent information on Konoha? Yen Yu passed by Kimimaro. He came to the confused Yazizing and looked directly at Two Spider and his party. The Earth Spider clan should leave here tonight, go southeast around the Valley of Sanctions, and go near the Kingdom of Earth. Next, it won't be safe here. After Yen Yu finished speaking to the warriors, he turned around, leaving the two spiders with their backs, and continued. When everything is stable, someone will come to pick up Ying Ying. Being called out, Hotaru's cheeks turned red, and the women and girls in the Uchiha team all looked at the little girl from the Earth Spider clan. They still don't know that Yen Yu has some kind of ulterior deal with the Earth Spider clan. Please, wait. With the support of his granddaughter, the traveler sat up and looked directly at Yunya's tall and arrogant back, and struggled to persuade him to stay. Yen Yu stopped, looked back, and glanced at the white-haired old man, with a questioning look in his eyes. He has explained the matter very clearly. The traveler glanced at Beilang's body on the wooden floor and said gratefully, "In order to thank you for cleaning up the traitors for us, I decided to seal the finished product of Angry Heaven in my body and directly hand it over to you." With that said, the warrior took off his plain cloth robe, revealing the ferocious and twisted skin on his back. There was a jet black metal device in the middle of his back. That is the sealed container of Fanfiction. Ying Ying's lips were slightly opened, her eyes showed shock and reluctance, and she cried bitterly. "Oh, Grandpa, if you take out the forbidden technique, you can do it yourself." The traveler glanced at Ying Ying fondly and sighed, "Grandpa can't accompany you for the rest of your life. The future of the Earth Spider clan will be in your hands." As he spoke, the white-haired old man took out another greenskin scroll from under the bed, placed it beside the bed, and explained. "There are many defective products of Wrathful Heaven's seal containers stored here, and their power is not as good as the finished products. This is what I left for the revival of the Earth Spider clan. Now, you can take all these things." The warrior's eyes flickered with endless anticipation as he watched Yunya turn around again and walk towards him, then picked up the seal scroll and put it away. He felt that the forbidden technique Wrath of Heaven would be able to flourish in Yunya's hands. Yunya put the defective seal scroll into the storage space. His thought was relatively simple. One day, this forbidden technique would bloom everywhere in the ninja world. In the Uchiha team, Tamao looked at such an enlightened old guy. He smiled and said, "The mystery Xianyangjiao system collapsed. With your actions, the Earth Spider clan will definitely have a place in the ninja world in the future." "I hope so." The traveler struggled to show the same smile as Tamao, and then asked the great elder to take his granddaughter aside, and then he formed a seal with his hands. The azure blue chakra gathered on the back of the active traveler, and bit by bit, the bloodshot black metal pillar was forced out. Until there was a snap, the wrist-sized black metal pillar fell to the ground. Yuzhizing's face instantly became more than 10 years old, his breath quickly disappeared, and he fell sideways on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. "Grandfather!" Ying Ying cried so hard that she wanted to pounce on her, but the great elder held her tightly on her shoulders. Yunya glanced at Nanoya behind him. The latter understood the meaning and immediately teleported to the white-haired old man, releasing medical ninjutsu for treatment and examination. After a while, no Naiyu sighed, it was an occupational disease. He looked at the patient's family member Ying and then looked at Yunyu, shook his head and said, "The normal lifespan comes to an end. Even if he doesn't take out the forbidden magic seal, he won't be able to survive for a few days. Maybe tomorrow. Or the day after tomorrow. I have to leave eventually." Yunyu nodded, indicating that she understood, and then in front of the sad-looking Earth Spider clan, she came to the body of the traveler and absorbed the body and the finished wrathful sky sealing container into the storage space. Everyone was at a loss. Especially Ying Ying, who stared blankly at Yen Yu who had eliminated her grandfather. "You will see each other again." After Yunyu finished speaking to Ying Ying, she calmly looked at the great elder of the Earth Spider clan who was stunned on the spot, and asked, "Can you reach the Kingdom of Earth within 3 days?" "Able." The great elder subconsciously gave the exact answer. "Katsuragi Mountain is not too far from Earth Country. No one stopped me on the road. 3 days is enough. Then you all set off tonight." After Yunyu finished speaking, he looked at the Uchihas and Kimimaro and said calmly, "Leave here first." The girl Ying stared blankly at the back of Yunyu who was leading the departure, chewing over and over what he just said. "You will see each other again. P.S. Okay, the foreshadowing is almost done. Next, we have to break through the last layer of encirclement. The protagonist is going to kill indiscriminately. I carefully read everyone's messages yesterday. Come one by one, I want them all. What should be taken? We'll take it too. Trust the author, feel free to rush." Chapter 54 Konoha Collapse Plan. The moonlight is cold and the stars are shining. The outskirts of the Earth Spider clan are dilapidated, desolate and deserted. The muddy roadside. Yunyu turned around, glanced across the courtyard of the leader of the Earth Spider, then looked at Shirihong behind her, and warned. "Since the warrior walker gave me the forbidden technique, the Earth Spider clan is still useful. I need you to leave the team now and lead the Territory Spider clan to the largest refugee gathering place on the border of the Earth Kingdom. Except for the northwest direction. The other directions are safe. With you leading the team, I feel more at ease. When the battle here is over, I will go find you." "Okay, I'll wait for Meng." Yui Hong blinked her beautiful eyes. Under the lavender eyeshadow, a pair of ruby-like eyes exuded confidence. Her red lips were slightly raised, and a soft smile appeared on her dressed face. This feeling of being trusted by the person she likes is exactly the emotional feedback she needs. The two briefly communicated. Yui Hong accepted the task, left the team in a flash, and returned to the courtyard of the leader of the Earth Spider to find Ying Ying and the Great Elder. For her, there were no obstacles on the way, and this task was indeed not difficult. Everyone looked back at Hong's disappearing figure, and each began to think about the captain's intentions. Quan raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes showing envy. She felt that the captain was considering preventing Yui Kurane, who was a Konoha Jounin and had no bounty on her head, from witnessing their fight with the Konoha ninjas. "Let's go." Yunyu and others continued to move northwest, leaving the Earth Spider clan. In front of them was an endless mountain range and forest. It is Sufushan, which connects the border of the Fire Country, spans hundreds of kilometers, and contains a large area of virgin forest in the ninja world. The crowd crossed the plain, entering the edge of the forest. In the middle of the night, the team arrived at a hill. Yunyu led the team to stop, looked up at the full moon, determined the direction, and then squinted at Kimimaro. After the young man joined the team, he remained quiet until he received instructions from Yunyu. "Receive attention." Kimimaro walked out of the team and came to Yunyu. Without any extra words, he took out a black information scroll from his arms and handed it over. "This is the Konoha information that my lord asked me to give to you." Yunyu looked at the scroll and reached out to take it. Quan thoughtfully held the torch to illuminate it. Yunyu did not continue to open the scroll, his eyes were as calm as water, and he looked at Kimimaro and asked, "Orochimaru is also interested in Ongfa Tinya." These words came out. A cold, pale, feminine, and evil face immediately appeared in the minds of all the Uchiha, and when they thought of the other person's cruel reputation and his identity as one of the Sunin of Konoha, their bodies tensed up a little bit. Orochimaru. The adult in this young man's mouth is Orochimaru, an S-level rebel ninja in Konoha. Uchiha Nanfan and others recalled that before the night of the genocide, the reason why Yunya was arrested by the police department and imprisoned was precisely because of his relationship with the rebel ninja collusion charge. The traitorous ninja whom Yenyu originally contacted. It's actually Orochimaru. Except for Tamao, all the Uchiha looked shocked and surprised, looking at the handsome young man and Yenyu. Kimimaro looked calm and tapped his chin. I am indeed interested. I also predicted in advance that you would take this route and most likely would not let go of this forbidden technique, so I lurked among the Earth Spider clan in advance. What now? Yunya withdrew her gaze, opened the scroll, and read the intelligence information on it with the help of Quan's torch. Kimimaro lowered his head and replied. If you had obtained it, Orochimaru-sama would not have any other ideas. The expressions of all the Uchiha were solemn, and they later recalled what Kimimaro said to Yenyu after killing Bai Lang. Orochimaru recognized Yayu and regarded him as a friend and ally who could be treated as an equal. Therefore, their captain Yenyu captured the forbidden technique that Orochimaru also coveted, and the other party had no objection to this. All the Uchiha looked at their captain with awe and fear, feeling that Yenyu was even more mysterious. From the time when Yunya contacted Orochimaru and deliberately imprisoned them, to leading them to escape, and now Orochimaru is sending people to come over to help them, all the plans were in order. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes flickered as she stared at the young man's straight back, lost in thought. Yunya turned a blind eye to the various gazes around her, gathered her mind, and concentrated on reading the contents of the scroll. As Kimimaro said, the information is very detailed. It is almost the intelligence compiled by Orochimaru using all the spies planted in Konoha. Key contents include: after Konoha issued the order to hunt down the Uchiha defecting team, and before dispatching the chasing ninjas, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen held a mobilization meeting for the major families and a meeting of clan leaders. Konoha has sent cooperation documents to its allies to jointly exterminate S-class traitorous ninjas. List of some members of Konoha's ninja team, approximate arrival location. At the end of the intelligence content, there is a list of members of the ninja chasing team, and a message from Orochimaru. Yenyu-jun, long time no see. I didn't expect that the old guy would be more willing to spend money on you than he was on me. However, you have to be careful. As far as I know, the old guy's use of the will of fire to inspire people at the clan leaders' meeting, as well as the appropriate concession of interests, have already made some Konoha clan leaders interested in you. In the Umbu team that is chasing you this time, some team members have extremely high levels of confidentiality. Even I can't pry. I guess some clan leaders chose to end it personally. I hope our plan can proceed normally. I will fulfill my promise. After that, I hope you can survive. If you die, for me, the ninja world will lose a lot of fun and expectations, so please be sure to survive. I wish you good luck. Orochimaru. After reading, Yenyu's eyes stayed on the list of Umbu's chasing ninja teams, and Orochimaru's estimated location of these teams at the moment. Yenyu focuses on one of the names. Hey, take Kakashi. Even Kakashi, who is now in Umbu directly under the Hokage, is willing to be sent out as a chase nin, and Konoha has reached a point where no one can use it. Yunya put the scroll away, then inhaled it into the space scroll, looked at Kimimaro who was respectful in front of him, and said, "Tell me about yourself." Kimimaro replied, "My lord has said that before you complete the first step of your plan with me, I will become a weapon in your hand and be used by you. Please believe me. My strength will not let you down." This is also the reason why Kimimaro instantly killed Bailang before, showing off his own strength and corpse veins. I feel his sincerity. Yenyu looked away from Kimimaro, looked at the full moon hanging in the sky, and thought about the problem. Orochimaru was willing to send the young Kimimaro to him, which naturally explained the other party's attitude. Before Kimimaro was seriously ill, he was the first container for Orochimaru's reincarnation. As for the plan of Yenyu and Orochimaru, it is naturally the Konoha collapse plan, but this is a concept proposed by him first. Yenyu's dark eyes reflected the full moon in the night sky, and she was filled with thoughts. When he came to this world, the first thing he did was to find the secret line Orochimaru had planted in Konoha and get in touch with him. The two met. Yenyu briefly described to Orochimaru the future Konoha collapse plan that Orochimaru himself had painstakingly researched, and the Uchiha team's defection of Konoha plan that he had planned. After Orochimaru heard the first plan, he agreed to cooperate with Yenyu. Funding an Uchiha who wants to defect to Konoha, for Orochimaru at this stage, there is no reason not to take action. Orochimaru, who was one of the Sunin of Konoha, had seen Itaki Uchiha complete the impossible shuriken training with his Sharingan. I have seen the power of Sharingan. Orochimaru, who is now a member of the Akatsuki organization, is too eager to obtain this kind of pupil technique blood inheritance limit. Yenyu promised Orochimaru. Once he successfully defects, he will be given 3 pairs of 3 Megatama Sharingan. The first step of the Konoha collapse plan they discussed was to use the drinking moon to attract Konoha's pursuers and move all the way northwest. Go to the Valley of Sanctions, join forces with Orochimaru, and devour the elites sent by Konoha. Chapter 55 Let Orochimaru do the work. After Yenyu met Orochimaru, he asked Orochimaru to get the scroll of the Uchiha clan's forbidden art, Izanagi. And from Orochimaru's research and development drugs that can quickly increase strength, take away the red pill that consumes life in exchange for the body's ultimate strength. Since then, the defection plan has been launched. At that time, he had only been in this world for 2 days. If there was enough time, even a month in advance, Uchiha would not be like this. But he only has 1 week. The mission prompt countdown to the night of genocide is like an alarm clock, reminding him how long it will take before the butcher's knife falls on his head. Yenyu lowered her eyes, interrupted her thoughts, looked at Kimimaro again, and asked calmly, "Is Orochimaru in place?" Kimimaro shook his head and replied, "Your Excellency is still behind us. He is dealing with some small matters, but once you start taking action, he will definitely appear on time." Okay. Yenyu squinted at Kimimaro and said, "Tell me the method you use to communicate in real time." "The plan has changed. I need him to do something immediately." "No problem." Kimimaro's brows relaxed. Without hesitation, he squatted down, looked at the ground, and formed seals with his hands. Hai Suyu Shenwei. Kimimaro intertwined his fingers flexibly and pressed on the rocky ground, releasing his psychic technique. Black seal lines are all over the ground. Bang! The smoke dispersed. A snake with a white body, spotted scales, a small head, and a slender body that resembled a hognose snake appeared. Its appearance attracted the attention of the Uchihas. The little white snake spit out the snake letter, opened its mouth, and spit out a bundle of black scrolls 3 times larger than its body, and a pen. Kimimaro picked up the scroll and pen and handed them to Yenyu. "This is how I communicate with you, sir." Yenyu took the 2 items and spread the scroll on the ground. Quan stuck the torch on the ground and turned around obediently. The other Uchiha also looked elsewhere. Yenyu picked up the pen, wrote down what he wanted Orochimaru to do, then put away the pen, put away the scroll, and handed it to Kimimaro. Only then did everyone turn their heads. I saw Kimimaro placing the scroll in front of the little white snake. It opened its mouth, took the initiative to bite the scroll, swallowed it into its body, and then turned into smoke and disappeared. "Finish these things." Yenyu glanced at everyone present and saw that Tamas Yang, Nanfan, and the Uchihas who had previously annihilated the root organization already looked tired. They had just killed Beilang's subordinates again, and the continuous fighting left little chakra. "Take some military food pills and continue on your way." Yenyu finished speaking calmly and was not in a hurry, waiting for the Uchiha to replenish their energy. Kimimura's eyes showed curiosity about a certain answer. After thinking about it, he still asked. Although you have proven your strength, the danger you will face next. He didn't wait for Kimimaro to finish speaking. The Uchihas took the military food pills. Yunyu's face was expressionless, and she passed by Kimimaro and said calmly, "Just watch." Kimimaro's eyes widened slightly, and soon his expression returned to normal. This adult was actually more aloof and cold than the adults in his family. What he wants to say is, if Yunyu and the others are unable to contain the elites sent by Konoha to encircle and suppress the Uchiha defecting team from the front, Lord Orochimaru will abandon them decisively and give up the plan. The team continued to move northwest. Yunyu knows very well that after arriving at the Valley of Sanctions, he will face Uchiha Itachi, Obito, some clan leaders of the Konoha family, Umbu Chase ninjas, allies of Konoha, and a bunch of cannon fodder bounty hunters, rebellious ninjas who join in the fun, countless enemies. It doesn't matter how many come. For Yunyu, who is familiar with the 8,000 spears, there is not much difference. The clouds in the night sky gradually become denser. The moonlight is dim. The haze suddenly arises. In a dark and humid cave somewhere on the border of the country of fire, a root organization ninja staggered away and fled. But in the next moment, a white spiderweb shot out of the darkness and entangled his legs. Bang! Aha! The root organization ninja fell heavily to the ground, exhausted, gasping for air, and looked back in horror. The cave is dark. Kidomaru, who was wearing a forehead protector from the Sound Ninja village and had dark skin and a face covered with curse seals, walked out slowly. He has 3 pairs of arms, resembling a spider. When the ninjas of the root organization saw him, they felt like seeing an evil spirit and wanted to defend themselves, but their feet were entangled and they were unable to move. Why are you running? If you die tonight, that is your destination. With a sinister smile on his face, Kidomaru came to the root organization ninja and raised his 3 arms on his right side. One held the opponent's head, one grabbed the opponent's throat, and the other grabbed the opponent's chest. Click! Kidomaru's middle wrist was twisted hard, and the root tissue ninja's pupils bulged, his throat was broken, he couldn't make any screams, and he suffocated to death. He threw the body casually outside the cave. In the dark cave, the sound of light footsteps came again, neither fast nor slow, accompanied by a hoarse and low voice with emotion. Duenzo is dead. Fortunately, the old guy doesn't know the location of these experimental bases that Danzo built privately on the border of the Land of Fire. Kidomaru put away the ferocious expression on his face, and stood on the side of the mountain wall like a well-behaved quail, lowering his head and respectfully waiting for the big man in the darkness to come out. Until the footsteps approached. Kidomaru's breathing stopped. Negative in the dark cave, a tall man was bathing in the last ray of moonlight. He was wearing a fire cloud robe, his skin was paler than the moonlight, his face was feminine and evil, and his golden pupils did not hide his ambition and arrogance. Hiss! Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips until the last ray of moonlight on his body was swallowed by the dark clouds. He smiled strangely and said indifferently, "That old man Danzo really left me a lot of wealth. Go, take all the data and experimental materials in the experimental base back to the Sound Village." Yes. Kidomaru nodded respectfully, trying his best to control his excited emotions and disordered breathing. He turned and walked towards the cave. In the darkness, a team of Sound Village ninjas followed Kidomaru to carry supplies step by step. Orochimaru glanced at the northwest and couldn't help but sigh that he and Yunya really met too late. The other party's Konoha collapse plan directly hit the itchy spot in his heart. In Yunyu, Orochimaru seemed to see the shadow of his youth. Not only that, the other party assassinated Danzo during his defection, severely damaging the root organization and Konoha Umbu, which gave Orochimaru a huge surprise. As soon as Danzo died, Orochimaru found an excuse to temporarily leave the Akatsuki organization in the past few days and came to take over Danzo's private assets in the Land of Fire. It's about time to fulfill the cooperation plan, Yunyu, I hope you won't disappoint me. Orochimaru smiled expectantly, and suddenly felt something in his mind. He made seals with both hands and released the summoning technique. The smoke dissipated. After the white little snake appeared, it took the initiative to climb up his body, and finally wrapped around Orochimaru's right hand, spitting the scroll into his palm. Orochimaru glanced at the information scroll sent by Kimimaro, which had only a simple line of words on it. Seize Kakashi's Sharingan. Uchiha Yunyu. P.S. Before Orochimaru left the Akatsuki organization, he should have been accumulating assets for the Otogakuer. Kimimaro was kidnapped by Orochimaru when he was a child. He followed Orochimaru earlier than Kabuto Yakushi. The timeline written now is that Orochimaru immediately left the Akatsuki organization. In the original work, he should have kidnapped Kabuto, who had just killed Nono. After Itaka joined the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru attacked Itaki and was punished by Itaki. Kabuto rescued Orochimaru. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Tomorrow is particularly critical. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Oh, I beg you guys to read it. Chapter 56 Konoha Chasing Ninja, please read. Kakashi's Sharingan. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He was very close to Kakashi's team at the moment. Without Yunyu's reminder, he didn't remember that Konoha still had Kakashi, who was known as the Okapi ninja in the ninja world with a single Sharingan. Yunyu-kun is really meticulous. Orochimaru smiled evilly, his golden pupils squinting in the northwest, and slowly walked towards the path outside the cave. The white little snake wrapped around Orochimaru's right arm and swallowed the intelligence scroll into its stomach bit by bit. The night was like a curtain. Dark clouds gathered. Orochimaru shuttled through the forest and thought about the problem calmly. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he also thought about sending people to the Uchiha clan to fish in troubled waters and pick up 1 or 2 pairs of Sharinans. As a result, his undercover subordinates told him. The Uchiha clan was exterminated, Danzo died, and Konoha did not get a pair of Sharingan. Only Uchiha Sasuke, who survived, opened a pair of single Megatama Sharingan. Orochimaru was shocked and excited after hearing this. He knew that it was Yunyu who did it, but he never thought that Yunyu, whom he funded, had such a big courage and appetite, as if Yunyu had been aiming at the Uchiha clan's Sharingan from the beginning. And now, Yunyu didn't even let go of Kakashi's Sharingan. Orochimaru frowned slightly, and the corners of his mouth tilted. He guessed that this was Yunyu's revenge, and this guy didn't want Konoha's ninja to have even 1 Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. After all, the people who pushed for the extermination of the clan were the top leaders of Konoha, and the old guy did nothing, which was equivalent to tacitly approving this cruel action. Yunyu naturally hated Konoha to the bone. Speaking of the Uchiha clan extermination. The teacher is really smart. He let Danzo do all the dirty work himself, and he cleaned himself up. He must have never expected that Danzo was actually dead. Once this old guy dies, the success rate of Konoha's collapse plan will increase exponentially. Orochimaru's handsome and evil face showed a long-lost hearty smile. His thoughts returned to Kakashi's Sharingan. Without Yunyu's reminder, Orochimaru really didn't think of taking this 3 Megatama Sharingan. After all, it was not a pair and might not be able to play the full role of the Sharingan. But he is now very interested in this eye. He must take it. This is what Yunyu asked him to do under the appearance of hating Konoha. This eye may contain some secrets. At worst, Yunyu unfortunately died in the siege of Konoha. It was worthwhile for Orochimaru to take Kakashi's Sharingan. Of course, Orochimaru still hoped that Yunyu could survive, and he also wanted to see the real reason why Yunyu took Kakashi's Sharingan. Or maybe he was just overthinking. One day later, the sky was gloomy and it rains continuously and the temperature gradually drops. Mount Katsuragi. In the valley, rainwater gathers in low-lying mud puddles, forming a bright mirror that reflects the raindrops falling from the sky and the fleeting figures. Wow! The steps smashed the puddles into pieces, and the water splashed everywhere, just like stepping on the mirror, flowers, and moon in the water. Wearing white ponchos and masks, the Konoha chasing ninjas arrived at the valley and stopped one after another. They were on alert and glanced at the corpses on the roadside. The air is filled with stench. Rainwater is also difficult to wash away. After death, the sphincter muscles relax over time, causing the corpse to become incontinent, and the strange smell merges with the corpse odor. There are 3 people in this team. The leader wore a fox mask, carried a sword on his back, and wore grey and white armor. A white hood covered a head of scattered silver-white hair. They seemed to be accustomed to the hellish scene in the valley, and the other 2 team members took the initiative to check the wounds on the corpse. It's just that these corpses have been eaten by crows and predators, and even ninjas have difficulty identifying fatal wounds. But they are professionals. "Captain, look!" A chasing nin pointed at an inhuman corpse and called to the leader in a deep voice. The orange cloth and Konoha forehead protector remained around the corpse, and the corpse's 12th thoracic and lumbar vertebrae were neatly severed. The cut surface is smooth as if polished. The lower body of the corpse was not far away. This was a cut in the waist caused by the sharp wind escape. He was unprepared when he died. He probably had no time to dodge. Kakashi's eyes were cold and calm, and through the mask, he analyzed the cause of the death. Hearing this, the 2 ninja chasing team members felt that their bodies were as cold as rain at this moment. Kakashi raised his head and stared in the northwest, with a solemn expression under his mask. The rebel ninja they were about to deal with might be stronger than they expected. After all, the opponent can kill Danzo. Can be used as a chaser. Their duty is to track and look for various opportunities to kill the traitorous ninja for a long time, and then dispose of the traitorous ninja's body like a hyena hunting. But, what if the prey is an adult male lion? After Kakashi sighed, he planned to lead the team to move forward, but suddenly he noticed the sound of thin footsteps appearing in front of the valley. Alert! Kakashi looked solemn, pulled out the sword from his back, gathered with the other 2 teammates, and faced different directions outside the valley. As footsteps approached, Kakashi looked towards the front of the valley, saw the person coming clearly, and breathed a sigh of relief. The ones coming are the vanguard team chasing ninja. Kakashi remembered that this team had an open mission. They needed to contact Konoha's allies, the Earth Spider clan, to deal with the traitorous ninja. "You're one of us, don't be so nervous." The captain of the chasing ninja team raised his hand and greeted Kakashi. "Something went wrong?" Kakashi asked calmly. The captain of the chasing ninja sighed. "Well, the Earth Spider clan is deserted and the situation is unknown. I plan to turn back and act with you." "No problem." Kakashi frowned, looked directly at the ground, and fell into thinking. It was impossible for the Earth Spider clan to suddenly relocate. What happened here? Suddenly, a small brown venomous snake crawled out from the rock crack in the ground and approached Kakashi from the side. Swish! But before it reached Kakashi's feet, Kakashi subconsciously pulled out his sword and inserted it into the snake's head. The blood stained the rainwater, and the snake's body twisted and rolled on the muddy ground, twisting into twists. "Careful!" Kakashi's eyes trembled, and he suddenly smelled a danger that made his hair stand on end. After warning him, he raised his head sharply. He looked surprised, and was horrified to find that his teammates, including the ninja chasing team that had arrived earlier, had all fallen to the ground. They were entangled and strangled by brown pythons, their throats were crushed, and they were unable to scream. Kakashi looked around. No other snakes were found. He teleported to his teammates and killed the python on one of his teammates. Then he found that his teammates had no light and were dead. Someone quietly killed everyone present except him during his brief thoughts. Kakashi's pupils widened and his heartbeat quickened. He had not faced such a difficult enemy for a long time. And among those who can use the method of controlling snakes to instantly kill his teammates, there is probably only one person in the ninja world who can do it. The end of the valley. A tall figure wearing a fire cloud robe appeared and sighed in a hoarse voice. Long time no see, Kakashi, you actually saw through my arrangement. It seems that you have grown a lot. Chapter 57 Seizing the Divine Power, please read it. Kakashi stared at the valley, his pupils suddenly tightened, and the outline of Orochimaru's face gradually became clear in his eyes. Orochimaru. Kakashi's eyes were cold, he suppressed the fear in his heart, and kicked away the python corpse next to him. Quickly form seals with both hands, hold the wrist of your right hand with your left hand, and concentrate the thunder attribute chakra in your body. The electric light flashed, blue arcs lingered around the body, and the lightning was released instantly. Without any hesitation, Kakashi stepped on the ground, splashed water, and instantly turned into a blue afterimage. The three Megatamas stared at Orochimaru in front of him, and when he didn't react, he got close and penetrated Orochimaru's abdomen with Reikari. The attack was as fast as lightning. Sizzling click electricity instantly covered Orochimaru's body, crackling and arcing out. Kakashi didn't think that Orochimaru suddenly appeared and came to catch up with him. Good. Blood flowed from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. He just glanced at his pierced abdomen, and then a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi hit the target with one blow, and San Magatama realized that Orochimaru was not seriously injured and wanted to distance himself. But he suddenly found that his body was already entangled by two giant snakes, which came from the sleeves of Orochimaru's untouched fire cloud robe. The snake is cursed. Orochimaru stared coldly at Kakashi, who wanted to leave after approaching his body. Suddenly, Orochimaru's body, pierced by Reikari, turned into sticky paraffin and melted on the spot. Kakashi's vision went dark, and he saw the giant snake that bound his left hand suddenly opened its mouth, and Orochimaru's palm stretched out from the snake's mouth, grabbing his left eye. This palm can easily penetrate the mask. I'll take your left eye. Orochimaru sneered, and at the same time, half of his body crawled out of the giant snake's mouth with mucus, and accurately took off Kakashi's left eye, and the blood drew an arc in the air. Obito. Kakashi's left eye fell into darkness, and severe pain struck him. The familiar pain brought back the painful memories of when his companion gave him this eye. Hi! Kakashi gritted his teeth and widened his right eye, looking for a chance to escape. This is the gap between him and the sun, and now the thunder escape that he is so proud of can't hurt the opponent at all. Hee. Orochimaru was smiling, holding the three Megatama Sharingan. His body was wet, and he slid to the ground from the giant snake's mouth. He stood up slowly and in an orderly manner. A potion test tube slipped from his sleeve, and he opened the lid. Orochimaru put the Sharingan into it, covered it, and brought it to his eyes. He faced Kakashi, who could not move, and carefully looked at the three Megatama writings soaked in the potion. Chakra Eye. It looks no different from other three Megatama Sharingan. Orochimaru observed the Sharingan for a while. He wanted to try it with another eye on the spot. After thinking carefully for a moment, Orochimaru chose to put it in his sleeve and let a little snake lurking in the darkness swallow the potion test tube into his belly. The task is completed. Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi in front of him playfully, shook his head and said, "Sorry, Kakashi, your life." The words have not yet finished. A series of sounds of trees rubbing together came from the ground, and then, the ground collapsed, and countless thick green vines enveloped the area where Orochimaru and Kakashi were. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Hat. Mu done, is this the only surviving Mu done experimental subject? Orochimaru's golden pupils showed surprise, his body flashed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he ignored the entangled wood escape vines and came to Kakashi. He held the straw sword spit out from the snake's mouth in his sleeve tightly in his hand and slashed at the opponent's head. Wooden escape, wooden spindle wall. At the cliff, behind a huge rock, Tenzo, who is the future Yamato, is waiting for an opportunity. He quickly forms a seal, injects chakra into the ground, and controls the wood release. Rows of wooden pillars turned into arched wooden walls, protecting Kakashi below. The edge of Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword flashed and it penetrated the wooden wall easily. When he lifted the wooden shield upward, he found that Kakashi had disappeared under the wooden wall. He ran pretty fast. Orochimaru squinted at the back of the cliff. Not far away, the aura of Tianzang hiding behind the rock also disappeared. Forget it, the mission has been completed anyway. Kakashi, who has lost his Sharingan, doesn't know whether he will disappear from everyone in the future or whether he will still grow. Orochimaru smiled expectantly. He had no intention of hunting down Kakashi and Tenzo. Once the task has been completed. Secondly, there are many Hashirama cells in the experimental base left by Danzo. For him, it is only a matter of time before he can obtain the perfect wood release ninja. Orochimaru headed northwest at full speed. The time is just right to take away Kakashi's Sharingan and then meet up with Yanyu. Outside Katsuragi Mountain, Tenzo supported Kakashi, and after meeting up with his two team members, the group of people flew towards the way they came. Not noticing Orochimaru's aura, everyone stopped near a big tree. Tianzang's subordinates were on alert. Wow! The rain gradually became heavier, and Kakashi leaned against a big tree. The cold rain slapped his pale face, washing away the blood that overflowed from his closed left eye. "Sorry, Senior, I'm late," Tenzo said worriedly as he checked the injury on Kakashi's left eye. This time, Konoha deployed two teams, light and dark, in each team chasing ninja. The secret team led by Tenzo is equivalent to the shadow of Kakashi's team. The two teams are several hundred meters apart. The purpose is to prevent problems for the home team. As for the other team behind the scenes, they have probably been eliminated by Orochimaru. Kakashi shook his head and said, "I don't blame you. Orochimaru's target this time is my Sharingan. If we bite the fierce grapefruit, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave alive. I used chakra to seal the acupuncture point near my left eye, which temporarily stopped the bleeding. If I want the wound to heal, I still have to seek treatment from a medical ninja," Tianzang said seriously. "Forward, sir, since you have lost your Sharingan, your combat effectiveness will inevitably decline. We may not be able to continue our mission of chasing ninjas. I suggest we retreat temporarily for repairs." Kakashi raised his head, his remaining right eye staring at the rain dripping through the leaves. His short silver-white hair was soaked by the rain, and his face was pale and weak. Losing the Sharingan is really nothing. It's just that, is the only thought left to him by his best friend. Retreat. The way you spoke just now reminds me of an old friend. Kakashi didn't hesitate for too long and sighed. Since his father, close friends, and master all died, he has long been numb to this kind of thing. Thinking about it, he put his arm on Tianzang's shoulder. "If there is a chance, try to find a way to get Obito's eyes back from Orochimaru." Seeing that Kakashi could still joke, Tenzo supported Kakashi and sighed. "Senior, you saved my life before, and now I have saved yours. Next time we go to the hot springs together, I won't need to treat you." "That won't work. I pulled your body and mind out of the abyss, so you owe me 2 life-saving graces." "Senior, you." On the edge of Sufa Mountain, there are lush trees, undulating mountains, heavy drizzle, and white mist. An encounter just broke out here. The Uchiha team, who put on black hoods and cloaks, passed through a group of corpses lying in a pool of blood. "Damn!" A rebel ninja leader fell next to a tree, with a shuriken stuck in his neck. His eyes rolled white and he stared directly at the dark sky, leaving only his last breath. He never figured it out until he died. He accurately estimated the number of long-range throwing ninja tools in the Uchiha team, and deliberately opened a distance to suppress the opponent with Kunao and Shuriken Senbon. But the shurikens of this Uchiha team seemed to be inexhaustible, shooting out one after another, and accurately taking away the rebellious ninja hiding behind the trees. Swish! Yin Yu passed by the rebel leader, his eyes always staring ahead, disdainful of the corpse at his feet. When Taimao passed by the rebel leader who was still breathing, he took action on behalf of his elder brother and stabbed the opponent in the chest with a knife. Through the forest, the Uchiha team came to the entrance of a canyon with open terrain. Under the rain curtain, a group of dark ninjas emerged from behind trees, boulders, and hillsides in an endless stream. The crowd is in its own camp. Stand apart. Keep your distance. These people have various types of forehead protectors, including Konoha, Tsunagakuer, Kusanagi, Kirigakuer rebels, Kumagakuer rebels, bounty hunters, and even some mountain bandits. With fierce faces and greedy eyes, they stared at the Uchiha team that appeared from a distance. They have only one purpose in gathering here. Uchiha drinks the moon and the Sharinan of him and those around him. Thank you to the reader with the tale number 1169 for the 100-point reward. I wish you a happy new year and good luck in the year of the dragon. Chapter 58 Cannon Fodder. Entrance to the Valley of Sanctions. There are dense trees. The terrain ahead is low and is a low-lying basin. The edge of the Sufa Mountains is a slope. The difference in the number of people on the two sides is 100 times. The two sides seem to be standing in two worlds, with the two edges of the terrain as the center, and they are clearly separated. The sky is dark. It was pouring rain. Yin Yu's expression remained as usual, letting the heavy rain beat against the black hood, gathering into water and falling from the black robe. The Uchiha glanced at the dark enemy. All of them looked solemn, with 3 megatama appearing in their eyes, and they clenched the tachi in their hands. The enemies are countless. They seemed to have traveled through a war in the ninja world. Under the dark clouds and heavy rain, in front of them was the enemy's main army, and there were only 12 people on their own side. There is a huge disparity between the numbers of the enemy and ourselves. Crash! The sloping rain kept hitting Nanoyu's round lenses, causing her vision to be seriously disturbed. The temperature is freezing. She took off her glasses, which were covered with a layer of fog and water, and squinted her eyes to scan the front. Her eyes were still hazy, so she simply observed the reactions of her companions around her. Is something not right? Nanoyu's expression changed slightly. She saw solemnity that she had never seen before on the faces of these Uchiha companions. She had no intention of quitting, she just wanted to know what situation they were in at this time, so that she could die clearly, but she was short-sighted. Even Kimimura's face was filled with a heavy look. There were too many enemies. Even if the entire Sound Ninja village joins, Kimimaro was not sure whether they could win this battle. This has turned into a war. Everyone looked at the captain together, and saw that Yunyu, who had led them here, had a calm expression, and his dark pupils had not opened the kaleidoscope, as deep as an ancient well, as usual. Seeing Yunyu's expression, the Uchihas felt inexplicably relieved. Kimimaro was skeptical. He was not sure whether Yunyu could contain so many enemies on the frontal battlefield until Lord Orikimura took action. Call! Yunyu exhaled a breath of mist and looked at the large number of ninjas slowly approaching them from the bottom of the hillside. He checked the green medicine in the space and saw with his own eyes at 6 o'clock in the morning that the green medicine in the empty bottle test tube was automatically refreshed and filled. At this point, there were 2 complete bottles of green medicine in the storage space. Collect your thoughts. Yin Yu opens the main task list. Main mission, Night of Genocide. Options. 1. Kill all other Uchiha. 2. Successfully escaped from Konoha village. Reward, plunder, seize other people's kaleidoscope, you can absorb their pupil power, and gain the kaleidoscope ability. For this main line, Yunyu chose the second option. At this moment, all he had to do was break through the last wave of encirclement and suppression from Konoha and enter the Valley of Sanctions. Get rid of the pursuit completely. The task will be completed. Yunyu's eyebrows gradually relaxed, her expression was calm, and she began to look forward to the content of the second main task. Team Leader. Nanfan's face was solemn and he whispered. At the foot of the hillside, a dense mass of ninjas were already approaching 700 meters ahead. Yen Yu inspected the basin and the forest at the entrance to the Valley of Sanctions. The number of ninjas continued to increase, and the number was so large that it made one's scalp numb. The number of these ninjas far exceeds the number of ninjas deployed by Konoha village on the border of the Country of Fire. The Uchihas looked at each other with stern expressions, mentally prepared to die in battle. Being able to follow Yayu to kill Danzo and escape here is already a blessing among misfortunes for them. If they could replace a few more Konoha ninjas before they died, they would be satisfied. Wait. After Yen Yu finished speaking calmly, she turned her right hand over, the space trembled, and the black sword Dark Moon, which was so dark that it seemed to be mutually exclusive with the space, appeared in the palm of her hand. A steady stream of rain fell on the tip of the knife, splitting into two without warning and sliding downward. The Uchiha took a deep breath, and the three Megatama glanced at the black shadows coming from all directions. Brother, Konoha is so disgusting. They actually tricked so many cannon fodder into coming to die. I will help you write down their forehead protectors and tell you later. If we die, brother, don't let them go. The three Megatama in Tamao's eyes squinted from side to side at the approaching ninja in front, and said scornfully. Yunyu scanned the Konoha ninja square, looking for something, and replied calmly. The Uchiha clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, their hearts sinking to the bottom, and they were ready to burn the boat. After all, even Tamao stopped saying inappropriate things, and the situation was already at the end of the road. In this battle, I am afraid that only Captain Yen Yu, who has opened the Mangekyo Sharinon, can enter the Valley of Sanctions. Captain, I will try my best to escort you into the valley. Nanfan said seriously. He knew that these words sounded ridiculous, but they were indeed the truest thoughts in his heart. Add us. The Uchiha gritted their teeth and spoke angrily. Everyone noticed that enemies began to appear in the rear, and immediately formed a circle with Yen Yu as the center, with the swords in their hands facing the enemies appearing in all directions. Yunya shook her head. The purpose of taking these Uchiha out of Konoha was not to let them open a way for him at the critical moment. They were far from being able to do this now. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of 8,000 sword-shaped spears appeared in the eyes of Yunyu, flashing scarlet. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the Uchihas, including Nanu and Kimimaro, quietly showed the mark of the 8,000 spears. When did I get the eye spell? Kimimiro's eyes trembled slightly, feeling surprised in his heart. He noticed subtle fluctuations in his own spirit, and felt that all this was extremely unreal. It was clear that Yen Yu had never used the pupil technique on him from beginning to end. Could it be that, before I was hit by the pupil technique, I had already fallen under the illusion of the master? Kimimaro wanted to understand the problem, and his back felt cold. It is indeed an existence recognized by Lord Orochimaru, but in this situation, if it were Lord Orochimaru, he would probably be able to channel all the snakes to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Yunyu opened the 8,000 spears, looked away from the Konoha ninja phalanx composed of a group of native chickens and dogs, and looked towards the cliff above the Valley of Sanctions. There are also many ninjas hidden there. Take a quick glance. The corner of Yunyu's mouth curled up, and he saw a familiar figure from a long distance away, and he could roughly guess who the other person was. I didn't expect that he would be the leader of the Konoha family who would personally take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen probably gave up most of the interests of the Shimura clan and the Uchiha clan after Danzo's death to the other party. Yunyu smiled. It's true that he and Orochimaru's plan was in vain. If Asuma hadn't been killed, Sarutobi Hiruzen probably wouldn't have spent such a large amount of money. The cliff of the Valley of Sanctions. The opened white eyes of several Hyuga branch Jounin noticed Yen Yu's gaze, and they lowered their heads and stepped back, even though they were far away from Yen Yu. The edge of the cliff. Hinata had blue veins protruding on both sides of her forehead, her white eyes quietly opened, and she calmly looked down at the Uchiha team surrounded by a large number of ninjas in the heavy rain. He is middle-aged, with a face full of vicissitudes and a tall and straight figure. He is wearing a grey poncho, Konoha green jounin mail, and a black ninja hat. This team of the Hyuga clan is very far away from Yenyu's location, in order to prevent Yenyu from using the kaleidoscope eye technique that can remotely control ninjas. Chapter 59 The three ninjas gather together. Sir, for such a team of Uchiha defectors, Hokage-sama has almost used all his strength except guarding the border. Is this making a fuss out of a molehill? The speaker was a young ninja from the Hyuga branch. He stood respectfully beside Hizu. Rizu took off his grey poncho, handed it to the more outstanding member of the branch family next to him, and asked, "How did Danzo Shimura die?" The young ninja lowered his head, took the poncho with both hands, and replied, "That was a disguised raid." The ninja village had never used this kind of formation to deal with Orochimaru. The vicissitudes of life in Hayashi's eyes were a bit more intense. He stared at this branch family member, sighed and shook his head. After all, he felt that the other party was too young, so he patiently explained. "Danzo is not a fool, he will not be slaughtered. It is difficult to kill him by pretending to attack. As for Orochimaru, his nature is different from Yunyu. You may not know. Uchiha Yunyu killed Asuma on the way to escape." Hearing this, the members of the Hyuga branch family trembled. They immediately understood why the Hokage used all the external forces that could be used, gave up huge interests, and entrusted their clan leader to personally supervise the battle. "It's not your fault. You are all still young. You haven't experienced the war years, nor have you seen the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan." After sighing, Hayashi said seriously, "Let the ninjas lurking in various camps take action and test the strength of this Uchiha defection team first." "Yes." A ninja from the Hyuga branch nodded respectfully, and then instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Hayashi looked at the large number of ninjas approaching the Uchiha defection team below and fell into deep thought. It must be said that the third Hokage is still wise, and he was not blinded by the hatred of killing his son. This time, the forces mobilized by the top leaders of the ninja village are mainly all the elites of the Shimura clan who stayed in the village. Some elites of the Sarutobi clan, some elites of the major families, and the support sent by Konoha's ally Sand Village are supplemented. As for the small ninja villages such as Kusagakur, as well as the rebel ninjas and mountain bandits, they were all cannon fodders brought by Konoha through the public opinion of fighting for the Sharinan bloodline limit. The total number is nearly 10,000. No one expected that the Sharinan could be so tempting to the ninja world ninjas. Hyuga Hayashi knew that Yunyu's trip to the northwest was definitely a fraud, and the other party was most likely doing it on purpose. Ordered by the Hokage, he had to come to coordinate the battle as the commander of this encirclement and suppression. However, the main force to contain Yunyu was not their Hyuga clan, nor the elite of Konoha and Tsunagakur and a large number of cannon fodder. What he had to do now was to test Yunyu's strength and try to delay the Uchiha defecting team. Whether this battle succeeded or failed, the Hyuga clan could gain huge benefits. The conditions offered by the third Hokage made it impossible for Hyuga Hayashi and the Hyuga clan to refuse. Once the situation is not right, Hayashi will naturally leave this place in advance under the protection of the branch family members. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he does not need to get involved. The biting cold wind swept outward along the center of the Valley of Judgment, whistling continuously. The rain was blown to the side by the strong wind, the trees swayed, and the leaves fell. On the other side of the cliff, two beautiful figures stood under the black umbrella. Tsunade, wearing a green robe, looked down and could not see her feet. She could only look into the distance where the vision was wider, watching the big battle and sighing. "Interesting, I haven't been back to the ninja village for so long. I didn't expect that Danzo died." The old guy actually changed his past stability and became more courageous. Her skin was whiter than snow, her facial features were beautiful, without any trace of erosion by time, her face was painted with light makeup, and she had the iconic blonde twin ponytails, and a purple diamond seal was dotted between her eyebrows. As she spoke, Tsunade twisted her slender waist, stretched out her white hands, and took the little piglet from Shizun's arms, who was holding an umbrella beside her. "Tsunade-sama, what do you think about the Uchiha defector team killing Asuma?" Shizun asked in a low voice. When she asked this question, she didn't dare to look directly at Tsunade, and her dark eyes were fixed on the front battlefield in front of the canyon. Shizun was wearing a long skirt with a grey color and white stripes. It was embedded with a set of ninja mesh chain mail, and the hem of the skirt fluttered in the wind, revealing her snow-white calves. Her appearance and figure were good, but her ordinary dress and weak aura made her look inconspicuous next to Tsunade. Tsunade raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Shizun with interest. After thinking for a while, she replied. As the leader of the ninja village, the Hokage did nothing and even ignored everything that happened, which led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The remaining Uchiha killed the Hokage's son, who blocked the way on their way. Look at it this way. You will feel that there is no problem. If the old guy could stop the Uchiha clan from being exterminated, Asuma would not be so anxious. He would not have to die. After all, I have known Asuma for a while, so I can only feel pity for him. Shizun. Is Asuma a classmate? Ah, he is a classmate, but I am not familiar with him. Shizun's thoughts drifted back. After waking up from the shock, she breathed a sigh of relief and said softly. Tsunade saw through Shizun's thoughts at a glance, and then glanced at the woods behind, saying indifferently. Now that you are here, you are timid and hiding behind to peek, which is really your style. Shizun looked surprised and turned to look in the direction of her master's gaze. Haha, I just arrived. A rough and deep voice came. Jiraiya jumped from the tree to the ground. He wore a forehead protector with the word oil on his forehead, a red vest, and was soaked by the heavy rain, with a dark green lining that fit his body. After landing, Jiraiya wanted to get under the black umbrella held by Shizun, but when he reached the umbrella, he saw Shizun took out a new umbrella and handed it to him. Jiraiya. What are you doing, coming? Tsunade squinted at Jiraiya, who took the umbrella. Thanks. Jiraiya was not polite. He opened the umbrella Shizun gave him and thanked him. Then he looked at Tsunade and asked curiously. I heard that big things happened in Konoha recently, so I wanted to go back. I happened to pass by here and smelled blood, so I came here. That's right. You two should not pay attention to this kind of thing. Why do you want to come over and watch the fun? Humph. Tsunade snorted arrogantly, glanced at Shizun beside her, and said calmly, she brought me here. That's it. I almost forgot that Shizun had a crush on that Yenyu. Jiraiya remembered the past, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to Shizun. Gee! Shizun's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. The old things were brought up again, and she felt a little dizzy for a moment. She hesitated and asked, Jiraiya-sama, how did you know about this? Jiraiya secretly glanced at Tsunade, looked at Shizun awkwardly, scratched his head and said in fear, secret. Shizun was so ashamed that she wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. Jiraiya, don't tell me that you also want to get involved in this matter. I advise you not to worry about it. You should be able to guess what the high-level officials of Konoha did to Uchiha. Tsunade squinted at Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed softly. Let's talk again. After all, there were a large number of Konoha ninjas down there. As one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, he could not ignore their sacrifices like Tsunade, who was somewhat alienated from the ninja village. Just when the two fell into silence, the earth trembled slightly. Tsunade and Jiraiya suddenly raised their heads and scanned the distance of the cliff. Their eyes were slightly narrowed and their faces were wary. I saw a big purple snake twisting out of the primeval forest. Its body was as huge as a mountain range, with a feminine figure standing above its head. Orochimaru! Tsunade and Jiraiya exclaimed at the same time. P.S. Let's collect everyone's opinions on Jiraiya. Among Naruto fans, Jiraiya doesn't seem to be very popular among readers. I'm afraid I'm writing something poisonous, so I'd like to ask some advice from you guys. By the way, please give me some recommendation votes. Thank you all readers. Chapter 60 Self-Indulgent. The sky is gloomy. The rain was pouring. There are ninjas all over the cliff below, like a black mass of marching ants. The violent storm cannot extinguish their enthusiasm for the Sharingan. The Uchiha team was surrounded. The old guy is too partial. They are all S-class traitorous ninjas. When they first dealt with me, they didn't make the scene so grand. Orochimaru stood on the head of 10,000 snakes, with his hands around his chest, scorning the battlefield. After speaking, he turned back and squinted at the primitive forest behind him. Wan Shi complained. What's the matter with your dissatisfaction? You can go back and discuss with that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen now. Let him give the order. The ninja troops guarding the northwest border of Konoha are only targeting you, Orochimaru. Hehe. Orochimaru chuckled and ignored Wan Shi, who didn't understand human humor. He glanced sideways at the main battlefield in front of him and the nearby cliffs, and then the corners of his mouth turned up. There are two familiar chakra auras there. The Sunin have been away for a long time. Since Orochimaru defected to Konoha and joined the Akatsuki organization, the three of them have never been together again. Jiraiya had vowed to bring him back to Konoha. But Orochimaru has been running away for so many years, and he hasn't even seen Jiraiya's shadow. Wanting to leave Konoha, Jiraiya turned around and embarked on the journey to find the Son of Prophecy, leaving his former best friend behind. At this time they met here. Go to the cliff. Orochimaru's golden pupils showed a hint of expectation. Are you going to help those poor Uchiha people? After Wan Shi asked, he twisted his huge body and turned towards the cliff. Wherever the purple snake walked, trees collapsed and the mountains shook slightly. Oh, it's a pity for the group of ninjas surrounding the Uchiha team. I have my mission. Orochimaru smiled indifferently. All right. Wan Shi sent Orochimaru near the cliff. The snake's head lowered, its cold snake eyes revealed greed and arrogance. It glanced at the battlefield below, looked at the densely packed ninjas, and said coldly, "This time when I come out as a psychic, I need 100 living people as sacrifices. However, the bodies of these ninjas have been baptized by chakra, and they are more delicious than ordinary people. The battle is over. Uncle, I just want to eat these people. Sorry, I can't make the decision on this. You have to ask Lord Yanyu to see how he handles these people. Go ahead and tell Lord Yanyu the latest information." Orochimaru walked slowly to the edge of the cliff, glanced sideways at the snakes behind him, and then walked towards his two old friends with a smile. "Don't worry, I also want to see if Mr. Yanyu, whom you value, is really worthy of my help." A treacherous look flashed through Wan Shi's cold blue vertical pupils, and she was in no hurry to follow Orochimaru's orders. "It's up to you, as long as you take action." Orochimaru spoke calmly. He turned his back to Wan Shi and ignored this arrogant psychic beast. On the edge of the cliff, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked wary, while Shizune looked frightened and trembled all over. If Tsunade hadn't been there, she would have wanted to escape from this place immediately. But Shizune had just finished listening to Orochimaru and trusting Wan Shi to help Yunyu and others, and her tense heart felt a little relieved. "Long time no see, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Orochimaru." Let the heavy rain fall on him, soaked all over, and slowly walked towards the three of them. 4 people stood in a row. Shizune held her breath, moved back decisively, and stood behind Tsunade to hold an umbrella for her. The Sunin stood on the cliff. "Are you here to help Uchiha?" Standing between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Tsunade raised her phoenix eyes slightly and looked at Orochimaru, who was wearing a fire cloud robe. His aura was not weaker than the others. This is in line with Orochimaru's style. The picture is very big. Full of ambition. Jiraiya looked serious, looked at Orochimaru, and said solemnly, "Orochimaru, don't continue to be stubborn, come back with me to atone for your sins. SHH. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth turned up, he raised his hand to his mouth, and kept silent. He looked directly at Jiraiya with his golden vertical eyes and said calmly, "What I just said already represents my position. I came here just to catch up with you, and I don't want to argue with you about my issues. Let's finish this battle first." Jiraiya glanced sideways at Tsunade, who was motionless beside him. He knew that he could not catch Orochimaru without Tsunade's help, and immediately sighed. "Tsunade, this battle is over, come back with me, Konoha needs you now." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and said in a deep voice, "I have nothing to do with Konoha now. Besides, I hate the bureaucracy. Don't you know this?" Jiraiya sighed helplessly. "You just say you don't care about Konoha, but in fact, you are well informed. You have more detailed information about Konoha than I do." Hehe. Orochimaru smiled and looked quietly at Jiraiya, who wanted to win over Tsunade. He didn't mind watching the excitement before the battle started. "Jiraiya, you are still as sentimental as before." Tsunade raised her snowy neck and looked at the bottom of the cliff, without any emotion, and said calmly, "I just don't want Konoha to be destroyed in the hands of those old people, you know? When I heard the news of Danzo's death, I felt a little secretive in my heart." Jiraiya. He was speechless for a moment, thinking about how to continue to persuade Tsunade. "Hi." Orochimaru glanced sideways at Tsunade and Jiraiya, couldn't help but chuckle, and stopped paying attention to the two of them. He can testify. Tsunade didn't lie. When he was in Konoha, Jiraiya was really passionate and mistakenly thought that Tsunade had a crush on him. In fact, even if Tsunade didn't consider Kato-dan, she wouldn't choose Jiraiya as her boyfriend. She really didn't have any feelings towards Jiraiya. Hi! The wind howled. The rain was pouring down. The dark ninjas surrounded the Uchiha team, approaching about 500 meters, and stopped one after another, not daring to move forward rashly. When it came, Konoha had extensively publicized the ability of drinking moon kaleidoscope through various channels. As a result, the ninjas in Xiao Ninja Village and a large number of rebel ninjas obtained information, and they all felt confident that they were capable enough to intervene in this matter. But the temptation of Sharingan is great. But they are not fools. If they intervene, they will intervene. Everyone knows that the first person to take action will inevitably endure the Uchiha's crazy counterattack. For a while, the situation was deadlocked. The edge of the forest. "Brother, they don't seem to have any intention of taking action. Do they want to surround us here, cut off water and food, and starve us to death? What a vicious strategy! They must not have thought of it. Last night I ate today's meal together. Now I am not hungry." Taimao glanced at the group of ninjas who had stopped and spoke seriously. "Zhongyu's Haibo has a black line on his head." Sigh secretly. They thought that Taimao would be more serious when faced with this situation. Obviously, they thought too much, and this guy would have a nervous attack when he was free. There are so many enemies. It's really not possible to surround them and not take action, using the unreliable method of starving them to death. Yen Yu did not answer. Looking at the cliff, she found that Hinata and the ninja team of the Hyuga clan had retreated. Behind the cliff. "Clan leader, you are really good at predicting events. You have already arranged your backup plan." A ninja from the Hinata branch complimented. The serious expression on Hinata's weathered face relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. How could he not guess that using cannon fodder composed of a mob would definitely lead to this situation? It doesn't matter. He was responsible for lighting the fuse. Rizu opened his white eyes at all times and scanned the frontal battlefield. His eyes suddenly trembled slightly, and the scene he wanted to see appeared in his field of vision. Whistle whistle whisk. The sound of breaking wind sounded. Ninjas from all forces suddenly took action, throwing kunao, shuriken, senbon, and even long-range attack ninjutsu at the location of the Uchiha team. For a while, the leaders of the rebel ninja and small ninja villages were all confused. They looked around and saw that without their orders, someone in the team actually took the initiative to attack the Uchiha team. Chapter 61 Get Out. In the heavy rain. The sound of breaking wind. The throwing ninja tools were sparse and sharp, falling towards the Uchiha team together with the rain. Dang dang dang! The Uchihas relied on their Sharingan to easily predict the landing point of the thrown ninja tools and dodge or block them with Tachi. What a risk! Nanoyo looked wary and relied on his intuition to easily avoid this one and stick it to his cheek. The slashing shuriken. Everyone knows that this round of throwing is just to kick off the battle. What are you waiting for? Let's take action together. These people will definitely die. Ninjas from all major forces saw that someone had taken action. As a certain ninja shouted, tens of thousands of people took out kunai and prepared to use throwing techniques together. Tens of thousands of ninjas used throwing techniques. It can definitely save the Uchihas. As soon as a group of ninjas took out their kunai, they were shocked to find that not far from them, 8,000 spear marks appeared in the pupils of people one after another. Damn it! Are you crazy? A rebel leader screamed in horror and pain. He looked at his subordinate who was following behind him, holding a kunai in his hand. A kunai pierced his waist, and blood spurted out. I'm sorry, sir, I can't control myself. As he spoke, the subordinate's pupils flashed with the 8,000 spear mark. He took out another kunai and stabbed the rebel leader in the buttocks. Ah! For a time, in the temporary team composed of 10,000 ninjas, wails and cries of pain could be heard one after another. The number of ninjas controlled by Yunya with all his strength was only about 500. Their spirit is not as strong as the root tissue. Therefore, Yunya can control it with ease. The positions of these controlled ninjas are very particular. They are basically located inside the team. After going crazy, they attack indiscriminately and can interfere with other ninjas' use of throwing techniques to the greatest extent. For a time, ninjas from all major forces gave up the use of throwing techniques and allocated part of their manpower to control or kill the controlled companions around them. A group of ninjas have experienced the oppressive feeling caused by Yunya's strange eye technique. They don't even know when they were hit by the eye technique. Near the woods, Yunya scanned the battlefield and analyzed the situation, and the answer was naturally when she looked at him. Entering a radius of 500 meters, anyone who looks at him will be marked by 8,000 spears in the air in an instant. The farther the distance, the longer it takes for the mark to be made in the air, and the easier it is to be noticed. If it weren't for his own mental strength not being enough and the amount of chakra he could refine, and if the two conditions were met, he should be able to control all 10,000 ninjas just by glancing at these rabble. Everyone, he definitely can't control everyone. We rush over together. As long as we kill Uchiha Yenyu, his pupil technique will be released. Be careful, never look directly into Uchiha Yenyu's eyes. Never look directly into his eyes. A ninja from the Shimura clan of Konoha roared, taking the lead in charging with the Shimura clan members around him in an angry mood. They should have enjoyed Konoha's best resources under Danzo's leadership, but Yenyu killed Danzo, which led to the inevitable decline of the Shimura clan. More than 10,000 people left behind the more than 500 people in the team who were being manipulated, and launched an attack on the edge of the forest. Under the heavy rain, black shadows flickered. The crowd surged like a wave towards the hillside where the Uchiha team was. It's come to this point. For the major forces, it is the best choice for some ninjas to crush them, and for some ninjas to use long-range escape techniques from behind. Hi! No Naiu's pupils dilated, he took 2 steps back, leaned against Yunyu, and exclaimed, "There are so many people." The crowd approached to about 10 meters. Nunoyu was horrified to discover that the black shadows that she thought were trees in the forest turned out to be enemy ninjas. After taking off his glasses, Nunoyu didn't recognize his relatives 5 meters away, and he couldn't tell the difference between people and trees 10 meters away. Izumi couldn't help but sweat for Nanu. The three Megatama Sharinon glared around, feeling powerless for a moment. There are simply too many enemies. On the contrary, Uchiha Mikoto breathed a long sigh of relief and clenched the kunao in her hand. As long as she tries her best, she will eventually fall under the siege of these enemies. When the time comes, she will no longer have to seek death. Mikoto glanced at Yunyu. If possible, she still hoped that this guy could represent Uchiha and survive. The ninjas in front were already coming like a tide, drawing out their tachi and kunao one after another, and charging towards the Uchiha team. The ninjas at the rear formed seals with their hands in a tacit understanding, using their best long-range attack escape technique. Wind escape big breakthrough. Fire release, the art of fireball. Water escape, water chaos. Under the heavy rain, various chakra elements were released, erupting into terrifying shock waves. The wind release, carrying the fire release, ignored the torrential rain, the scorching heat intertwined with the wind blades, and the impact of the water flow, blasting towards the location of the Uchiha team from all directions. The Uchiha glanced to the right with their peripheral vision. The raging fire illuminated the dark forest, and the fire escapes used by thousands of people merged to form a sea of fire, with sharp wind escapes in it. On the left, thousands of people were performing water escape. The water flow was rushing like a mudslide. The earth trembled. Changes in heaven and earth. Between the various escape techniques, the enemy ninjas had already arrived around the hillside, blocking all the retreat routes for the Uchiha team. All around except trees. The Uchiha team has no other cover. Even if they all have 3 Megatama, it will be of no avail when facing such a large-scale ninjutsu. Some Uchiha looked up at the cliff, while others looked at Kimimaro, who was as close to the enemy as they were. They didn't understand why Orochimaru, who had arrived at the battlefield long ago, didn't take action. When the Uchiha looked back, everyone was shocked to find that Yunyu's expression remained as usual, and the black knife in his hand had not been touched. The Uchiha were immediately relieved, they abandoned the childish idea of relying on outsiders. The cliff of the Valley of Sanctions. Record it, the range of Yunyu's control-type pupil technique is about 500 to 600 meters. Hinata Hayashi narrowed his eyes and told the branch family members around him that in addition to supervising the battle, he was also responsible for collecting information about Yunyu. Yunyu used pupil techniques to interfere with the unified throwing techniques of tens of thousands of ninjas, which could effectively solve the first wave of attacks. But how could Yunyu resolve the second wave of attacks with the fusion of multiple escape techniques and the sudden attack of ninjas? Another cliff. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, with solemn faces, were also thinking about how Yunyu should break the situation. Even if Yunyu could survive such a dense attack, the Uchiha around him would probably all die in this wave of attacks. Orochimaru focused on the battlefield. If Yunyu could not contain the front, Orochimaru would naturally abandon this ally, and all previous plans would be invalidated. The plan to collapse Konoha would be carried out by him alone. 10,000 ninjas, even if they were small fry, would perform ninjutsu and launch surprise attacks together, which would pose a great threat to the shadows of the major ninja villages. For example, the third-generation Raikage fought hard for 3 days and 3 nights under the siege of 10,000 rock ninjas, and died of exhaustion. Boom! A thick lightning flashed across the sky. The flash of daylight illuminated Yunyu's handsome and flawless face, his proud figure, and the straight and sharp black knife in his hand. Yunyu moved. He inserted the black knife into the ground, and the red light of the kaleidoscope flashed. At this moment, the ninjas who were marked by him fell one after another. The majestic chakra gathered around him, passed through his body, and was transformed into earth attribute chakra and water attribute chakra, and injected into the ground. The surrounding ninjas, long-range attack escape techniques, have already attacked. The Uchiha, Nono, and Kimimaro, who had just repelled the first batch of ninjas and had their chakras drained, stood up with difficulty, their faces showing despair. What's going on? How could this feeling of fatigue occur at the critical moment? Uchiha Nanfan said in horror. Everyone was thoughtful, thinking of the weakness of all members of the Tsuchigumo clan's foreign merchant team, and everyone looked at Yunyu at the same time. Crack! The ground suddenly shook violently, and the only remaining shelter trees around the Uchiha grew wildly at this moment. The branches twisted into vines, which quickly entangled uncontrollably, forming a small tree boundary wall with a diameter of 10 meters, and constantly entangled to strengthen the outer defense, covering the Uchiha team. The Uchiha's eyes trembled, watching the trees cover the last ray of light, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Boom! For a moment, all escape techniques bombarded the wood escape, the air vibrated, and the explosion sounded continuously, but it could not shake the tree boundary wall at all. Wood release. Hinata Hayashi gritted his teeth and quickly asked the tribesmen around him to record Yunyu's ability. The three ninjas and Shizune on the other side of the cliff were also shocked by Yunyu's mastery of wood release. Interesting. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips excitedly. He became more and more curious about Yunyu. Jiraiya frowned secretly and looked at Orochimaru. The smoke dissipated. The heavy rain continued. The intersection of the Valley of Sanction and the primeval forest. The 1,000 ninjas who rushed into the Uchiha team within 500 meters launched another attack on the elliptical tree boundary wall that appeared in front of them. At this moment, the more than 1,000 ninjas were surprised to find that their feet were suddenly entangled or touched by thin vines. Everyone didn't take it seriously and broke free from the vines that had no power, but the next moment, their pupils all showed the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope imprint. Everyone was puzzled. Clearly, they had never looked at Yunyu. Crack! The tree wall faded away, revealing Yunyu's face. He glanced indifferently at the 1,000 ninjas standing in place, looking terrified and being controlled. In addition to being able to mark the enemy through eye contact, the 8,000 spears can also mark the enemy through touch. Even if these ninjas did not look directly at Yunyu, he deliberately let these ninjas get close to him and used the second method of wood escape to mark them with the 8,000 spears. In this way, Yunyu had the original capital to use the 8,000 spears to control all the remaining cannon fodder nearby. Interesting. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Wan Shi's green vertical pupils flashed with excitement. It could no longer hold back its temper and crawled along the cliff towards the front battlefield. This Uchiha Yunyu was obviously a guy worthy of its help. The earth trembled. The ninjas saw that the trees in the forest near the cliff were crushed by the giant, and everyone was terrified. Soon, the huge snake used its slender body to surround a large number of ninjas on the periphery. It ignored the ninjas around it, raised its head, spit out its snake tongue, looked down at Yunyu with its snake eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Orochimaru asked me to tell you. The main force of the ninjas guarding the northwest border of the Land of Fire in Konoha is coming here. There is not much time left for you to clean up the small fish. How about this? Eat 100 small fish, and I will join hands with you to deal with them." Yunyu looked up, ignored the snakes in front of him, and said a word lightly, "Get out." You. The snake was about to get angry, and it was surprised to find that it could not move suddenly. Then, the green snake eyes trembled slightly, the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope blade-shaped engraving emerges. P.S. Today I have a lot of things to do, so I am a little slow, sorry, I will give you a kowtow. To lay the groundwork for the later strategy of Tsunade, the first chapter today. This big plot has a long battle, I will try to shorten the battle. I will also fight Jiraiya later. Please forgive me, readers. After finishing this plot, the defection is over, and then we will start to gather strength and deal with Konoha. The protagonist is not Uchiha Hikaru, so he can't fully develop the 8,000 spears, and his use is a little limited, but there will be a way to improve his mental strength immediately. The self-proclaimed this uncle is also the way Man Snake in the original work calls himself. Today I will send you nearly 6,000 words. Chapter 62 Offense and Defense Change Type. Where did you get the chakra to control me? The green pupils of Wan Shi were filled with confusion, and he spoke with difficulty. Under the influence of the Yintun chakra of the 8,000 spears, his mind gradually became rigid. It tried its best to twist its huge body, but it was like an old snake in hibernation, until the snake body that could destroy mountains and stir seas could no longer move. The moment when it looked at Yunyu, Wan Shi felt like falling into an ice cellar. It was hard to accept that as the king of the Longdi Cave spiritual snake, it would be controlled by a human like this, and anger and humiliation filled its heart. Damn Uchiha! Wan Shi opened its bloody mouth angrily, its tongue danced wildly, and its fangs were sharp. Buzz! Red light flashed, spreading like a beam of light. Inside Wan Shi's green snake pupils, the knife-like 8,000 spears continuously released Yintun chakra, completely controlling it, and it could no longer speak its mind. Yin Yu's eyes moved from the body of Wan Snake to the cliff, glanced at the figure of Orochimaru standing on the edge, turned around and told the Uchiha beside him, "Eat some Bingliang pills and rest here." Hearing this, the Uchiha, Nono and Kimimaro stared at Yin Yu's back in amazement, and then began to eat Bingliang pills as instructed. Everyone looked around. They found that the ninjas who had attacked them before now had red pupils flashing, standing sluggishly in the wood escape forest after the crazy growth. "I seem to understand." Nono's lips moved, his eyes covered with a layer of mist trembled slightly, and he looked forward in a daze. She guessed that Yin Yu was likely to use their chakra to resist this wave of attacks. To reverse the desperate situation. His pupil technique was too terrible. The edge of the woods. Yunyu took off his hood, revealing his face, letting the icy rain wash over him. He picked up his black knife, stepped over the remaining vines of the wood release, and walked towards the remaining large group of ninjas at the bottom of the hill. The pupils of the controlled ninjas around him trembled redly. They could only watch Yunyu pass by and walk towards others. "It's over, it's all over. No one will come to save them." All kinds of emotions surged in the hearts of these ninjas. Yunyu's eyes were calm, one man and one knife, facing the heavy rain. Every step down the hillside, the ninja troops would retreat a few steps. On the right side of the path, there was a huge snake like a mountain range. Yunyu ignored it. Usually, even if Yunyu drained the chakra of the Uchiha around him, he couldn't control the summoning beast of the level of the snake in an instant. Manshi, Buntat and Huslip are the three most powerful summoned beasts in the three holy places of the ninja world. Their mental strength and chakra volume are second only to the tailed beasts, but they are higher than ordinary summoned beasts. At this moment, Yunyu controlled more than 1,500 ninjas, drained their chakra, and used a part of it to mark Manshi. So far, these more than 1,500 ninjas and Manshi have become the mobile chakra energy source of Yunyu. At the same time, the Valley of Sanction. On the edge of the cliff, Tsunade and Jiraiya noticed the abnormality of Manshi, and sensed that Yunyu had glanced at this place before. The two looked at Orochimaru beside them. Manshi is the summoned beast that Orochimaru is famous for. He was controlled by someone. Can Orochimaru really keep his composure? This guy has always been unruly. It's good that someone can teach him a lesson. Orochimaru said indifferently. He didn't care about it. Jiraiya and Tsunade retracted their gazes and continued to watch the battlefield. They were shocked that Yunyu could control the snakes so easily. They were also surprised by Orochimaru's attitude towards Yunyu. Uchiha Yunyu is very difficult. Jiraiya made an assessment in his heart. Tsunade felt annoyed and depressed. Konoha's high-level officials created such an enemy by themselves because of their improper handling of the Uchiha clan's problems. Originally, he belonged to Konoha, and this power also belonged to Konoha. On the other side of the cliff. Quickly remember, record. Uchiha Yunyu's Mangekyo Sharinan has, the ability to absorb chakra. Also, convey the order immediately, let Konoha's ninjas and the reinforcements of the Sand Village shrink their defenses and deploy defenses. We are ready to retreat. Hyaga Hayashi's white eyes suddenly shrank, and his vicissitudes of life were covered with a layer of frost at this moment, and he issued orders continuously. The death of Danzo. The information Yen Yu left for Konoha was that only the Mangekyo-I technique could control the ninja's mind, and no one knew that it could also absorb the ninja's chakra. But now, Hayashi's face was ashen, he clenched his teeth, and subconsciously clenched his fists. Clenching his fists, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Even regret the ending. Yes, yes. The Hyaga branch ninja who was responsible for recording the information had a frightened expression on his face, his right hand holding the pen was shaking violently, and he hesitated in response. Next to him stood a tribesman holding an umbrella to protect him from the rain, while the others also opened their eyes and looked directly at the battlefield. The picture in front of you. It made all Hyaga ninjas feel frightened. In front of the Valley of Sanctions. In the black and white vision of Hinata, Hayashi and other Hyaga ninjas, the bodies of mountains of snakes were burning with blue chakra flames. The eye sockets of the ninjas controlled by the 8,000 spears were also burning with dots of chakra flames. Between heaven and earth. These burning blue chakra flames now converged into thin lines connected to Uchiha drinking the moon. Provide him with chakra continuously. If only this is the case. Hyaga Hizu and other Hyaga family ninjas may not feel so fearful. The most terrifying thing is, using drinking moon as a medium, these chakras were transformed through the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope, transmitted through vision, and turned into countless small chakra lines, connecting the remaining ninjas who were not controlled. Due to the sufficient amount of chakra, the range of Yen Yu's 8,000 spears continued to expand exponentially, exceeding the range of 500 meters in an instant. Just a moment. Yunyu just glanced at the remaining ninjas and controlled nearly 5,000 ninjas through this method of increasing chakra. The nearby Sunin didn't know the horror yet, but the Hyaga clan ninjas with Byakugan already felt a sense of despair facing the monster when they saw this scene that subverted their three views. The majestic and powerful chakra that gathered together, like the rolling ocean, seemed to be able to turn their bodies into dust as long as it was vented. It's too late, Patriarch. A ninja from the Hyaga branch had a frightened look on his face. He left and returned. After running back, he half knelt in front of Hizu, shouting urgently. He originally went to issue the defense order for the Japanese foot, but before he came down from the mountain, Byakugan saw the scene that the Hyaga ninjas had just seen. Let's go. Rizu made a prompt decision and issued a retreat order. Yes. The ninjas from the Hyaga branch gathered around the clan leader. They never expected. Easy to attack and defend. So quickly. They mobilized more than 10,000 ninjas here, although the quality varied. But even if more than 10,000 ninjas stood there to be killed, they would not be solved so quickly. Rizu's brows were almost squeezed together. Yen Yu's Mangekyo Sharinan can absorb chakra, which means that the battlefield is almost his personal home field. The more people there are, the more beneficial it is to him. We must send this information back. Rizu gritted his teeth, quickened his pace, and retreated down the cliff. He was not so panicked, because he knew that someone would cover their retreat. The Valley of Sanctions. Beside 10,000 snakes. Yen Yu looked at the direction where the Hyaga clan was escaping, her Mangekyo Sharinan trembled slightly, and she said coldly, "Since you're here, let's stay here forever." Chapter 63 Mikoto, Stop it Attaque. The other side of the cliff. Tsunade looked at the evacuating Hyaga clan ninjas on the cliff opposite and glanced at Orochimaru. She curiously joked. "Aren't you going to chase them?" Jiraiya was also curious about this. He and Tsunade had the same idea. Since Orochimaru cooperated with Yunyu, this guy would most likely be responsible for dealing with Konoha ninjas outside the frontal battlefield. At this time, Hinata and Hizu led the team to evacuate, but Orochimaru remained unmoved, which confused them both. Well. There was a hint of determination in Jiraiya's eyes, and he sighed inwardly, secretly making up his mind that he could ignore the cannon fodder below the cliff. Yunya took action against the leader of the Hyuga clan, and he could not stand idly by. The Hyuga clan is the core force of Konoha. Jiraiya couldn't help but watch Hizu die in such a meaningless battle. If Orochimaru blocks Nizu's retreat, Jiraiya will also choose to deal with Orochimaru. At this moment, even Shizune looked at Orochimaru with curious eyes. He he he. Orochimaru chuckled, then glanced at his old friend beside him, and said slowly, "That's also Yen-yu-kun's business, I have more important things to do." Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune frowned, wondering what Orochimaru was planning. Call. Jiraiya was relieved, because he didn't have to face Orochimaru, but he suddenly felt a headache, because it meant that he might have to face Yen-yu. Frontal battlefield. With the help of the 8,000 spears, Yunya borrowed the chakra of other ninjas and implanted the 8,000 spears engraved on the bodies of 10,000 ninjas only through vision transmission. After doing this, Yunya's eyes were sore and painful, and the stinging pain came in waves. His own chakra had long been exhausted in the first wave of manipulation. Marking tens of thousands of ninjas, even if the chakra is sufficient, frequent use of the Manjikyo-I technique is a huge burden on the eyes. Fortunately, he has painkillers. Yen-yu turned her wrist and took out a bottle of green medicine from the storage space. With a soft sound of pop, she opened the cork and drank it. The cold feeling slides down the throat and enters the body. The medicinal effect evaporates. The soreness and fatigue in the eyes disappeared instantly. His physical condition. Mental state. Return to peak. The strength has also been slightly enhanced. The 8,000 spear is far stronger than Yen-yu thought. The more ninjas it faces, the stronger it will be, provided that the body can withstand the negative feedback from excessive use of the kaleidoscope-I technique. Suppose that the 8,000 spears seal could be planted on everyone in the ninja world, and their physical strength could keep up, Yen-yu thought, then he would stand tall in the sky. Collect your thoughts. Yunya plans to keep all the ninjas sent by the Hyuga family in the Valley of Sanctions, and it is useless for anyone to stop them. Just then, Yen-yu noticed that the Uchiha who were connected through the 8,000 spears were extremely mentally unstable at the moment. Their emotions were angry and restless, as if they were instantly ignited by something. Looking back, Yunyu's eyes lit up. Just now, he was thinking about who would stop him from taking action against the Hyuga clan. At this moment, someone took the initiative to show up. In front of the chaotic tree boundary created by Mu-dun, Uchiha Itaka looked cold as he stepped over the vines and appeared behind the weak Uchiha team. The cold rain fell on his face and slid down the tear trough. He wore a Konoha forehead protector and grey-white umbu armor, as if he had retained the Konoha umbu look from the night of the genocide. Uchiha Itake. The Uchihas who were supporting each other with their companions had their pupils widened and their faces ferocious. They stood up from the ground weakly, held the sword tightly in their hands, and roared angrily. Itake! Uchiha Izumi raised his hand to cover his chest that was in severe pain, and stared at the person coming behind the trees. Mikato's pupils trembled violently, she bit her lips tightly, pressed the puddles of soil with her hands, and struggled to get up from the ground. After escaping, the scene she least expected to see finally appeared in this way. Mikato's eyes were red, tears mixed with the rain. The days of running away with these kindred people made her realize how outrageous Fugaku and Itaka's decision was. The Uchiha clan is not all those who want to rebel. There are people who are kind-hearted, and there are also people who just want to live. These people who have never thought of treason should not let one or two people with authority and force arbitrarily decide their life and death before they have made any substantial mistakes. Uchiha Itake. Kimimaro held a huge tree next to him with one hand, stood up, and looked at the guy dressed as Konoha Umbu who walked to the edge of the forest. He smelled a hint of crisis. Kimimaro had seen this person's information in the intelligence collected by his master. Nanoyu squinted her eyes and stretched her neck forward as much as possible. In her field of vision, at the edge of the forest, there was a black shadow like a wooden stake approaching. She doesn't understand. After all, none of the Uchiha companions around him or the thousands of ninjas facing him were so angry before. Itaka's cold eyes swept across the Uchiha team, and his gaze paused for a moment on Izumi and Mikoto, then walked through the forest and looked at Yunyu, who was slowly returning towards the hillside with a black knife in hand. The two are far apart, looking at each other calmly. Kang! Itaka's dark eyes suddenly turned around the kaleidoscope patterns of the three intersecting blades. Then, he pulled out the sword from his back, and the cold light shone in the heavy rain. This was Itaka's backup plan after he discovered that Yunyu and his people had defected after the night of the genocide. He is not the real body, but the shadow clone. It's a pity that I couldn't catch up with Yunyu and others before arriving here. Fortunately, his appearance now can buy some time for the Hyuga clan to retreat. Stop it! Itake! Uchiha Mikoto staggered to the front of the extremely angry Uchiha team and begged to speak. Her eyes showed sadness, holding a kunao in her hand, and stopped in front of all the Uchiha. Give up, Madam Patriarch, if he could stop, the tragedy would not happen. Uchiha Nanfan sighed. Izumi stared at Itake, and she also wanted to know whether Itake would take action when faced with her, his mother, and these clan members who had escaped from Konoha. This time, she didn't dare to choose the answer she felt she had in mind, and chose to wait and see quietly. In the team, Tamayo huddled behind everyone, his baby face looked weak, and he said nothing, but he held a kunao tightly in his hand, and his black eyes stared directly at Itake's lower body. Some people in the Uchiha team felt that this was not in line with Tamao's style. After all, when he saw Itake, he should be the first to curse. Captain Tamao! Shhh! Tamao signaled the tribesmen who were calling him to be silent, and he said cautiously, "You will definitely be killed by this beast later. Big brother can't come back now. Rest assured. I will take advantage of Itake to chop you, and give him a kunao on his crotch from the front, and I will treat it as revenge for everyone." This Uchiha tribesman's angry mood could not be sustained for a while. On such a serious occasion, how could you have come up with such an unreliable plan? The edge of the woods. Itake squinted at Mikoto, a complex look flashed across his eyes, and after a long sigh, he spoke in a deep voice. "Mother, you shouldn't be alive." With that said, Itake picked up his sword and walked step by step towards the tribesmen rescued by Mikan and Yunyu. Now each of these tribesmen is weaker than the last. Itake chose this moment to take action because Yunyu left their side and the clan members were powerless. Itake! Mikoto's beauty turned pale, she pointed the tip of the kunao at her abdomen, looked at her eldest son faintly, and begged. "Itake, we are all wrong, stop, I can die, but please let them go." All the Uchiha looked at this person walking with strange eyes, and they looked at him coldly. The faint patriarch's wife felt sad for a moment. Itake stopped and looked directly at Mikoto coldly, as if looking directly at a stranger, waiting for her to make a decision. No matter whether Mikoto commits suicide or not. He never thought of letting go of any of his kin, whether it was Izumi or other Uchihas. According to the original plan, none of them deserved to be alive. Uchiha Yunyu thought that by capturing Izumi and controlling his mother, he could force him to let go of the Uchiha defecting team. Itake felt that Yunyu had underestimated his ability. On the hillside, Yunyu walked towards the wild forest area created by Mu Dun, and a prompt suddenly popped up in her mind. Side mission, assistance. Options. 1. Prevent Uchiha Mikoto from committing suicide. Reward, powder medicine. Dash. P.S. Regarding Jiraiya, I have read all your opinions. Thank you for your advice. This plot will deal with him. About Uchiha Hikaru, he knows how to dig, and he will dig when he returns to Konoha later to cause trouble. Regarding Itake, all you readers must have read more Naruto fanfics than me. Please help me brainstorm his ending. My brother is mainly stuck in this difficulty now. This Itake handled it too quickly, and maybe the plot is not exciting enough. The processing is slow, and some readers may find it annoying. I initially thought about dealing with him when I want to take revenge on Konoha, but the most important thing is that everyone is happy. I hope you can give me some reference opinions. Let's listen. You still have to listen to the correct opinions, synthesize them, and then sort out the subsequent plot development. As for the female characters, I'll keep them for now and slowly push them to the shelves. Read the fanfic. Readers who enjoy it will be the first priority. Finally, please give me a recommendation vote. Thank you to the reader, Grandpa, for reading. Chapter 64 The Wife Who Died in Society. Black clouds are rolling in. The heavy rain is like a pillar. Strong winds passed through the Valley of Sanctions, and the trees outside the valley fell. The air was filled with the smell of soil mixed with rain. Powder medicine, 8. Yunya pondered, then glanced at the list of side tasks that popped up in her mind, and sighed, although the unreliable task is late, it has arrived. However, the task of green medicine is linked to treatment, so you can guess that it is most likely a treatment drug. Powder medicine. Whether it is from the name of the drug or the content of the assistance mission, it is impossible to guess its effect. However, Yunya still has certain expectations for it. After all, the things given in the mission have certain miraculous effects, and the ninja tool bag given in the previous side mission also has strange effects. The cliff of the Valley of Sanctions. Has the situation changed? Tsunade looked towards the woods on the hillside, and vaguely saw that ever since that small figure appeared at the edge of the woods, it had caused chaos in the Uchiha team, and Yen-Yu turned back. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, no matter who it is, as long as it can delay Hinata Hinashi's time, that will be enough. The person here is Uchiha Itachi. You may not know that on the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he teamed up with a mysterious person to brutally massacre the Uchiha civilians and ninjas with his own hands. Orochimaru said lightly, his golden vertical pupils surrounded by purple eyeshadow squinting at the two of them, observing the changes in their expressions with great interest. He would be happy to share the truth about the night of genocide with two old friends and see their reactions. Tsunade and Jiraiya's pupils trembled and they looked at Orochimaru with surprise on their faces. The murderer who destroyed the Uchiha clan was actually Itachi Uchiha? This news is inconsistent with the information they obtained through the intelligence network. Tsunade's phoenix eyes gradually turned cold and she asked. Isn't it the Uchiha that Yen-Yu joined forces with outsiders to destroy? Jiraiya frowned and added, but after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Yayo did control 9 Uchiha and Uchiha Mikoto, and used them as hostages to deal with Itachi. No. Orochimaru interrupted Jiraiya with a smile. The corners of his mouth turned up, he was very satisfied with the reactions of these two guys, and patiently explained. You misunderstood Mr. Yen-Yu. Looking carefully, those Uchiha, including Uchiha Mikoto, showed no signs of being manipulated from the beginning. They voluntarily defected with Lord Yen-Yu. Also, Tsunade, Jiraiya, the information you two collected about the genocide of the Uchiha clan is Konoha's attempt to force girls to be demoted. The truth is far more exciting than you think. After saying that, Orochimaru stopped talking and quietly waited for an opportunity. Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions gradually became solemn and they fell into deep thought. Obviously, Itachi, as the Umbu member who was closest to the Hokage and Konoha's top brass, had a greater chance of carrying out the genocide with the tacit approval of Konoha's top brass. And Itachi is now portrayed by Konoha as a hero who prevents Uchiha from genocide. Tsunade was extremely frightened when she thought about this. Jiraiya's posture was stiff, his head lowered in thought. He didn't believe what Orochimaru said. Hillside. After passing through the forest area previously controlled by Mu-Dun, the trees mutated and lost their original appearance. The trunk of the tree twisted, the crown of the tree bared its fangs and claws, and the tree beards turned into vines, spreading all over the ground like a swarm of snakes. The entire tree world is like a jungle tree spirit that quickly dies after being reactivated. Wood border. Itaka looked directly at his mother who wanted to commit suicide, and used his peripheral vision to focus on where Yenyu was at this time. Promise me, Itaka, in addition to taking good care of Suzuki, please let these people go. This is the last thing I want you to promise me to do. Mikato's heart was ashen. She closed her eyes, without any hesitation. The kunao in her hand was right. Pierce the abdomen. Swish! The kunao fell. Along the way, Mikato was looking for the right opportunity to die for these tribesmen in order to atone for her sins. Now that she finally had this opportunity, Mikan thought that she would be freed from this hell on earth immediately, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up slightly, and she died generously. Itaki also slowly closed his eyes. Madam! The Uchiha's pupils widened as they looked at Mikato, who was willing to die in exchange for Itaka to stop. Nanfan thought of the importance that Yunyu attached to Mikan. He wanted to stop it, but he was too weak to move. Tamas Yang on the side was also anxious. They didn't expect it. Mikato would be so strong. Uchiha Izumi took a breath, staggered to his feet, dragged his tired body and walked towards Mikato. Even Nanoyu admired Mikato's actions. When the nearby ninjas who were being manipulated saw this scene, they didn't know what was going on. As long as this man who suddenly appeared could delay Yenyu from taking action against them, that was enough. Seeing no movement around, Itaka slowly opened his eyes, ignored his mother who was kneeling in the mud, and walked towards the Uchihas with his knife in hand. Obviously, even if Mikato died, Itaki had no intention of letting go of the Uchiha who were currently weak. Asshole! An Uchiha held the sword tightly and glared at Itaki who was still walking towards them. Uchiha Izumi came to Mikato, knelt down and sat next to Mikato, closed her eyes. She had already got the answer. Even if the Uchiha clan is wiped out and the defecting team has fled Konoha, the man in front of him will still kill every remaining Uchiha in the ninja world for Konoha. No. According to what Mikato said, he wanted to kill the entire clan, leaving only him and his brother. Is this man's righteousness? And Mikato's death? Let all the Uchiha see Itaka's face clearly. Feel sorry. Itaki was only 5 meters away from the Uchihas. When he came to Izumi and Mikato, he suddenly froze on the spot. Previously, in full view of everyone, Mikato held her kunao high and stabbed it in the abdomen. But now half a minute has passed, and she doesn't show signs of pain, nor does she show any signs of bleeding or falling to the ground. Uchiha Mikato's eyebrows slowly relaxed, no pain came from her abdomen, and she gradually woke up from the tragic mood. She looked surprised and clenched her hands that were holding the kunao. There was no feeling in her hands. Mikato slowly opened her eyes, looked down at her belly, and was shocked to find that the kunao Yunyu had given her before, was gone. Why did it disappear quietly? Izumi also noticed Mikato's strange movement, looked over, and saw that Mikato had nothing in her hand, which made her also confused. This. Mikato was completely stunned and at a loss as she knelt down in the mud. Letting the rain wash away her knees and thighs, she couldn't figure out how the kunao disappeared. After the manipulated ninjas around saw the woman commit suicide, questions appeared in their minds one by one. This is death after all. Still not dead? All the Uchiha were also stunned on the spot. Could it be that the patriarch's wife didn't want the atmosphere to be heavy, so she deliberately staged a fake suicide to liven up the atmosphere? Tamao's eyes rolled, he raised his hand to touch his chin, pretending to be thoughtful. All Uchiha. Mikato panicked, looked around, and finally looked back, with a cold face filled with anger, looking back at Yunyu who had just walked to the edge of the forest. How embarrassing! Nanoyu's toes clicked on the soles of the shoes. When she looked at Mikato, who had been brewing her emotions for so long and chose to commit suicide in front of everyone, but did not die, she felt that this scene seemed familiar. Itaka showed murderous intent in his eyes, intending to quickly deal with the Uchiha in front of him. He was also surprised and puzzled by Mikato's funny scene. For a moment, Itaka thought of the shock he felt when his mother was struck by Yenyu's kaleidoscope eye technique and escaped from the clan. No matter what just happened, it must be Yenyu's trick. On the hillside, at the edge of the forest, Yunya took the kunao back into the ninja bag and prevented Mikoto from committing suicide, but what puzzled him was that this did not complete the task. Chapter 65 Death. It can be seen that simply preventing Mikoto from committing suicide cannot complete this task. Yenyu thought for a moment. There is an answer. He may have to provide Mikoto with mental assistance, help her get rid of the idea of suicide, and make Mikoto no longer have suicidal thoughts in the future, in order to receive the reward. It's not that difficult. Yunya thought of the corresponding method. He suddenly stopped and stood there, silently watching Itaki, who was about to take action against Izumi and Mikoto. In the middle of the woods, Itaki was puzzled by Yunya, who stopped, but he did not hesitate and raised the butcher knife in his hand. But the next moment, Itaki smelled a hint of danger, and a pale figure suddenly flashed behind him. Itaki's pupils shrank suddenly, with a look of surprise on his face. He quickly put the knife away and rolled to the right to dodge. The situation exceeded his expectation. Bang! A spear turned into white bones suddenly appeared, blasting a tree near Itaki's previous location, sending sawdust flying everywhere. I want to see what the genius of the Uchiha clan, whom Orochimaru-sama is concerned about, is capable of. The young Kimimaro had a stern look on his face. He missed a single blow and his chest was sharp. The bones protruded out, and the whole person turned into a skeleton man and rushed towards Itaki. Just now, Kimimaro, who had been silent all this time, suddenly realized that his chakra had recovered instantly. In addition, the amount of chakra flowing in his chakra meridians is twice as much as usual. Although Kimimaro didn't know what happened, he would never sit still and wait for death, as he had the violent bloodline of the Kagaya clan. Itaka looked directly at Kimimaro, who was rushing towards him, holding the sword in both hands, and quickly slashed towards the opponent. The sword flashed. Using offense as defense, Itaka's Tachi struck Kimimiro's bone spear that was stabbed hard. The two collided, flashing with sporadic firelight and making a sharp and harsh sound of metal collision. Resisting Kimimiro's straight thrust, Itaka turned his face and watched helplessly as a sharp white bone protruded from Kimimiro's chest and scratched his cheek. Kimimaro squinted at Itaka's body, pressed down heavily on his right arm that turned into a bone spear, suppressed Itaka tightly, and slammed into the opponent with brute force. Itaka quickly retreated. Bang! Itaka gritted his teeth, and his back hit a twisted tree hard, causing severe pain in his chest and causing countless raindrops to fall. Kimimaro didn't dare to look directly at the opponent's kaleidoscope, and stared at Itaka's chest. Through wrestling, he noticed something strange and understood something. Understand the reason why the opponent does not use pupil and ninjutsu. Kimimaro suddenly felt disappointed. At this time, the Uchiha were also shocked to realize that the chakra in their bodies was suddenly full, and their physical strength and spirit were restored as before. Beast! Tamasyong roared angrily, threw the kunao in his hand towards Itaki, then drew out his sword from behind and prepared to pounce on Itaki with the reacting tribesmen around him. The sound of footsteps tapping the ground sounded. All the Uchiha were shocked to find out. In front of them, a figure as graceful as a flying swallow flashed past. It was Izumi Uchiha, who opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Swish! In the heavy rain, Izumi's face was as cold as frost and expressionless, his 3 Megatamas were filled with murderous intent, and his black robes were stirring. He took the lead, faster than Kunao, and was behind Kimimaro in an instant. She and the remaining clan members escaped from Konoha, finally seeing through Konoha and seeing hope. In the future, the new Uchiha will be led by Yunya and recast by them. She will never allow Uchiha Itaka to trample on this newly sprouted hope. After recovering her chakra, Izumi was not manipulated. At this moment, she carried out what she wanted to do most in her heart. Die! Izumi looked directly at Itaka coldly, filled with anger, and the sword in his hand pierced Itachi's chest and pierced Itachi's heart. Bang! Itachi's pupils widened and he looked straight at Quan, with a hint of shock in his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and turned into smoke. Uchiha Mikoto fainted at some point and lay unconscious in the cold rain. Only then did the Uchiha people realize that Uchiha Itachi had only a shadow clone this time. When they looked back, however, it was discovered that Yunya was teleporting towards the cliff of the Valley of Sanctions at full speed, with more than 10,000 ninjas under his control and Wu Yangyang following him. For a moment, it was as if thousands of troops were charging behind Yayu. Behind the army was a huge purple snake. The drinking moon turned into an afterimage, crossing the plain and jumping up the cliff, its figure like the wind. He is not worried about chakra at the moment. Previously, Yunya stopped and did not choose to attack Weasel in person, because he realized that the other person was only a shadow clone, not himself. The Uchiha and Kimimaro were able to recover chakra instantly because one of the abilities of the 8,000 spears used by Yenyu was chakra transmission. In addition to absorbing the chakra of the engraved ninja, the 8,000 spear can also inject the absorbed chakra into one's own body or the body of others. As for Yayu not inputting chakra to the Uchihas at the beginning, he also wanted them to see Itachi's choice clearly. If the Uchiha were not in a weak state, Itachi's shadow clone might not appear. The direction of the woods. Follow the captain. Uchiha Nanfan was the first to react, signaling Nanoyu to carry Mikoto who had fainted, and organized the team to follow Yunyu in an orderly manner. The cliff of the Valley of Sanctions. The Sunin watched Yenyu coming from the front with a crowd, and Jiraiya guessed Yenyu's purpose. This guy still has no intention of letting go of the retreating Hyuga clan ninja team. Also, Yenyu should plan to control the more than 10,000 ninjas that Konoha originally used to deal with him, and in turn deal with Hinata Hisashi, who is responsible for commanding and supervising the battle on Konoha's side this time. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and looked solemn. He knew that if Rizu wanted to successfully evacuate, Itachi would definitely be unreliable. Only if he summoned Buntat, could he have any hope of saving Sunza from the hands of more than 10,000 ninjas and Yenyu. Just when Jiraiya was thinking about taking action, he was shocked to find that Orochimaru beside Tsunade had already left the place. Orochimaru. Jiraiya glanced around, with a stunned expression, frozen on the spot, looking straight in the direction where Orochimaru disappeared. Tsunade was doing two things at the moment, looking at the crowds of people coming in front of the Valley of Sanctions, and looking at Orochimaru who suddenly left. Shizune has not yet recovered from the reversal of the situation. Rumble. The ground shook. After leaving, Orochimaru landed on the ground. He formed seals with his hands and slapped them on the ground. The spirit summoned 3 giant brown snakes. He stood on the big snake head in the middle, with his hands around his chest, and headed towards the southeast where Konoha was. 3 giant snakes swept through the forest with great momentum. To ordinary people, they were extremely terrifying beasts. Even ordinary jonin would be frightened when seeing this scene. It's finally here. Orochimaru's mouth corners curled up, and his eyes revealed expectation and excitement. According to the plan with Yunyu, Yunyu was responsible for slaughtering the elite troops sent by Konoha this time. As long as Yunyu kills the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he can complete the mission perfectly. He, Orochimaru, was responsible for stopping the guys who came over to cause trouble. At this moment, from the southeast direction, 2 figures quickly came towards the Valley of Sanction. Ta! 2 figures braved the wind and rain and jumped on the branches, causing the branches to tremble slightly. Suddenly, ahem! The man wearing Uchiha clan uniform stopped, spat out a mouthful of blood, bent down and held onto a tree, as if he had been hit hard from nowhere. He was Itachi himself who followed suit. Next to him is Obito. Wearing a mask, Obito turned around to look at Itachi who was in a special situation and asked in a deep voice. "What's wrong?" "It's okay, keep going." Itachi looked normal as he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. After the shadow clone's heart was pierced and the pain was healed, the memories that fed back to him caused his thoughts to surge, his blood to flow backwards, and his original body to experience phantom pain in its chest. What surprised him was that the person who defeated his shadow clone was the decisive Quan. Boom boom! The earth and trees trembled. Obito looked up at the three giant snakes that were coming towards him and crushing the large forest in front of him, and said disdainfully, "It seems that someone doesn't want us to go over. P.S. Sorry, the update is a bit slow today. There are a lot of things to do during the Chinese New Year." The author carefully read everyone's suggestions on how to deal with Itake. The subsequent treatment of Itake will definitely be similar to everyone's suggestions. Thank you all for your valuable suggestions. If the first order exceeds 2000, this year is over. Sitting in front of the computer typing all day long. Finally, please vote for recommendation. Chapter 66 Orochimaru, Itake, give me your body. Crash! The rainstorm suddenly stopped, the sound of rain gradually weakened, and dark shadows covered the area, blocking out the light. Obito and Itake slowly raised their heads. I saw three huge snake heads hanging above the two people's heads, with narrow and long snake pupils showing ferocious light. Hiss! The snake's tongue danced wildly, like a twisted and sharp steel fork. They opened their bloody mouths, sticky saliva dripped down their sharp fangs, and they quickly lowered their heads, bursting out with speeds that did not match their huge bodies, biting two humans who were 100 times smaller than them. Orochimaru! Itake and Obito narrowed their eyes, opened the three Magatama Sharingan, stepped on the tree branches, turned into black shadows, and dodged to the left and right. Boom! Three huge snake heads swept across the surrounding forest, destroying the place where Itake and Obito were standing. Trees flew everywhere, soil splashed everywhere, and a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters was created. Swish! Itake and Obito appeared about 100 meters away from the three giant snakes, avoiding their attacks. The two of them had perfect understanding of each other, even without any discussion. After dodging, they only paused for a moment and then burst into full speed, turning into black shadows. The two men broke out from near the giant snake. Their goal is to drink the moon. It's not a fight with Orochimaru. Under the spiral single-eye mask, Obito glared at Orochimaru, who was standing on the snake head and wearing a fire cloud robe. Obito's face instantly became gloomy, and his blue robe rustled. He knew that Orochimaru had temporarily left the Akatsuki organization and was acting alone. However, Obito secretly assisted Itake in exterminating the clan, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru would secretly help Injitsu and his men to defect, and took away a large number of Sharingan that should have belonged to him. The existence of Yanyu has become a huge hidden danger for Obito. This is a dangerous factor that is beyond his control and will most likely affect his creation of the new world with Lin. If Obito had known in advance that Orochimaru was connected to Injitsu, he would definitely have persuaded Nagato to let Tendo Pain kill Orochimaru in the area controlled by Akatsuki. First focus on dealing with Yanyu. When this matter is over and Orochimaru returns to Akatsuki, we can then use the power of Akatsuki to kill him. Obito frowned and thought to himself that a Mangekyo appeared. He simply used Kamui to speed up his journey. The space twisted and his figure disappeared on the left side of the giant snake. The giant snake that was staring at Obito lost its target, and its eyes showed confusion and surprise. Orochimaru looked calm, but he didn't know that he had just been sentenced to death in someone's heart. He ignored the disappearing masked mysterious man, and his golden vertical pupils wrapped in purple eyeshadow stared coldly at Itake's chest, and said in a deep voice, "Hehe, Itake. In this world, only I can bring out the maximum potential of your body. The Uchiha clan has fallen to this state because of you. There is no point for you to live in the ninja world now. Why not give your body to me? As for the rose, where does it cover? Yunyuajun will take good care of her for you. As for your brother, I am also very interested in Suzuki. I will take good care of him for you." The snake head in the middle, Orochimaru, showed an evil smile and continued to let the giant snake under his feet attack Itake. He still didn't look directly at Itake's Mangekyo. Originally, Orochimaru treated Itake as an elder looking at a younger person. He didn't think Itake was his match. Can be used when formulating plans. Yenyu repeatedly told him not to look at Itake's Mangekyo Sharingan when fighting Itake. Only then did Orochimaru take Itake into consideration. In fact, Orochimaru had captured Kakashi's eyes before. If Kakashi had used the Sharingan to perform Genjutsu, Orochimaru might not have been able to succeed so smoothly. The three giant snakes pounced on Weasel again. Did you just say Sasuke? Itake's originally calm expression suddenly turned gloomy. He raised his head and stared at Orochimaru, who was standing on the giant snake head, not daring to look directly at him. Faced with three giant snakes, Itake stood on the branch this time and didn't dodge, or in other words, he didn't want to dodge at all. The space suddenly distorted. Obito appeared beside Itake out of thin air, pressed his right shoulder with one hand, and said coldly, "Walk." Before he finished speaking, Itake had a dark face and removed Obito's hand from his shoulder. "Give me 3 minutes." Under the mask, Obito didn't think much. He squinted at the giant snake that was attacking again. He couldn't defeat Itake, and then said indifferently, "Then get rid of Orochimaru first." Orochimaru dared to intervene in the Uchiha genocide. It has already made Obito very unhappy. Since Orochimaru insists on disrupting the situation, let's use Itake's power to kill Orochimaru first. Boom! 3 huge snake heads attacked again. This time, before they could bite into the area where Itake and Obito were, they hit a wall of blazing orange-red fire. Bang! The giant snake was knocked dizzy. Mist filled the heavy rain. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly opened wide, and he saw a huge orange-red chakra skeleton fire hand suddenly sticking out from the white mist, like a ghost appearing out of thin air. The fire hand ignored the bite of the giant snake and pinched the head of the giant snake at the feet of Orochimaru. Hiss! The giant snake tried to break free, but couldn't move. The surface of the long arm of the skeleton was quickly covered with lines of chakra energy, and eventually turned into armor, covering from the shoulder to the 5 fingers. Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but glance at Itake's previous location. He suddenly realized. An orange-red half-energy giant wearing Karatengu armor stood opposite the giant snake, like a mountain burning with chakra flames. Bang! The giant snake's head under Orochimaru's seat was directly crushed by Itake's control of Susanoo. The blood bloomed like delicate flowers in the heavy rain, and the blood and rain blended and flowed down Susanoo's clenched fist. Itake stood in the middle area of the ground covered by Susanoo, looking at Orochimaru who fell from high altitude. In order to maintain Susanoo, every cell in Itake's body was suffering tremendous pain. But at this moment, he wanted to kill Orochimaru to clear the danger for Sasuke's future. Obito looked around at the burning chakra flames, feeling the strong and powerful power, and his thoughts were complicated. Itake got real. Is this the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? It's comparable to a god. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes flashed with extreme greed, and he stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. The next moment, Orochimaru's face was distorted, his body cells split wildly, and his body gradually expanded. Comparable to the power of gods. He also has Orochimaru. Hiss! During the fall, Orochimaru's face became ferocious and his body changed. 8 white-scaled snake heads emerged from the expanded body. Orochimaru's body turned into a giant white mountain and crashed to the ground. The earth trembled. The trees burst and flew. S-level forbidden technique, Yamata no Orokai. The Yamata no Orokai was slightly taller than the orange-red Susanoo. Its 8 snake-headed golden eyes glared at Susanoo, and it opened its mouth angrily and erupted in a sharp hiss. Obito. Looking directly at the Yamata no Orokai, whose momentum was not weaker than that of Susanoo, no matter how much Obito hated Orochimaru at the moment, he had to admit that Orochimaru was worthy of being an S-level rebel ninja of Konoha and indeed qualified to join the Akatsuki organization. Itachi didn't care about this, and Suzanu's right hand transformed into a spiritual sword burning with red flames. Ten-Fist Sword. Yamata no Orokai, with its 8 snake heads dancing, revealed the snake message, and its snake eyes stared directly at the flaming sword held by Suzanu in his right hand. This is the legendary weapon that Orochimaru longs to obtain. Unexpectedly, it is actually contained in the Mangekyou technique. The orange-red Suzanu took the initiative to get close to the Yamata no Orokai, and thrust the blazing spiritual sword in his hand into a snake head in the middle of the Yamata no Orokai. His Yamata no Orokai instinctively twisted its head to dodge. The next moment, the flaming sword in Suzanu's hand suddenly surged, catching Yamata no Orokai off guard, and one of its heads was pierced through. The flame blade passed through the snake's mouth. At this moment, Orochimaru's whole body inside Yamata no Orokai seemed to be burned by the hottest flame in the world. Yin Yuejun sincerely does not deceive him. Don't underestimate Weasel. Orochimaru did not want to be beaten unilaterally, and endured the pain caused by the Ten-Fist Sword, and immediately controlled other snake heads to fight back against Suzanu. In addition to fulfilling his promise to Yunyu, he was also extremely interested in Itachi's body. Otherwise, there was no need for him to fight Itachi. The direction of the cliff. Can't delay it any longer. Jiraiya's expression was solemn. When he saw Orochimaru using forbidden techniques to block the approaching Itachi himself, his heart sank to the bottom. He absolutely could not let Rizo die here. At this time, Yayu had already led more than 10,000 ninjas to hunt down the Hyuga clan ninja team. Without waiting for Tsunade next to her to speak, Jiraiya formed a seal with his hands, pressed the ground, and he used his psychic powers to summon Toad Buntat, then jumped off the cliff and landed steadily on Buntat's head. Buntat, head to the Valley of Sanction. Chapter 67 8000 Spears Suzanu Complete Form. Chapter 67 8000 Spears, Suzanu, Complete Form. Jiraiya. I smell an ominous chakra scent. Who have you offended this time? Wen Tai's voice was like muffled thunder. It has a huge pipe in its mouth, its huge body is dressed in loose clothes, a bandage is tied around its waist, and it carries a dagger. Its dressing style is exactly the same as that of the gangsters in human society. No time to explain. Jiraiya urged. Are you in such a hurry to die? The huge red toad complained unhappily and put away his pipe. It stomped its hind legs on the ground and jumped in the direction Jiraiya instructed. Damn Jiraiya, every time I summon spirits, nothing good happens. While cursing, Buntai glanced back and took in the terrifying Yamata no Orokai and Suzanu, and sighed secretly, thinking that something big might be happening in the ninja world again. Jiraiya was speechless, his face solemn, staring in the direction where the massive ninja army was chasing the Hyuga ninja team. Things have come to this. With Hayashi's death, the Hyuga clan would inevitably be in trouble. In order to preserve Konoha's core strength, he had to take action. Konoha, which lost the Uchiha clan, was already in danger, with internal and external troubles. If the Hyuga clan encountered another accident, Konoha would probably be destroyed. What a confused old man! Jiraiya looked worried and sighed. He couldn't help but complain in his heart about his master and the Konoha high-ranking officials for actually sending Hayashi to supervise the battle. What a stupid decision! Boom! 2 huge pits appeared where Toad Wenta's giant palm had stepped on, and Thesoil was flying. Its huge figure jumped from one side to the other like a mountain, spanning 1,000 meters. Damn! Jiraiya and Orochimaru, these 2 bastards! Tsunade's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she glared at Bunta's mountain-like back as he walked away. At this moment, Tsunade felt like she was back in her youth, at the Konoha ninja school where Jiraiya and Orochimaru often disobeyed her. But in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Now, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are on completely opposite sides. One wants to rescue Hinata Hayashi from Uchiha Injutsu, and the other wants to stop the enemy for Uchiha Injutsu. There was a flash of sadness in Tsunade's eyes. Well. Jing Ian frowned, she never thought the situation would turn out like this. Even 2 of the 3 ninjas have now met their end because of Yin Yu. Is this still the Yin Yu Ejun she knew? The Valley of Sanction is downhill. The Hyaga clan fled. The Hyaga clan sent a total of 20 ninjas this time. Except for Hyaga Hayashi from the main family, the rest were elite ninjas from the branch family. Such a ninja team with the Byakugan bloodline limit is indeed qualified to roam freely in the ninja world unless they encounter a strong person at the level of Cage. Clan leader, Uchiha Yunyu, they are catching up with us. A Hyaga clan ninja who was standing at the back reported in horror without even turning his head. At this moment, all the Hyaga clan ninjas rolled their eyes. They didn't need to look back to observe Yunyu running towards them from behind, as well as the cannon fodder ninjas pouring in from all directions. Hinata Hayashi had a solemn expression on his face. He was standing among the branch family ninjas. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about it. Let's continue to retreat." In fact, Hayashi began to panic, especially when his Byakugan, which had no blind spots, clearly saw Itaki himself coming from a distance and being stopped by the Yamata no Orakai. Swish! The Hyaga clan's ninjas ran desperately, but their speed was far inferior to that of Yunyu, who possessed almost unlimited chakra at this time. Leaping over a huge rock, Yunyu stared coldly at Hinata Hayashi's back as he fled in panic. The distance between the 2 sides is getting closer. Not only that, Yin Yu continued to input chakra into Kimimaro and the Uchiha people at the same time, and the Uchiha people gradually came to the front of the main force. The Uchiha clan and Kimimaro themselves are stronger than these cannon fodder ninjas. They felt that the chakra seemed inexhaustible and guessed that this should be Yin Yu's eye technique ability, so everyone used chakra wantonly to speed up their journey. Clang! With bloodshot flashing in their eyes, all the Uchiha opened their 3 megatama, holding katana in their hands, and stood out from the large group. Except for the medical ninja Nono who takes care of Mikoto. Everyone does not need Yin Yu's instructions. Leaped past their captain. They all had ferocious faces and turned into tigers and cheetahs, pouncing on the fleeing Hyaga team. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 10 meters. Hyaga old dog, do you dare to look back at your father? Tamao's eyes flashed red and he cursed loudly. He had long been unhappy with this group of Hyaga who claimed to be the number 1 family in Konoha. Without waiting for the Hyaga clan's ninjas to respond, Tamao caught up with the Hyaga clan's team, burst into full speed, and pounced directly on a ninja from the Hyaga branch family. "Chief, my sister Kiaoingsan." Finally, the ninja from the Hyaga branch realized that he was being targeted. He gritted his teeth, roared, and turned back suddenly, preparing to use soft fists to fight off the enemy. But he miscalculated Tama's speed. When he turned around, he stared at Tama's sword piercing into the branch family's white the blind spot behind the eye. Bang! Tama's Hyong had a desperate fighting style. After knocking the opponent down, the 2 of them kept rolling down the hillside. Until the body shape is stable. Tamao gave up his sword and took advantage of the fact that the Hyaga clan ninja was seriously injured. He immediately took out the kunao from the ninja bag on his waist and cut the opponent's throat. Get rid of the ninjas of the Hyaga clan. Unfortunately, you are a slave of the Hyaga branch. No matter how much you risk your life, you can honestly let me kill you and you can still happily escape from this world. Tamao originally wanted to take away the opponent's Byakugan, but was surprised to find that after the opponent's death, the eyes completely lost their luster, and the caged bird technique destroyed the internal structure of the eyeball. This moment, Uchiha Nanfan Izumi and Kimimaro also led the rest of the Uchiha into the Hyaga clan's team, breaking up the opponent's formation and launching a counter-attack. Hinata Hiza glanced back, his face was ashen and his heart was ashen. "Clan leader, please run away." Only the branch family member who recorded the information and the other 5 branch family members were left with Rizu. The remaining ninjas from the Hyuga branch went to die calmly, facing the huge black crowd. Hinata, Hanabi. Rizu stopped, and the faces of his 2 daughters and his wife flashed through his mind, adding to the sense of vicissitudes of life on their faces. Rizu looked at the branch family members who were carrying information around him, and sighed, "You can go with the information, as far as you can go." Rizu was prepared to destroy Byakugan before dying in battle. He also knew that these tribesmen would definitely not be able to take the information out, but they had to keep it in mind. Clan leader. Several members of the Hinata clan exclaimed, trying to persuade Rizu to break out together, but were pushed back by the airflow released by Rizu's palms. Cannon fodder ninjas swarmed from all directions. The Hyuga clan members who had previously stopped Uchiha had been killed to pieces. Byakugan had no chance of winning against the 3 Megatama Sharinon and a ninja with the limit of corpse blood inheritance. The Hyuga ninjas fell into despair. "Let's go." Armed with the information, the Hyuga ninja gritted his teeth, decisively obeyed the clan leader's orders, and continued to escape with his companions. Yunyu's cold gaze swept across everyone and landed on Rizu, raising the ground while the wind roared in her ears. The shadow under my feet gradually expanded, and then became larger and larger. The shadow enveloped the sky and fell heavily. Yunyu did not raise her head, and immediately controlled Uchiha and others, who were enjoying themselves, to escape from the area together. Waiting for all the Uchiha to suddenly raise their heads. Horrified discovery. In the dark shadow, a huge toad fell from the sky. If it were caught, they would probably be crushed into meatloaf on the spot. Boom! A loud noise was heard. Inspiring and enlightening. The Uchihas fled the moment the toad landed, but they were still hit by the shock wave and were blown away, falling to the stone ground on the hillside. Hi! Yunyu landed steadily on a boulder, absorbing on the surface of the stone with its chakra. As for the cannon fodder ninjas controlled by Yunzu, more than 100 of them were crushed to death by Gamma Buntat. A group of cannon fodder ninjas regretted their mistakes. This is simply not a human battlefield. Snort! Gamma Buntat exhaled hot breath from its nostrils, standing like a huge mountain between the sun and the moon. It held its head high and glanced at the tiny humans below with disdain. The surviving Hyuga ninjas looked at the familiar back of the giant toad, stunned in place for a moment, and then cried with joy. "It's Lord Jiraiya! Really one of the 3 ninjas! Chief, we are saved!" Listening to the joyful cries of the tribesmen, Rizu's brows were filled with joy and he turned around. The tense nerves finally relaxed, and the boulder blocking his throat completely disappeared. Jiraiya. During the Ninja World War, Konoha was the most reliable and powerful presence. As long as he appeared, the war situation would be settled. With the psychic beasts from Miyama Mountain here, Rizu sighed, they would definitely be able to go back safely this time. On the head of Toad Buntat, Jiraiya looked calm, looked directly at Yunyu standing on the boulder, and sighed. "I know that Konoha is ashamed of Uchiha, but I don't care if you target other people present. But the leader of the Hyuga clan, I have to take him back." He didn't wait for Jiraiya to finish. Yunyu looked directly at Jiraiya and Buntat, ignored them, and said coldly. "Jiraiya, are you ready? What are you preparing for?" Jiraiya looked solemn and confused. "Go to death." After Yunyu finished speaking indifferently, pure blue chakra burned all over her body. There is no way to negotiate. Jiraiya frowned and took a breath. Knowing that the battle was unavoidable, he was ready to enter sage mode directly. Suddenly, Jiraiya was shocked to find that the nearby cannon fodder fell to the ground and died one after another. The chakra burning on the surface of Yuanyu's body is getting stronger and stronger. A steady stream of chakras surged into his body, and then was compressed and injected into the pair of 8,000 spear kaleidoscopes in his eye sockets. Yuanyu said coldly. "Look, this is the real Susanoo." In the heavy rain, a strong wind blew. As if the scythe of death was waving, more than 10,000 cannon fodder swayed in the wind like straw and fell down one after another when the wind blew. After obtaining the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope. You can feel it by drinking the moon. In these eyes, there is a certain restriction, like a door, isolating him from another world. It seems that as long as he opens the door, he can step into another realm. This moment, drinking moon gathers the chakra of tens of thousands of people and attacks a certain restriction within the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope. Chakras surged wildly in the meridians. When this chakra that gathered into a sea reaches the depths of millions of tiny nerves in the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope, it exploded like a nuclear bomb, the terrifying energy destroying everything, directly annihilating the door, destroying the restriction, and activating the meridians deep in kaleidoscope's eyes. This vast and surging chakra faced the power hidden in the deepest part of the kaleidoscope, and successfully connected with it. Click! Dark blood like hell flames burned from Yan Yu's body, spreading invisibly, burning the dead bodies around him and turning them into ashes. What an evil chakra! Mrs. Wen couldn't help but step back. Jiraiya was stunned. All the Uchiha looked directly at the burning dark red chakra, and the three Megatama trembled violently. At this moment, they felt the pressure from their bloodline and wanted to kneel to the ground and worship. That is the most extreme yin escape chakra in the world. The dark red blood flames condensed into a skull, covering Yan Yu's surroundings, placing him in the middle area above the eye sockets, and then slowly emerged from the ground. The drinking moon stood on Susanoo's head. Huge boulders rolled down the cliff, and red light rose into the sky. The huge dark red skull became more and more three-dimensional, embedded under the earth below the sternum, and the earth seemed to be a hell imprisoning it. The long arms of the skeleton support the cliff, and the 5 fingers press the boulder. The stone turns into powder and the ground collapses. It climbed up slowly, shaking. In the process of climbing from the ground, it was like a demon awakening and descending to the world. The blood-red and jade-like streamlined armor covered the whole body bit by bit. Just the appearance of its upper body has already surpassed the mountain-like height of Gamabuntat. The waist armor appears. 100 meters. Leggings appear. 150 meters. The combat boots appear. 200 meters. The Karasotengu helmet and breastplate materialized, and the inner wings of the wings behind it were condensed with dark blood chakra, covering each other layer by layer. Just like the devil with hell blood coming to the world. The souls are in ruins. The sky and the earth are pale. This is the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope. Complete Susanoo. P.S. This chapter is nearly 4,000 words long and is full of sincerity. Because it is written in detail, the pace is bound to be a bit slow. Sorry, dear readers. It's not that it's out of context, it's just that there's not enough space. The new book is available for free in the free period. There should be quite a few fanfics on all the Gundam books. Next Tuesday is the author Junkaiu's last request for everyone to read it. This book is definitely hopeless, but I want to advance to the 4th round of recommendations. From now on, I just beg everyone to subscribe, hehe. I beg you all. I really beg. In addition, please give me recommendation votes, please give me rewards, and please give me monthly votes. Thank you all. Chapter 68 Bring His Eyes. Boom. Wan Shi's snake eyes lost color, and her life and death were unknown. She fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit and splashing mud. It was drained of chakra. At this moment, the fear of being dominated by the kaleidoscope was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the ninjas present. Rizu collapsed to the ground. Recalling the legend about Uchiha Susanoo passed down from the Warring States period. He looked up, his eyes filled with dark red. The dark clouds with a radius of hundreds of miles were dyed red by the fire of hell, and turned into a faint red. It was like this after the world fell into the abyss. This moment, the heavy rain was rendered by the red light into blood-red water droplets, which condensed into a dark red rain curtain and poured down on the earth. Susanoo, who drinks the moon, stands proudly in heaven and earth. The eye socket area covered by the helmet is burning with the fire of hell, looking down on all living beings and despising all living things. The breastplate is filled with blood jade light. Body shape coordination. The surface of the wings is engraved with layers of dark red light, just like the wings of a devil. It stands like a majestic peak on the earth. Its appearance eclipsed the giant beasts that originally looked like gods fighting on this battlefield. Its height is far higher than the cliff of the Valley of Sanctions, 10,000 snakes, Gamabuntad, Yamata no Orakai, and Itakas Susanoo. In this space between heaven and earth, the dark-blooded Susanoo who drinks the moon is the master, the most domineering energy, and the code of heaven and earth that symbolizes the path of destruction. Near the cliff, everyone was shrouded in dark red light, and they all raised their heads to look up at the demon god. Their breathing was heavy, and their faces were as solemn as seeing a god. The Uchiha were half kneeling on the ground. Kimimaro couldn't breathe either. Only Tamao was excited, because it was his eldest brother who stood in the sky. Under the pressure of the devil, awe arose in their hearts, and they felt that they were like ants. The Valley of Sanctions, beyond the cliff. Bang! Another white-scaled snake head hit the ground heavily. Hiss! The Yamata no Orakai, whose 4 heads were chopped off by Itake, roared and froze on the spot. The two stopped fighting at the same time and looked up at the demon god who came into the world in the distance. Yin Yue Jun! This is the real god. In the remaining eyes of the Yamata no Orakai, reflected turning dark red, Orochimaru roared crazily in his heart. Yin Yu brought him too many shocks. This is his ally. The treasure he discovered. This moment, Orochimaru had an orgasm in his head. He was excited, surprised, shocked, and all kinds of emotions were surging in his heart. He stared at the demon god through the Yamata snake head. In front of it, Susanoo himself and Itake were as small as dust. For Orochimaru, who has the ability to appreciate the ultimate beauty in the world, at this moment, the power controlled by Lord Drinking Moon is the purest beauty in the world at this moment. The master of chakra art. Yamata no Orakai and Weasel Susanoo are nearby. The moment the red light shone, Obito closed his eyes tightly and hid in the Kamui space, feeling a chill run down his spine. Breathing heavily. It took a long time. Call. Obito reached out and took off his mask, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his eyes trembled, looking at the huge boulders moving back and forth like tombstones in the dark space of Kamui, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, 2 stone tablets dyed red with blood slowly floated over, with 2 huge snake heads lying quietly on their sides. The snake's eyes lost their vitality. The bloody mouth opened wide. Snake letter fell softly to the ground. Obito had just used his divine power to easily deal with the 2 giant psychic snakes left by Orochimaru. Before he could deal with Orochimaru with Itake, he felt some kind of terrifying power brewing between heaven and earth. He didn't have time to take Itake away. I can only escape back to space alone. For the first time, Obito felt the pressure brought by Madara on other Uchiha. He was in a trance. Facing such a being, he didn't know how to deal with him. Wait, let's go out again. Obito put on a mask on himself to calm down the complicated emotions in his heart, and said calmly. He stood there and began to reflect on whether it would have been a better choice for him to win over Yunyu at the beginning, just like Orochimaru. I have shown hostility towards him, but this guy probably doesn't know about the Akatsuki organization. Let Zionin get in touch with him and try to recruit him. Obito made a decision in his heart. Only then did the anxiety and uneasiness dissipate. On the cliff, Tsunade and Shizune were stunned on the spot, their pupils widened and their lips slightly opened, staring directly at the tall Susanoo who was shining with the light of dark blood. They didn't notice it at all. Enshrouded in dark red light, the spirit of the mind has been marked with some subtle mark. Tsunade raised her beautiful eyes with a look of fear on her face. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, Jiraiya, danger. But what can she do now? Nothing seems to be done. On the other side, Orochimaru is no match for Itachi Susanoo and is about to lose. Down the cliff. The scene fell into silence. Around Hinata and Hayashi, the Hyuga clan members who were cheering for joy closed their eyes one after another and shed tears after the clan leader collapsed to the ground. In Byakugan's field of vision. In front of Gamabuntat, there is a burning chakra peak condensed. The chakra inside it is extremely pure and violent. Their imagination was broken by this Susanoo at this moment. It turns out that the gap between the limit of the pupil's blood succession and the limit of the pupil's blood succession can be so big. They claim to be the largest clan in Konoha, but now that I think about it, they are a bit shameless. Looking directly at the dark red Susanoo. The Byakugan of Hyuga ninjas will cause the pain of high-temperature flames burning their eyes. Despair filled my heart. This is the thought of the Hyuga ninjas, as well as the thoughts of Gamabuntat and Jiraiya in front. I'm sorry, Buntat, for getting you involved in this turmoil. Jiraiya's eyes reflected the corner of the dark-blooded Susanoo's body, and he said blankly. All that's left is to apologize. Jiraiya thought that he could only continue talking to Buntat in another world after death. Gamabuntat fell into deep thought. Although he wanted to struggle, the presence in front of him made him feel powerless. No, Jiraiya, your mission has not been completed yet. You cannot die here, and I cannot die here. Wenta's huge toad eyes narrowed slightly, and after roaring angrily, it used its violent emotions to suppress the despair in its heart, and it wanted to try to escape. Can't escape. Jiraiya had long sensed that after they were shrouded in dark red light, some kind of power unknowingly invaded their bodies and took control of their spirits. Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, and he realized that he could not move. The mental and physical energy in his body combined on its own to continuously generate chakra, turning into a rich blue light pillar and flying high into the sky. It's not just him. Buntat at his feet and the ninjas of the Hyuga clan nearby, their bodies burned with blue light, turned into pillars of light, and soared into the sky. This azure blue light beam merged, and injected into the breastplate of Susanoo Uzuki, making the dark red light on his armor even more dazzling. Everyone couldn't move. Near the dark red Susanoo, Nanoyu, who had been following Yunyu, suddenly flashed the 8,000 spear mark in his pupils. She and Mikoto, who fainted, were the closest to the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Forward. Nanu's eyes widened. Before he could recover from the shock of Yatsutsuki's release of Susanoo, he was controlled by his spirit and jumped towards the back of the Queen Mother Gamabun. The ground is covered with a layer of red light. With panic and astonishment, no Naiu appeared in front of everyone. Go down and pass through a group of ninjas from the Hyuga clan and Uchiha. She came to Hinata Hinashi. Hizu was paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. He looked straight at Nanoyu, who squinted his eyes and wanted to see himself clearly, and said in a deep voice, "Are you the director of the orphanage? Have you heard of me?" Nanoyu raised her hand and rubbed her eyes, and came to a place 3 meters away from Hinata. Under the heavy rain and red light that interfered with her vision, she still couldn't see the other person's face clearly. However, Nanoyu discovered that she could move. "I heard that you took in many war orphans and you are a good person. I never thought that you would take away my eyes." He wanted to destroy these eyes. But it can't be done now. Only in this way can I leave my thoughts behind. Rizu looked directly at Nanoyu, who was wearing a black and white nun uniform, and continued to talk to himself. "If you return to Konoha one day, please bring these eyes to meet Hinata and Hanabi of the Hyuga clan, as well as the clan leader's wife. I don't mean any harm. Just take a look from a distance. Please do it." Hearing this, Nanoyu looked shocked. He suddenly understood something and immediately looked back at the dark red Susanoo standing like a mountain peak. It turns out that the captain wanted her to take away the Byakugan of the head of the Hyuga clan. As for Rizu's plea, she couldn't agree. They looked at each other speechlessly. Nunwoyu walked a foot in front of Hinata, and then she saw clearly the Hyuga clan leader who was once in Konoha and whom she needed to look up to. She is also a rebel now. If Yunya loses today, her and the Uchiha's fate will definitely not be much better than that of Hizu. Nanoyu has a kind and tolerant heart towards children, but she is also a ninja and a spy born in the root organization. She doesn't bring kindness to work. Thinking. Nanoyu stretched out his right hand and took off Nizu's white eyes with skillful techniques. The blood stains the fingers red and white. She took out the sealing scroll and sealed it. Being able to take off the eyes of the Hyuga clan leader felt really good. Chapter 69 The Dragon Returns. Well. Rizu clenched his teeth, groaned in pain, and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Nanoyu put the sealing scroll into his ninja bag, and then took out the kunao. In order to repay the other party. It is impossible to go back to Konoha to see people. But Nanoyu could give Rizu a happy death. As his thoughts ended, the kunao in Nanoyu's hand pierced Rizu's chest and pierced the heart. The blood bloomed like plum blossoms on Rizu's white Hyuga clan uniform. Rizu fell into a pool of blood and lost his breath. Nanoyu stood up and walked away at the feet of Susanoo Uzuki. The other Hyuga ninjas and Jiraiya could only watch as Nanoyu took away Hizu's Byakugan and took away Hizu's life. At this moment, Jiraiya was so despairing that he couldn't even speak. He closed his eyes quietly. Let the heavy rain soak your whole body. Even Wenta at his feet stopped speaking at this time. It was probably controlled by Yenyu's pupil technique. It turns out that Jiraiya had a chance to summon Fukazaku and Shima and enter Sage mode. But when Jiraiya saw Otsutsuki releasing Susanoo, he gave up summoning the two-toed sage and regretted dragging Buntad into the water. He originally thought that if he took action and summoned Buntad, he would be able to save Rizu from Yenyu, even if Yenyu controlled more than 10,000 ninjas. But as far as facts are concerned, in the ninja world, I am afraid that no one can save Rizu from Yunya today. High above the sky. The drinking moon stands in the middle of the diamond-shaped gem. This area is located directly above Susanoo's helmet. Eyes drooped. Overlooking the earth. Buntad, who was originally as huge as a mountain, could only be reduced to a mountain and a mound in front of the complete Susanoo. I saw Yanayu's tiny figure returning, passing near Wenta. On the front end of the demon's double-winged skeleton burning with dark blood chakra, two dark red energy sword hilts appeared on the left and right. Susanoo, who was like a mountain god, slowly raised his hands, his armor-wrapped palms tightly grasping the hilt of the sword. This move dispersed the rain curtain. Susanoo was ready to go. Yunyu's expression was calm and unfazed, looking down at Jiraiya who was standing on Buntad's head. He and Jiraiya have no grudges at the moment. But in the future, sooner or later, he will push Konoha into the abyss, ruin the current Konoha, and deal with everyone in the top management of Konoha. This is an irreconcilable knot. So it was destined from the beginning that there would be a battle between him and Jiraiya sooner or later. Wow! Nanu's feet stepped into the puddles, and his departing figure had already become a countdown to the remaining ninjas of the Hyuga clan, as well as Jiraiya and Buntad. Boom! In the dense dark clouds, thunder was rolling, lightning flashed, and thick arcs of lightning crisscrossed and fell. Crackling! The arc tilted and bombarded the dark-blooded Susanoo's body surface, as if the ninja world was dissatisfied with this evil force and sent a punishment from heaven. The arc flashed, but it couldn't cause any damage to Susanoo. Yunyu ignored the purple thunder that illuminated her face, and the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope stared directly at the ground coldly. Ha 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 dash! Nanoyu didn't let Yenyu wait long, panting and ran back to the perfect Susanoo near the combat boots. He picked up Mikoto and headed towards the back. At the same time, the Uchihas and Kimimaro calmed down their inner shock and headed to the rear of Susanoo together. Returning to the perfect Susanoo, Nanoyu breathed a long sigh of relief and felt a sense of security that he had never felt since he was born. From today on they will be completely safe. There will be no need to escape in the future. At this moment, not only could they safely escape Konoha's last wave of pursuit, but they could also destroy all the ninjas who attacked them. Even if it is a blocker, the captain can also solve it. All the Uchihas raised their heads in confusion, like devout believers, looking up at the gods they believed in. Raising land. The wind howled. Susanoo unsheathed his sword, and two long dark blood chakra swords that tore apart space were slowly drawn out from the two-winged skeleton. The slightly dark energy blade drew bloody after images in the air, as if it could open the sky with one sword. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. The two energy swords tilted forward and slashed down. In an instant, the rain curtain was neatly cut off. The strong wind swept forward. As the dark red light became stronger and stronger, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at the dark red energy sword falling from the sky, his expression numb. My mind flashes back to my life. He has been a loser most of his life. I have been traveling around the ninja world for many years in search of the prophesied son, but to no avail. I am ashamed of Mt. Maemu. When his disciple died, he was not in Konoha and failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a master. Now, in the absence of information, I took action rashly, failed to save my compatriots, and failed to fulfill the responsibilities shouldered by the Sunin. I have failed in my life. Jiraiya slowly closed his eyes. Gamabunta cursed in his heart. Damn Jiraiya, it turns out you are really in a hurry to come here and die, you damn bastard. Bunta never thought that this time coming to the ninja world would be the end of its life. Boom! Wherever two chakra blades burning with hot dark red flames struck, the blades split all matter, and the firelight illuminated Jiraiya and Gamabunta. The terrifying high temperature directly annihilated Gamabunta and Jiraiya into ashes. The nearby Hyuga clan ninjas, including the bodies of Hizu, were also burned to ashes by the energy of the dark red chakra sword. At this point, Jiraiya and Bunta returned to dust. Rumble. There were originally only two cliffs in the Valley of Sanctions. After the dark red chakra sword slashed down the cliff where Jiraiya and others were, the ground cracked, collapsed, and gravel flew. Half of the cliff was cut out of the road again. This blow caused an earthquake in the area. The woods fell. The rocks rolled down. In the distance, in an area beyond the reach of Susanoo's blade, below the cliff, a narrow rift opened in the earth. An area that no one pays attention to. Two figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the forest and quickly fled towards the cliff. Apparently, the two of them had been hiding in the forest below the cliff and witnessed everything that happened on the cliff. Be careful, Terumi Mae-sama. Wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector, with blue hair, a bullet hairstyle, and an eye patch on his right eye, Ao looked at the kunoichi beside him. Boom! The boulder is rolling. The two of them dodged sideways and avoided a boulder rolling down the hillside. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, another tree rolled down the hillside. Terumi Mae gritted her teeth, stepped on the boulder, rolled around, dodged the rolling logs, and looked as graceful as a giant. She has a beautiful face, is dressed in Kirigakure umbu, has a mature temperament, and the armor cannot restrain her graceful figure. The two of them went to the land of the ninja world this time to try their luck and find a way to break Kirigakure's current situation. We learned through intelligence channels that the ninja world is now paying attention to an Uchiha team that defected from Konoha. Terumi Mae immediately became interested. Uchiha. Sharinan. Regarding the legend of this ninja clan, she had heard Yuanchi mention it since she was a child, and she was deeply influenced by it. So, Terumi meditated very beautifully, and she thought that if this Uchiha defector team could be sucked into Kirigakure, maybe she could break the dilemma of the blood mist. This is how Mae Terumi brought her follower Ao, followed the nearby ninjas to arrive here, and was lucky enough to witness the moon drinking like a god coming into the world. Fortunately, Ching was very vigilant and did not listen to Terumi Mae's suggestion to get a closer look, otherwise the two of them would have been killed by the demon's sword. The power shown by this Uchiha Yenyu is very capable of solving the problems in the blood mist. Terumi Mae began to think, what could she exchange for Uchiha Yenyu's sincere help? Leave your thoughts behind. Forget it, let's escape safely. Terumi May pondered for a moment, concentrating on dodging objects rolling down the cliff. Boom! 2 long swords of chakra energy slashed down. The earth cracked, divided into 2. The dark red flame burning on Suzanu's body dimmed a little. Yenyu didn't move before, and when her chakra was full, she didn't feel the pain from her own cells. At this moment, her cells began to hurt vaguely. Hold back the pain. Suzanu stepped on the ground, slowly turned his body, and looked directly at Suzanu, the only remaining Yamata no Orokai and Itaka not far away. Now you. Yunyu's expression was calm, and her eyes fell on Itaka's orange-red Suzanu's burning armor. P.S. Plot summary. Jiraiya took care of it, and by the way, he killed Hizu and got a pair of white eyes. Plot preview. XXXX. Tomorrow I will torture Itaki and Obito severely. Asking for recommendation votes. Asking for a monthly ticket. Asking for a reward. Thank you all readers. Thank you to the bosses of All Things Return to One Life, All Things, King of Rock Hill, and Kikas for the 100-point reward. Thank you boss. I wish you good luck in the Year of the Dragon, everything goes well in the new year, and good luck. Chapter 70 Orochimaru is sealed, please follow up. Jiraiya. Tsunade's pupils trembled and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Feeling powerless, Tsunade reached out to hold Shizun's shoulders, lowered her head, her long golden hair on both sides covered her face, bit her lip, and slowly squatted down. She has imagined various scenes. After Jiraiya fell to the ground, blood was pouring from his body, and he needed help from himself who was now afraid of blood. Jiraiya successfully took away Nezu. Various thoughts were intertwined, but only Yenyu did not release such a domineering power, annihilating Jiraiya and Buntad in this world. After the dark red Susanoo drew his sword. The rain curtain shattered. The earth cracked. Tsunade was completely unable to sense Jiraiya's existence. This was such an absurd reality. She couldn't accept it. Idiot! Tsunade clenched her right hand tightly, frowned, and bit her lips with blood. She hugged the little pig Dauda tightly. She couldn't sympathize with Jiraiya's behavior of seeking death. She just couldn't accept that the old friend she had just chatted with was gone. Even she can see it. It's not the right time to take action now. But that bastard Jiraiya, why do you still insist on your own opinion? If Hizu can come here, the Hyuga clan must have made arrangements within it, and it has nothing to do with Jiraiya. The moment Jiraiya died, the sadness that struck Tsunade's heart did not even catch up with the speed at which Jiraiya was annihilated. Uchiha drinks the moon. Tsunade's phoenix eyes contained anger as she stared straight at the mountain-like existence in the distance. However, through Rizu's sacrifice, she vaguely guessed something. Tsunade-sama. Shizun frowned, feeling uneasy and extremely worried. She asked herself, not knowing how to comfort Tsunade on this matter. Jiraiya and Yenyu-jun have different positions. That's all. But right now, there is one more thing that needs Tsunade's attention. Grown-ups. Holding an umbrella in her left hand, Shizun frowned, stretched out her right hand and patted Tsunade's shoulder gently, and then cast her eyes tremblingly into the distance. Tsunade came back to her senses, raised her head in confusion, and followed Shizun's gaze. The battle on the other side continues. People will change, and the structure of the ninja world is also changing. Jiraiya, you insist on your beliefs. Now only death is your destination. You died before the change. This is Q10 Lamua 2. In Yamata no Orokai's body, Orochimaru knew that Jiraiya and Gamabunta were annihilated, and he sighed and sighed. Boom! With a loud noise, Itaka's orange-red Susanoo struck again, and while Orochimaru was lamenting Jiraiya's death, he chopped off a white-scale snake head with one sword. Phew! Blood surged like pillars. The snake's head fell to the ground. His severe pain was felt, and the pupils of the remaining snake heads of Yamata no Orokai shrank suddenly, and it let out a shrill, hoarse roar. Only 3 snake heads were left in its huge body, looking extremely embarrassed. Itake. The Yamata no Orokai looked fierce, but it really couldn't do anything against Itake's Susanoo. Comparing the strength of both sides, its power was only slightly greater than the others. But Itake's Susanoo had a sharp weapon like the Jukin sword. The sword slashed at the big snake's body and easily cut through the hard white snake scales. If it weren't for the burst of movement from Yenyu, the battle would stop for a moment. Orochimaru and Yamata no Orokai knew that he was probably finished at this moment. After this battle, Orochimaru also realized his own strength. Originally, he wanted to use Kakashi's Sharinan to show off his moon-drinking lord, but now he knows that he can't even defeat Itake. Not to mention that facing Lord Yenyu, who sent Jiraiya back to Earth with a single sword, playing tricks on Yenyu was tantamount to dancing on the cliff of death, and he would die if he missed a step. Damn it! In the body of Yamata no Orokai, Orochimaru cut off his thoughts and concentrated on dealing with Itake, controlling the body of the Orokai to collapse like a mountain and crash into the opponent. Bang! Itake spat out a mouthful of blood, endured the pain of summoning Susanoo, summoned the Yata mirror with his left hand, and protected the burning flame shield on his chest, slamming the Yamata no Orokai down with his life. The 2 huge bodies trembled violently. Yamata no Orokai staggered back, and Orochimaru was shocked that Itake still had a spiritual weapon. Itake narrowed his eyes slightly, controlled Susanoo to swing his sword, and the 10-fist sword easily cut off Orochimaru's snake head again. Bang! The snake's head fell to the ground. Orochimaru's heart fell to the bottom. He swore and patted his chest and told Yunya that he would be responsible for stopping Itake and the mysterious man. But now, if Yunya doesn't save him, he will really be dead like Jiraiya. Itake looked directly at the Yamata no Orokai in front of him with cold eyes, seeing that the opponent's vitality and chakra were almost weakened by his own Susanoo. Jiraiya couldn't resist Yenyu, so Rizu would most likely die. He was no match for Yenyu now. What's more, he has been marked with some kind of mark. Itake's face was solemn, he was thinking a lot, and he was filled with regrets. He should have thought that the other party had eyes like his, so how could he not know the ultimate power contained in his eyes? He just didn't want to believe that Yenyu, who had just obtained those eyes, actually, however, within a few days, he knew the existence of the ultimate power and controlled it by force. At this moment, the guy who called himself Madara had left. If Itake continued to fight, he would definitely die. Itake's mission was to hunt down the Uchiha team and escort Hayashi to retreat. But now both missions have failed. Itake, who has the thinking of a Hokage, couldn't think of a countermeasure for a while. Now that he returned to the ninja village, he would inevitably face pressure from all sides. Being criticized by people is a small matter. His and Suzuki's status in the ninja village. I'm afraid it will plummet. Boom boom. In the collapsed cliff rubble, the dark red Susanoo was like a mountain towering in the world. When he turned his body, his combat boots stepped out a deep pit on the ground, and the earth trembled continuously. The Uchiha raised their hands and put on their hoods to block the strong airflow coming from the impact. Since you have this kind of power, why didn't you crush Konoha at the beginning? Kimimura's right arm turned into a bone spear, piercing into the ground, ploughing out a narrow crack, and finally stabilizing his body in the strong wind. Uchiha Nanfan shook his head and said, "This is not the power that Captain Yunya has at the beginning. Its chakra comes from us, from those dead ninjas." Hearing this, Kimimaro suddenly became clear, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. He looked at the direction of the dark red giant Susanoo in the distance, where there were Yamata no Orokai and Itake's Susanoo. At this moment, Itake's Susanoo and Lord Orochimaru's Yamata no Orokai were like two children who had not grown up in front of Lord Yunya's Susanoo. Kimimaro's mind once again recalled what Yunya said to him, "Just watch." So that's what he meant. Ah! Kimimaro, whose face was reddened by the dark red light, gradually stiffened and sighed. No wonder Lord Orochimaru was so eager to get the Sharingan and cared so much about Itachi. Boom boom boom. The dark red complete Susanoo slowly walked forward. With every step, the earth trembled and the ground collapsed. On the armor burning with dark red flames, in the diamond-shaped blood-red gem, Yunyu's expression was calm. Even if he took action now, it would be too late to save Orochimaru. The surface of the dark red Susanoo was flashing red. Yunyu released the 8,000 spears to control Itachi in place, but after Itachi weakened the Yamata no Orokai, he had already penetrated the Yamata no Orakai's body with the Ten-Fist sword and cast a seal. The world changed. The orange-red light burned up, trying to compete with the dark red light between heaven and earth, but in the end it was like a firefly and the scorching sun. However, as it dissipated, it gradually turned the Yamata no Orokai into energy and sucked it into the seal. The Yamata no Orokai turned into a twisted white energy and was sucked into the Tenkan sword. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Yunyu had no idea about Sasuke, but Orochimaru had a different mind towards Sasuke. He would seal Orochimaru no matter what. No. Inside the Yamata no Orokai, Orochimaru felt the endless abyss attacking it. He was terrified and unable to resist this divine power. He clearly felt the rapid loss of power in his body. Until it was completely sealed. The world seemed to return to silence. Tsunade was stunned at the edge of the cliff. Witnessing the whole process, she was stunned. After today, there would be no more 3 ninjas in the ninja world. Chapter 71 Susanoo vs Susanoo, please read it later. The orange-red light dissipated. The Yamata no Orokai was completely sealed by Itachi's Tenkan sword, and its huge body disappeared. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, and while his spirit was not completely controlled, he still scanned the nearby ground, fearing that Orochimaru had a backup plan to escape. During the Third Ninja World War. On the battlefield. Orochimaru's means of escaping from desperate situations were far greater than his strength and reputation. During the war, the enemy village ninjas repeatedly claimed that they had surrounded and killed Orochimaru, but many days later, the legend of Orochimaru could still be heard in the ninja world, which was enough to show how strong Orochimaru's ability to save his life was. Itachi just thought too much this time. Orochimaru didn't think he would lose, so he didn't prepare a backup plan, and he didn't even have time to prepare a means to escape by turning his body into a small snake. Itachi didn't find any trace of Orochimaru's backup plan. He looked up at the dark red Susanoo coming. Boom! The ground trembled. Inside the dark red Susanoo, Yunyu ignored Itachi. At this stage, Orochimaru was indeed very important to him. After all, one of the Akami Mangekyo Sharingan was on Orochimaru. But Yunyu didn't care much about Orochimaru being sealed, because there were too many ways to revive Orochimaru, and killing Itachi could also get back the Kamui Mangekyo. When the plan was drawn up, Orochimaru volunteered to stop Itachi. Orochimaru longed for Itachi's body. It had reached the point of madness. Yunyu thought at the time that the scene of Orochimaru being sealed by Itachi would appear, and the scene in front of him was just a pre-staged future. Boom! The earthquake stopped. When the dark red complete Susanoo arrived in front of Itachi's orange-red Susanoo, Yunyu looked down at Itachi, who was unable to move. He had a solution to Orochimaru's problem in his mind. He would release Orochimaru in the same way he was sealed. He also wanted to sell Orochimaru's great favor. Yunyu glanced at Itachi's orange-red Susanoo, and his eyes flashed with disgust. He had nothing to say to this guy. Itachi looked solemn, raised his head and looked at Yunyu. The surface of Itachi's Susanoo has dimmed to the extreme, as if it could remove the third stage Karasotengu armor at any time. As for its height, it is not worth mentioning in front of the dark red complete Susanoo, barely reaching the knee of the complete Susanoo. The dark red complete Susanoo and the orange red third stage Susanoo face each other. It's like an adult and a child in the same frame. Swish! The dark red Susanoo retracted the left wing skeleton with the chakra long sword held in the left hand, and held the chakra long sword in the right hand with both hands, with the blade facing down. After raising it high, it aimed at the head helmet of Itachi's Susanoo below and stabbed it. The space suddenly twisted. Yunyu disdained it. Boom! When the dark red chakra long sword fell, Itachi and Susanoo disappeared on the spot, and the long sword pierced a huge hole in the ground, and spider web cracks spread around. The divine power space. Hoo! The spiritual control of the 8,000 spears was isolated by space, and Itachi was able to breathe. He knelt on the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and did not take off Susanoo. He raised his head with difficulty, looking at the huge snake head beside him, and the mysterious masked man standing in front of him at a certain distance. Itachi was a little surprised that the other party would save him. "Can you continue to fight?" Obito asked in a deep voice. "As long as the mark of the eye technique remaining in the body can be removed, you can continue to fight." Itachi slowly stood up and adjusted his own state. "I am also good at using Yintun to create illusions to control other people's minds. I just need your cooperation. I plan to apply a layer of mental control to your mind. If his eye technique tries to continue to control it, I will interfere with your mind. You can divide some Yintun chakra as resistance, which should be able to offset his control. Make a decision quickly. My strength has not recovered to its peak, and I can't stay in space with your Susanoo for too long," Obito said. Under the mask, the Kamui Mangekyo in his eye sockets rotated. Itachi nodded. "It's feasible." Obito's Mangekyo looked directly at Itachi's Mangekyo, injected Yintun chakra, and covered the 8,000 spears spirit seal in Itachi's mind. Obito added, "If it doesn't work, we can only remove Susanoo, and I will take you to escape into the Valley of Sanctions. The northwest border ninja troops of Konoha will arrive soon. We can't go to places with many ninjas. That's no different from committing suicide." After saying that, Obito glanced at Itachi, who looked tired. He saved Itachi at a critical moment just because he thought Itachi was still useful. Itachi was also very clear about this. However, the guy who called himself Madara said that he had not recovered to his peak, which exposed the fact that he was not Yunyu's opponent at the moment. If it weren't for the peculiar ability of the masked Mangekyo Sharingan, they would have died here today. "You open Susanoo, and my space can't be teleported to a location too far away. Now we are at the 6 o'clock direction of Uchiha Yunyu, 200 meters away. Get ready." As Obito spoke, the space suddenly twisted, and the two returned to the outside world from the space. Hwalala! The rainstorm instantly fell on them, and the surroundings were a dark red world, as well as mountains and forests. The rain was pouring down. Thunder and lightning. The raindrops fell on Obito, but did not wet his hair and mask, or even his blue robe. The jade beads went straight through his body. The moment Obito returned to the real world, he smelled an extremely dangerous breath and turned on the hollowing. Shua! The red light flashed, and the dark red and black chakra long sword slashed parallel to Obito, who suddenly appeared, and Itachi, who maintained Susanoo. After the dark red Susanoo swung the sword light cut off the rain curtain again, as if slashing a dark red half-moon in the air. Outside the battlefield, everyone had no doubt that the sword of the demon god could split the mountain and cut the falling stars. The dark red sword light passed through Obito's abdomen. Obito's pupils showed fear. Looked down and watched his abdomen disappear. Under the effect of hollowing, even the burning chakra energy of the perfect Susanoo could not hurt Obito. But Obito still felt full of danger. Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly beside Obito. His Mangekyo could not give an evasive route to deal with such a swift slash. Clang! Itachi gritted his teeth, eyes widened, squeezed the chakra of his body to the maximum extent. The orange-red Susanoo's eye sockets burned chakra flames, and held high the Yata mirror and Jidken sword to resist this sword. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the sky. Yunyu's perfect Susanoo swung this sword, tearing through the rain curtain, and heavily slashed on the Yata mirror and Jidken sword. The two just collided. The next moment, the Yata mirror and Jidkin sword were like mirrors encountering a terrifying external force, and they were shattered in an instant. Obito and Itake used the superimposed Yinsuku chakra to resist Yunyu's 8,000 spears' mental control. But they had to face the complete Susanoo after all. Itake's pupils shrank suddenly, and he watched the two spiritual weapons being annihilated by the opponent's sword, and a sense of powerlessness arose from his heart. However, he was not ready to give up completely, and immediately glared at Yunyu in the blood jade gem on the dark red Susanoo's head with his bloodshot right eye. Kang! Itake's right eye corner flowed with thick blood. Amaterasu! The space was distorted, and Yunyu felt the high temperature rising through the blood jade diamond gem. Clusters of never-extinguishing black flames emerged out of thin air like a tide, ready to absorb the blood jade diamond-shaped gems and the dark red demon-like Susanoo battle helmet. Hi! The dark red complete Susanoo did not stop slashing, and the long sword in his hand shattered Itake's orange-red third-level Susanoo's armor. In an instant, the strong wind approaching the core of the typhoon suddenly swept forward. The dark red complete Susanoo demon flaps its wings, and its huge body flexibly leaps high into the sky, soaring under the cloudy sky. As for Amaterasu, which was released at the moment Itake grabbed it, before it could absorb the blood jade gem, it was blown away by the strong wind in the air. Boom! Amaterasu's black flames dispersed like fireworks, and dispersed in all directions like falling stars. Shizune took Tsunade, Ao, and Terumi Mei and fled in all directions. The other Uchiha also opened their Sharingan eyes and ran wildly with the short-sighted Nanoyu, guessing the trajectory of the black flames and evading them. Obito was hit by a ball of Amaterasu black flames, but he avoided the burning due to the virtualization. His pupils were full of fear. The complete Susanoo actually possessed such high explosive mobility, which was beyond his expectation. Obito looked at Itake beside him. See? Ahem. Itake stood on the ground, coughing violently, and coughed up a mouthful of blood again. The orange-red third-stage Susanoo armor left a long and narrow wound that could not be healed, and the Karastengu armor was crumbling. But he didn't wait until Itake came to his senses. The dark red demon god, who was originally suspended in the sky, had already grasped the two swords tightly and glided over. The dark red and black chakra swords in his hands were crossed and slashed down. Itake's pupils shrank suddenly and he gasped for air. At this point, he no longer had the strength to resist. Boom! The two chakra swords swung past and easily chopped off Itake's Susanoo head. Dash. P.S. The space is not enough. I will continue to torture Itake tomorrow. He will be tortured today and his heart will be tortured tomorrow. It would be nice to extend it. Orochimaru and his kaleidoscope will be fine. Asking for recommendation votes. Asking for a monthly ticket. Asking for a reward. Thanks to detail number 7962 for the 300-point reward, bottle overflowing, Kinwin Mo, and Super Ancient Warrior Light and Darkness Giant Tiga for the 100-point reward. I wish you all a happy day, everything goes well, and good luck in the Year of the Dragon. Chapter 72 Capturing the Itake Kaleidoscope. The orange-red Susanoo battle helmet was cut into pieces, and the Karastengu armor completely collapsed. The situation is over. Itake's face was haggard, he removed his Susanoo, stood on the spot, slowly raised his head, and stared at the dark red complete Susanoo that fell heavily in front of him. The sonic boom was deafening. The moment the complete Susanoo boots hit the ground, the sound waves spread and the airflow surged. Itake's short hair danced wildly back. Clothes and robes flew. Gravel sputtering. Obito looked troubled, raised his right hand, and held the mask tightly. The space was distorted, and he once again entered the Kamui space alone. The dark red demon stood in front of Itake. Until the strong wind subsides. The diamond-shaped blood jade gem quickly fell from the helmet to the ground. With an indifferent expression, Yunya walked down the steps, passed through the dark red energy layer, walked out of the complete body of Susanoo, and walked straight towards Itake. The huge dark red Susanoo like a demon becomes the background of Drinking Moon. After Yin Yu left, Susanoo, whose body was burning with hellfire, was half kneeling on the ground, with the chakra sword in his hand inserted into the ground, like a knight waiting for his master to return. Ga Gaga. On the raising ground, Itaka looked directly at the approaching Yayu. Itaka's kaleidoscope suddenly rotated, and countless crows appeared around him, flying in all directions. Black feathers were scattered all over the ground. Yunya glanced at the flock of crows flying around, and the eyes of the huge knight-like Susanoo behind him shone with dark red light, shrouding the crows. The sky seems to appear and stop. The flapping wings of a group of crows were all frozen, hovering in the heavy rain, and then one by one they fell from the air into the mud. One of the larger ravens circled in the sky, flew to Yin Yu's shoulder, and put its left eye in front of Yin Yu. Yin Yu did not look directly at it, but stretched out her hand to pluck out its frightened eyeballs, and blood flowed out. The crow controlled by the 8,000 spears screamed in pain, and the plucked eyeball showed the kaleidoscope patterns of other gods. Flutter! The crow's wings struggled for a moment, and the chakra in his body expanded, exploding into a ball of blood mist, and the black feathers fell down. At this point, Itaka's expression changed. Yin Yu turned the palm of her right hand, took out a separate medicine test tube that stored the kaleidoscope of other gods, and put the left eye of the other gods into it. This test tube contains the Shisui right eye that was taken from Danzo, and the Shisui left eye that was just taken from Itake. 2 kaleidoscopes of other gods were floating up and down in the potion. Yunya glanced at them, and then put the test tubes back into the storage space. Space trembles. The test tube disappears. You want to use the crow to confuse me and let the crow take away Shisui's left eye. However, I have owned the kaleidoscope of other gods and can distinguish the yin escape chakra it contains. Yunya said calmly, summoning Dark Moon with his right hand and injecting wind escape chakra. Buzz! The pure black Dark Moon seemed to swallow up the space where it was located, flowing with distortion caused by high vibration. After finishing speaking, Yin Yu's figure was like lightning, arriving in front of Itaka like a fleeting shadow, and the Dark Moon penetrated Itaka's right shoulder. Itaka staggered back and fell to the ground helplessly. Bang! Mud and water splashed. Yunya inserted the black knife into the ground, pinning Itaka to the ground. Itaka coughed up blood and completely lost the power to resist. The Mangekyo faded due to insufficient chakra. The pain of the body cells came like a tide. Itaka's vision was hazy, and he was disturbed by the heavy rain. He could not see Yunya looking down at him. Itaka didn't even have the chance to use Tsukuyomi. In order to deal with Itaka, Yunya had his mind marked with the 8,000 spears from the beginning. Once Itaka used Shisui's left eye to modify his mental will, or was pulled into the Tsukuyomi world. The 8,000 spears mark would be triggered, correcting his own mental will, and continuing to execute the will to kill Itaka and seize Itaka's Mangekyo. Both sides have the Mangekyo of the mind-controlled type, but the pupil power of the two is not proportional now. Unfortunately, Itaka didn't have time to replace his eyes. Once he replaced Kota Amatsukami, his Susanoo could not be maintained. After removing Susanoo, his chakra might not be enough to support him to use Kota Amatsukami. In the face of absolute power, Itaka was powerless. When you lose your Mangekyo Sharinan, how will Konoha, which you love, treat you? How will Sarutobi Hiruzen treat you? Have you ever thought about this question? Yunya stretched out his right hand, and his fingers touched Itaka's forehead. In Itaka's confused vision, his fingers shifted to the left, and then scratched at Itaka's left Mangekyo. Blood flowed from his eye sockets. Yunya was skilled in his technique. After taking off the Tsukuyomi Mangekyo, his fingers moved to the right, and he took off the Amaterasu Mangekyo with ease. Itaka closed his eyes tightly, his teeth broke, and strong pain burst out from his eye sockets. Under the interweaving of pain in all cells of his body, he almost fainted. You clearly knew that Danzo had taken away Shisui's right eye, but you still chose to draw your sword against the weaker one. It's hard for you to get Shisui's eyes back, isn't it? A rare genius of the Uchiha clan? A ninja with the mind of a Hokage? An unknown person who supports light in the darkness? Hat. Yunya finished speaking calmly. Then he turned his right palm, and the space trembled again. He summoned a potion test tube, put Itaka's double kaleidoscope into it, and stored it together in the storage space. Yunya half-crouched beside Itake, his eyes calm, staring at the embarrassed Itake who was only left with one breath, and asked, "Explain to me what a village is, what a family is, and what a ninja is." Itake was silent. Puff Yunya raised his knife and fell, and the dark moon was pulled out from Itake's right shoulder and stabbed into Itake's left scapula. The blood overflowed and was diluted by the heavy rain. Ugh! Itake groaned repeatedly, clenched his teeth, and remained silent until Dark Moon turned around, moved from the left shoulder to the right thigh, and stabbed countless holes. Yunya raised his knife and stabbed like a machine. Every knife avoided the vital points. Every knife made the pain full. Ah! Itake's face was distorted. After crying out in pain, he seemed not to want to die unwillingly. He spoke in a trembling voice as a last resistance. The village is a bridge between families. Ninjas exist to protect the connection between the people of the ninja village. Yunya nodded and asked, "What about the family? What about the family who gave birth to you, raised you, and brought you up?" Itake was silent again for a long time, and responded, "Their capacity." Yunya interrupted Itake and said calmly, "So, you killed your parents who gave birth to you and raised you with 10 months of hardship, and killed all the tribesmen who were of the same clan as you, who protected you and provided you with resources. You should know. They are plotting before that, most people still believed in you who was watching them." Itake's facial features twisted, and he gritted his teeth in pain. "You should know that they will definitely fail and are destined to fail. At that time, the village will only go to ruin faster. Hehe, weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is, and your arrogance is exactly the same as the arrogance of your tribe." Yunya reached out, pinched Itake's cheek, straightened his face, and said calmly, "You are wrong in that you don't even give them the opportunity to put down your arrogance and sit down and have a good talk with your tribe. Sit down and talk." Itake whispered to himself, "Arrogance is an obstacle to survival." At this moment, he seemed to have an epiphany, understood something, and felt it was illusory. The village is a bridge between families, your understanding of the village is very good. But when the village is unable to resolve the conflict with a family, and unites with other families, relying on the power in hand, suspicion, exclusion, suppression, expulsion, and designed to harm a family. Such Konoha. Is it a bridge? After asking, Yunya sighed. Konoha is sick, but you are willing to go with them and become a cancer cell. You must understand one thing. Without the power of Uchiha, you, Uchiha Itake, are nothing in the ninja world. Chapter 73 End of Escape. Itake's face was ashen, he lost his vision, and his eyes were dark. He gasped and wanted to refute again. His intuition told him that something sharp was stabbing at his heart at this moment. The next moment, the sound of heavy rain disappeared in his ears, and the soil on his back turned into a cold stone slab. There was a dead silence around, and the air was filled with the stench of snake blood. The Valley of Sanctions. The muddy ground in the mountains and forests. The dark red complete Susanoo stood in place, guarding behind Yunya. It was just the dark burning on its body. The red hellfire is fading rapidly. Yunya watched Obito use the virtualization to bring Itake into the Kamui space, and the dark moon was inserted where Itake's heart was before. The corners of his mouth raised and he took back Dark Moon. Standing up slowly, Yunya glanced around. There were no Konoha chasing ninjas near the Valley of Sanctions, and there were no ninjas assigned by Konoha to hunt them down. He looked back at the Valley of Sanctions. On the inside of the collapsed cliff in the distance, in the valley, the sky-destroying and earth-shattering strike of Susanoo Uzuki had dispelled most of the dense fog. At this moment, the fog is filling the air again. After the cliff collapses, the fog is likely to spread out. Yin Yu could vaguely see the spatial distortions appearing one after another in the Valley of Sanctions. Obito and Itaka chose to flee into the valley, which showed that the information that Wan Shi said before that ninja troops were coming from the northwest border of Konoha was true. And Itaka, who has lost Uchiha's power, will gradually understand what he said to him today, and Konoha will teach him how to behave. Then let you live a little longer and witness with your own eyes how the Konoha you love and protect moves towards the abyss step by step. Yin Yu ends his thoughts. Dismiss Susanoo. The dark red Susanoo, who looked like a demon god, was the first to extinguish the hellfire in his eyes. The armor disintegrated in the air, and the huge body like a mountain gradually disappeared in the heavy rain, as if returning to hell. After a moment, a prompt popped up in Yin Yu's mind. Main mission, Night of Genocide. Options. 2 successfully escaped from Konoha village. Mission accomplished. Reward, plunder, seize other people's kaleidoscope, you can absorb their pupil power, and gain the kaleidoscope ability. Yunya felt the changes in the 8,000 Spears kaleidoscope, and his brows slowly wrinkled. At this moment, I can clearly perceive the inside of the kaleidoscope, and there is a sense of hunger all the time. It seems that only by feeding the Mangekyo Sharinon can this symptom disappear temporarily. This is a strange addiction. Although the addiction is not serious, it makes people with obsessive-compulsive disorder like Yin Yu feel like a small and sharp thorn has been stabbed deep in their souls. There is no other way to pull it out, which makes people extremely uncomfortable. First try to plunder Itaka's Mangekyo, then release Orochimaru sealed in the Ten-Fist Sword, and then absorb the divine power, to deal with Obito. Yunya made a plan in her mind, and when she was about to get up, her heart suddenly began to throb with overdraft, followed by cramping pain. No, there are more important things to do now. Yunya's face turned pale, her expression changed suddenly, she immediately turned her right hand around, the space trembled, took out the last bottle of green medicine, opened the cork, raised her head and drank it all in one gulp. Gulu. Swallow the green pill. In an instant. In the eye sockets. Body cells. The intense pain caused by the 8,000 Spears kaleidoscope swept over like a landslide and tsunami. At this moment, for Yin Yu, the sky seemed to have collapsed. Brother! A familiar shout came, and Yunya forced open her dazed eyes. In addition to the symptoms of hunger, the 8,000 Spears kaleidoscope also conveyed the feeling of neurasthenia, and the eyeballs were dying bit by bit. Not even a minute. The vision function of 8,000 Spears kaleidoscope may be permanently lost, and half of the retina, lens, and vitreous body will be necrotic and irreversibly damaged. This is the price of the non-eternal eye, forcibly opening the complete body of Susanoo. Yunya lost consciousness and fell backwards. Countless familiar chakras sense passed by him. She put her hand behind his back and supported him in place. Captain Drinking Moon. After the complete form of Susanoo dissipated, the Uchiha arrived near Yin Yu as soon as possible. Brother! Tamao's baby face was full of anxiety. He stared at his elder brother who was as white as paper and was extremely weak. He was at a loss for a moment and glanced around blankly. All the Uchiha also looked out, looking for someone, until a fluorescent green light flashed. Everyone looked back and realized. No Naiu's face was solemn, and he was already squatting beside everyone, but because of his short-sightedness, he touched Yin Yu's body with his hands for a long time, and finally put his hands on Yin Yu's chest and released the medical ninjutsu. All the Uchiha and Kimimaro were worried about Nanu's myopia, but they held their breath at the moment for fear of disturbing Nanu. Sizzling. Continuous release of medical ninjutsu. No Naiu was sweating on her forehead and her face became more solemn. The situation was much more serious than she imagined. It is a trivial matter to cut off the chakra veins. In her analytical perception, the cells in Yin Yu's body are rapidly aging and dying. This is a condition that only occurs when a person is about to die. When Nanoyu's healing chakra entered Yin Yu's body, it was like a stone thrown into the sea and a mantis arm used as a chariot, with no effect. No Naiu's face was solemn, but he did not give up. He gritted his teeth and insisted on treating Yen Yu. The others had different expressions and were nervous. They also knew that Yen Yu's current state was not optimistic. After all, how can you release that kind of godlike power without paying a price? Grown-ups. Kimimaro looked anxious. He also wanted to ask Yunyu about Orochimaru. Ever since the Yamata no Orokai transformed by Orochimaru disappeared, Kimimaro had become extremely anxious. After a while, Nunaiu was shocked to find that Yen Yu's body, which was about to die, suddenly became a dead tree, and the decayed cells came back to life again and divided rapidly. Yen Yu's pale cheeks are returning to rosy, her eyelids are trembling slightly, and she has the trend of waking up. The Uchiha also noticed the subtle changes, and their faces turned from worry to joy, all looking at Nono. Nono's eyes showed confusion. Under the dialysis of medical ninjutsu, her hands brushed across Yunyu's head, chest, and abdomen. She could feel it clearly. At this moment, Yunyu's chakra meridians and the necrotic Mangekyo Sharinan were being rapidly repaired by some kind of power containing vigorous vitality. Nono looked terrified, thinking, could it be that my medical ninjutsu has improved so quickly? This is not right. Nono suddenly thought of something. Suddenly, Yunyu's complexion returned to normal, but she still looked a little weak. The Uchiha held their breath. Yunyu slowly opened her eyes, her vision gradually recovered, as clear as a clean camera lens, and she saw everyone's faces. It was cool to absorb the chakra of more than 10,000 ninjas to break through the restriction and open the complete Susanoo, but if there was no green medicine, he would really have to accept the Uchiha's fireball cremation. At the moment, even if he drank a bottle of green medicine, it would not be able to completely offset the damage caused by the side effects. The body was completely repaired. The Mangekyo faded, and the eyes were restored to their original state, but the blood and chi could not be restored. The body was in an extremely weak state. At this moment, the body could only extract 1/3 of the chakra in its prime. He himself did not have much chakra, probably only at the level of an ordinary jonin. I'm fine. Yunyu slowly opened his mouth under the worried but daring gaze of the Uchiha, and then stood up. The Uchiha immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Quan's eyes were red, and her face was wet by the rain. No one knew if she had cried. Your medical ninjutsu is really superb. Uchiha Nanfan looked at Nono with gratitude and admired sincerely. No wonder Captain Yenyu recruited you. Your medical ninjutsu is comparable to that of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. In my opinion, Nono-sama may have surpassed Tsunade. In the situation just now, even if Tsunade was here, she probably couldn't save the captain. The Uchiha said one after another. This, isn't that great? Nono-sama smiled dignifiedly when she heard the recognition and flattery of her Uchiha companions, but she was actually overjoyed and couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth that rose. She wanted to explain. But these guys were so nice. Surpassing Tsunade is the lifelong achievement that every medical ninja dreams of. Just as Nono-sama responded politely, she suddenly saw Tamao pick up a test tube of medicine from the ground in her dim eyes. What is this? Tamasyong raised the test tube. The rainwater had already merged with the remaining green medicine in the test tube. He put the test tube to his nose, sniffed it, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he sighed, "Don't waste it." No. After saying that, Tamao drank the diluted green medicine in one gulp when Nono Yu showed horror on his face and stretched out his hand to stop him. Isn't it? Children can't just pick up things and drink them. Nono Yu looked worried and snatched the green medicine from Tamao. She naturally knew that Yenyu was able to survive because of this thing. She was planning to find it for research, but she didn't expect that there was not a drop left of the remaining medicine. Yenyu frowned and watched this scene happen. She was weak and dazed, and she didn't have time to stop it. Tamao showed satisfaction, savoring the coolness in his mouth, and said seriously, "Oh, it's like this, I lost my parents when I was young, and was sent to the psychiatric department of the hospital by my tribe." After saying that, Tomo suddenly twitched his mouth, froze in place, the skin on his face quickly turned green, and his arms grew bark, as if he was walking farther and farther in the direction of the tree. Seeing this scene, the Uchiha and Yunya frowned, and their expressions became weird. P.S. Today, a total of more than 5,000 words are presented. According to the reader's suggestion, Itaki was not killed directly. Later, Itaki was tortured slowly, so that his Taoism collapsed and he left in pain. Obito would also torture him. A new main task will be opened tomorrow. Please recommend. Please monthly ticket. Please read on. Finally, please reward. Thank you readers for reading on, and wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 74 Main Line, Recasting Uchiha. The heavy rain gradually stopped. Thick fog filled the forest. The Uchiha surrounded Tamao, looking him up and down, all with strange expressions on their faces, and sighed that Tamao had finally become the person he hated. Yunya fell into deep thought. He didn't give the green medicine to the people around him because he was afraid of negative effects. Unexpectedly, there were really some. Tamao's face remained horrified, with his hands down, standing straight. On his body, only his eyes could move slowly, his face was green, and the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of dry brown bark. In addition, Yunya and Nono found that the soft fist injury left by Tamao in the previous battle seemed to have healed after being covered by bark. Yunya glanced at Nono. Nono understood Yunya's meaning, and immediately came to Tamao with the green medicine test tube, released medical ninjutsu, and checked. A moment. Nono showed a surprised expression. In her perception, the energy that healed Tamao was similar to Yenyu's. The majestic vitality in the front body is almost the same, but slightly weaker. But even so, this power completely healed Tamao's injuries and was in excess. I see. Nanoyu's eyes revealed a sudden realization, and he looked at the green-faced Tamao. She explained to everyone. He is fine. When the power to heal his injuries in the body disappears, he will recover naturally, but it may take a few hours. After hearing the explanation from the professional medical ninja, Tamasyong widened his eyes and wanted to speak, but he could only widen his eyes and was unable to move. I couldn't speak for several hours. It's no different than killing him. The other Uchiha knew that Tamao was fine and felt relieved, and they were all happy. It's good that Tamao can't talk, the team will be clean, at least the style of painting will not be biased. Having just escaped a disaster, the most noisy guy in the team could not speak at this moment. All the Uchiha felt refreshed and felt like they had been reborn. Team leader. Nanoyo looked confused. He originally wanted to accept the medicine test tube and keep it for his own research, but after thinking about it seriously, he handed the test tube to Yenyu. When it stabilizes, I will give you a potion for you to study. Yenyu glanced at No Naiyu, reached out to take the test tube, turned her right hand, and put the test tube into the storage space. How could he not see that Nanoyu had ideas about this magical green medicine? Good. After getting the boss's promise, No Naiyu showed joy and immediately nodded heavily. The green medicine was very tempting to her. While the two were talking, a lot of Uchiha were speculating on the origin of this green medicine, and most of them guessed that it was given to their captain by Orochimaru, the former chief scientist of Konoha. After everyone pondered, they looked up and discovered that just now, a green bud grew on Tamasyong's head. It grew very fast. The bud had thick branches with 2 green leaves, and eventually grew into a blooming flower. Sunflower. Quan couldn't help but be curious, reached out and patted the sunflower, and was surprised to find that the touch was extremely real. Tamao. The Uchiha were silent. Nanoyu explained. There is a strange life force in his body at the moment. Because it is too strong, it mimics the form of a plant. This should be a normal phenomenon. Everyone felt at ease again. Yin Yu began to think. After a small episode. Also let Yunyu know that using green medicine for others will not allow them to master the wood release nor allow them to control and absorb the natural energy of plants within a radius of 500 meters. Green medicine can repair other people's injuries, but if it is used too much, it will lead to Tamas Yong's situation. Because he cannot control natural energy on his own, people will become a vegetative with strange plants growing on their heads. The special abilities attached to the green medicine can only be used by him. Yin Yu guessed that this should be related to the mission. The Uchiha's minds quickly moved away from Tamas Yong, and looked at Yayo with reverence, waiting for the captain to speak. After this battle, the Uchiha were full of energy, and Yin Yu made them see real hope. One day, Uchiha will really return to Konoha and destroy Konoha. Take Tamao with you, enter the Valley of Sanctions first, go to the country of grass, and find a place to settle down. Yunya glanced at everyone, and finally looked at Kimimaro who looked anxious, and said calmly, Orochimaru is fine. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the entrance of the Valley of Sanctions, which was filled with fog. Hearing this, Kimimaro breathed a sigh of relief. The other Uchiha scrambled to carry Tamao, and this task finally fell to Nanfan. Even though Nanfan didn't like Tamao on weekdays, no matter what happened to any of the remaining Uchihas, he was willing to do his best to help them. Nanfan carried Tamas Yong, who had turned into a tree, on his right shoulder and quickly followed the team. At this time, Tamao was no different from a tree that looked like a human being, so it was not tiring to be carried by the south wind. He was just a little depressed, wondering why it was Tamao who always caused trouble. The front of the team. Yunyu thought for a moment and looked back at the entrance to the Valley of Sanctions, which was gradually covered by thick fog. Turning his right hand over, the space trembled, and the scroll with the seal of a bear may takes root appeared in the center of his right hand. Yunyu threw the scroll to the area in the middle of the valley entrance, planning to turn back alone. He still has something to deal with next. But after taking a few steps back, a task reminder suddenly came to Yunyu's mind. She glanced at the task list, and her expression gradually became serious. Main mission. Leader recast Uchiha. Task options. 1. Choose a territory. Mission requirements. The chosen territory must be sincerely recognized by yourself and your own Uchiha. Award. Heretic Golem. The Ten-Tailed Body. Yunya frowned, then relaxed. He guessed that this heretic demon statue was most likely not the one sealed on the moon by the Immortal of Six Paths. The rewards given by the main mission are very generous. Whether it is the 8,000 spears or the heretic golem, no matter which one is enough to make the group of ninjas who are in power in the ninja world crazy about it. Even if they use the efforts of a village to pursue it, they will not be able to do it. Get. Yin Yu also discovered the clues. The small objects given inside missions have special effects, while the rewards given in main missions are extremely precious. Choose territory? Yunyu thought seriously, stopped, looked back at Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Nanfan, and said seriously, I plan to rebuild the Uchiha clan in the ninja world. In fact, there is no mission, and what he will do next in the ninja world is similar to this mission. Captain, is it true? After being shocked, the Uchiha smiled. They had been waiting for Yunyu to say this, but they didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. The Uchiha knew that they alone could not make the three words Uchiha resound in the ninja world again. But today they saw Yunyu's godlike power. As long as Yunyu is still alive, Uchiha will always have a place in the ninja world. Okay, Captain, I will support you no matter what you do. Izumi said excitedly, sweeping away the emotional discomfort caused by attack. Nanfan, who was carrying Tamao, nodded heavily, his eyes red. Tamao was so anxious that his eyes were spinning, but he couldn't speak, and he was so anxious that he was extremely uncomfortable. Yunyu said seriously. So, I plan to use this place as our territory for development. What do you think? Chapter 75 Controlling Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Hearing this, the Uchiha looked around the foggy mountains and wilderness, and wanted to say something for a moment, but finally responded with a smile. "Captain, you have the final say. We have no problem. This is really a good place to be a territory." Yunyu looked at Quan and Nanfan, with a questioning look in his eyes. The two nodded immediately, indicating that they approved of Yunyu's decision. This time everyone approved. But the familiar task completion prompt did not appear. Obviously, other Uchiha, including Yunyu himself, said yes, but they did not approve of this place as a territory. The task failed due to bug. Yunyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he said calmly, "I'm kidding." The Uchiha laughed and cried, and some of the more lively Uchiha even laughed twice and responded, "It's so funny." Everyone was speechless. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. The Uchiha looked at the guy who was talking, and they were surprised to find that it was a member of Tama's patrol team. Just now, he was also praising this place. Yunyu didn't care about these trivial matters. It livened up the atmosphere. He planned to deal with a few small things before entering the Valley of Sanctions, and capture 2 people by the way. Yunyu took out the map that Jaeger gave them and memorized the prominent areas marked on the map. The rain stopped completely. It was evening. Putting away the map, Yunyu suddenly looked solemn. The eyes felt strange at this moment. It was obviously a pair of eyes, but it could convey a hunger that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Although it had no substantial effect on oneself, it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Near the entrance of the valley, in an open space that had not yet collapsed, Yunyu asked the team to rest and everyone took a soldier pill to replenish the chakra they had previously lost. Looking directly at the dense fog with extremely low visibility, Yunyu took out the test tube containing Itaka's Mangekyo from the storage space while everyone was resting with their backs against the cliff. Putting the Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi Mangekyo that showed the triangular darts on the palm of his right hand, Yunyu opened the 8,000 Spears Mangekyo, looked directly at them, and used the plunder ability rewarded for completing the main task. Instantaneously, Itaka's pair of Mangekyo Sharinon burned orange-red Yintun chakra energy, and then, under the suction force of plunder, the pupil power and ability turned into a beam of light and flew up, injecting into Yunyu's 8,000 Spears Mangekyo. The upper limit of the mental power in the mind is rapidly increasing, almost doubling, and the pupil power has become more refined. Yunyu feels that his eyes are being properly nourished and replenished with power. The hunger in the eyes gradually disappeared as the 8,000 Spears Mangekyo plundered the pupil power of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi Mangekyo. The thorn that was stuck in the spirit was temporarily removed. Clang! The 8,000 Spears Mangekyo pattern in Yunyu's pupil suddenly rotated and transformed into a triangular dart-shaped Amaterasu Tsukuyomi Mangekyo. The Mangekyo in his hand completely lost its color, and there was no pupil power or pupil technique in his eyes, and even his vision function was destroyed. Yunyu still chose to put the pair of eyes into a test tube and throw it into the storage space. Then throw it to Orochimaru for research. Speaking of Orochimaru, Yunyu's eyes flashed a glimmer, and he turned back and told everyone, "Wait for me here for a while, I'm going to do something." The Uchiha nodded one after another. After settling the Uchiha people, Yunyu left in the direction he came from, leaving everyone with a back view. While on the road, Yunyu analyzed his current situation. After absorbing Itaka's Mangekyo, when his own chakra was fully restored, he could open Susanoo by himself without absorbing other people's chakra. However, with his own chakra, he could only open the 3rd stage of Susanoo, Karasutengo's armored form. His 8,000 spears were not normal eyes. He did not have extreme emotions such as love and hatred. His pupil power was not as good as the original one. He could not open Susanoo without the help of absorbing chakra. But now it was different. Yunyu sensed the 2 figures who had been marked with the 8,000 spears since the end of the battle. Since we have to recast Uchiha, people are the most important resource. Yunyu moved forward at full speed, stepping on the branches. His figure was like lightning, running towards the southeast direction of Konoha, and arrived at Sufushin Forest, where corpses were everywhere. Da-da-da! Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of high heels stopped in the woods. Tsunade and Shizun stopped. He looked around suddenly, but did not find any figure. "Since you are here, then stay," Yunyu said slowly, fell from the tree, landed steadily behind the two, and then turned around. Since he found Tsunade here, how could he let her go back easily, at least not now? Yunyu. When Jingyan saw Yunyu, her pupils trembled, and she subconsciously retreated to Tsunade's side. "After leaving here, is your next plan to destroy Konoha?" Tsunade's phoenix eyes did not dare to look at Yunyu, and she glanced at Yunyu's chest and asked. She was afraid of Yunyu's pupil technique, and her voice was mature and a little wild, echoing in the forest. Tsunade frowned, her face was solemn, and she clenched her fists. She was shocked that this guy knew her existence and angry that he took the initiative to find her. Yet, Yunyu looked at Tsunade, without hiding it, this was his true thought. However, Tsunade still underestimated him. After opening the complete form of Susanoo, he can select any target to mark wherever the red light shines. He has mastered the power to destroy Konoha, but it is more troublesome to mark the cannon fodder. When he catches a tailed beast in the later stage, he can solve this problem. "Master, let's run away, we are not his opponent." Shizun was nervous and scared, hugged the little piglet, and whispered to persuade. The opponent killed Jiraiya with one sword. Even if Shizun had admired Yunyu before, she would feel unfamiliar with this outrageously strong Yunyu. After the battle outside the Valley of Sanction, Shizun knew that Jiraiya's death and Orochimaru's sealing almost caused Tsunade's emotional collapse. They are not Yunyu's opponent. But Shizun also knew that she couldn't convince her master at the moment, and it was up to Tsunade to decide whether to fight or escape. "We'll know if we're a match after we fight," Tsunade said in a deep voice, her delicate face showing ruthlessness, her chakras surging through her meridians, her aura soaring to the top. Tsunade naturally knew that she was probably not Yunyu's opponent at the moment, but the opponent was already showing signs of fatigue. If she couldn't deal with Yunyu at this time, the whole Konoha. Who else could stop this guy? Yunyu looked relaxed, and was very satisfied with Tsunade's high morale. He glanced at Tsunade and Shizun, and then ignored them. Then he refined his remaining chakra and injected it into the Mangekyo. The ground. Tsunade felt the air suddenly become hot, and her phoenix eyes suddenly lit up with a deep blue light. Tsunade and Shizun were surprised to find that the light came from the two of them, and then the blue light turned into a beam of light and injected into Yunyu's body, which was also flashing blue light. Then the orange-red flames burned up. In front of Tsunade and Shizun, Yunyu opened the orange-red Susanoo that Itaki had opened before. Kakaka! The orange-red skeleton Susanoo materialized, and the skinny skeleton body was quickly wrapped by chakra energy lines. Then the Karasutengu armor emerged, and the 20-30 meter Susanoo stood in front of Tsunade and Shizun. Yunyu was on the ground covered by the Susanoo. Soon, the orange-red Susanoo summoned a 10-fisted sword burning with blazing flames in his right hand. Tsunade wanted to charge, but was horrified to find that her mind could not control her body at all. How is it possible? Tsunade's phoenix eyes showed fear. For a moment, she thought of the dark red light that had enveloped the world before, and realized that she and Shizun were hit by Yunyu's pupil technique at that time, and her heart gradually sank into the abyss. Het! Yunyu's face was calm. He came to find Tsunade and Shizun, and he really wanted to take them away. But the main purpose is to use the chakra of the two to open the orange-red Susanoo, then release Orochimaru and take back the Kamui Mangekyo. It must be said that the amount of chakra in Tsunade's body is no less than that of the dead Mangekyo. Thanks to the 100-point reward from Silent Melody, I wish you a happy day and a happy life. Chapter 76 Royal Capital Fortress. This is Uchiha Itaka's Susanoo. Tsunade's bright brown eyes revealed surprise, her lips trembled slightly, and her body tensed. Thoughts were surging, she was unwilling to be controlled by Yunyu, and still tried to break free from the mental bondage. Methods to disrupt chakra, interfere with the mind, and remove illusions were used in the body one after another. Unfortunately, to no avail. The Susanoo in front of her, burning with orange-red flames and covering Karasotengo's armor, made Tsunade sure of one thing: Yunyu could absorb the ability of others. Sharinon. Hi! The orange-red flames baked the muddy ground wet by the rain clean. The orange-red Susanoo held the ten-fist sword in his right hand and drew a sword flower in the air, and then inserted it into the ground, and the ground shattered for a while. Yunyu. Shizun's face turned pale, her eyebrows bulged like a mountain, her face was full of sorrow, and she ran to Tsunade in panic and exclaimed loudly. Bula Buli! The little piglet was frightened and trembled all over. It made a childish sound and arched into Shizun's arms, not daring to look directly at the ferocious energy giant in front of it. Yunyu, let Tsunade-sama go. The Konoha high-level officials rejected her proposals many times, causing Tsunade-sama to lose her relatives one after another. The two sides had a rift, and she was tired of life in the ninja village. Tsunade-sama now suffers from hemophobia and has no use to you. She doesn't have much to do with Konoha either. You won't gain anything by killing her. And I have inherited Tsunade-sama's medical ninjutsu. You can take me away, and you will be my mother-in-law. I'll trade myself for Tsunade-sama's life. Shizun's eyebrows rose and she began to plead. Silent. Tsunade bit her lip tightly and glared at Yunyu. She didn't need the other party's mercy, nor did Shizun need to compromise. I have no intention of killing you, but you are right, I do lack medical ninjas here. Yunyu looked directly at Shizun and replied. He wants to form his own force in the ninja world. With Tsunade in the medical field, he is already far ahead of the 5 major ninja villages. As for Tsunade hating him, this is not a problem in front of the 8,000 spears and other gods. Although Yunyu has always liked to convince people with reason. Hearing this, Tsunade looked surprised. Shizun and the piglet Doudou in her arms breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and their tense bodies gradually relaxed, but then they began to worry about the future. Tsunade's eyes flashed and she began to think deeply. She also knew that there would be a lot of hardships to come. It is to lie dormant and steal information. Or look for opportunities to escape. Tsunade's thoughts were confused, as if she were on a gambling table at this moment, and it was difficult to place a bet. Wait a moment. Yunyu looked calm and relaxed. She glanced at the nearby forest with her peripheral vision and looked back. The 5 fingers of the orange-red Susanoo covered in armor clenched the ten-fist sword, injecting the yin escape chakra, and slowly unlocked the built-in seal. Yunyu looked confused. When his yin escape chakra was injected into the ten-fist sword, he discovered something very interesting. The illusion of the ten-fist sword sealed the world and was connected to another closed passage. Yunyu guessed. This passage should be connected to the ten-fist sword summoned by Ataka's Susanoo. Yunyu took advantage of the moment when she was unsealing the ten-fist sword to analyze this problem carefully. Once Uchiha opens the kaleidoscope and has enough eye power and chakra, he can open Susanoo and permanently master this third power. In other words, even if Ataka loses a pair of kaleidoscopes, he can still theoretically open Susanoo. This is the case when Madara is exposed and when Shisui opens Susanoo with one eye. Through unique means, Yunyu obtained Ataka's kaleidoscope eye power and eye skills, which is equivalent to getting the key to the orange-red Susanoo. His eye power and chakra are up to par. He can also use the Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi kaleidoscopes to open the Susan of these eyes and control the third power of these eyes. Such as Kakashi's finale. In other words, there are 2 people in the ninja world who can open the orange-red Susanoo and summon the 2 spiritual weapons of the Yatata mirror and the Juken sword at the same time. And the illusion world discovered by Yunyu at this time has another channel. This discovery can prove that no matter how many orange-red Susanoos are divided into, or how many handles the ten-fist sword is divided into, there is only one world sealed by its illusion. The people sealed by the Ten Fists sword or the chakra energy will be stored in this illusion world. Boom boom clang clang. The Ten-Fist sword burned with blazing flames. As the seal was unlocked, the flames on the sword gradually dimmed. In the world of illusion, a beam of light passed through the haze and shone on the closed eyelids of the confused Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened his eyes suddenly, his bloodshot eyes bulged, his pale face revealed desire, and he ran forward desperately. Trying to seize this opportunity to escape from the world of illusion, when the light became more and more dazzling, Orochimaru was bathed in the light. In the real world, a distorted pale power is released from the Ten-Fist sword. This power reshaped his body, turning him into a naked Orochimaru with pale skin. He stood on the ground like a white Zetsu. After performing the Eichi technique, Orochimaru's Akatsuki fire cloud robe was torn into pieces. Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru, Tsunade and Shizune had strange expressions on their tense faces, and they both looked sideways at the ground, unable to bear to look directly at Orochimaru. Yunyu looked at the male Orochimaru, expressionless, took out a set of Uchiha uniforms from the storage space and threw it in front of Orochimaru. "Did you save me?" Orochimaru looked down at himself, then looked up at Tsunade and Shizune in front of him. He didn't feel ashamed at all. He was stunned and asked. Tsunade and Shizune were speechless. Look behind Orochimaru. When Orochimaru felt the familiar yin escape chakra behind him, he subconsciously ignored the Uchiha uniform on the ground. He suddenly looked back and saw the Ten-Fist sword behind him, his heart sank, and he spoke viciously. "Itake! It's me!" Yunyu said calmly, and then reminded, "Put on some clothes." "Yin Yue-jun." When Orochimaru heard the familiar voice, his face was stunned, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and he was in a trance. What caught his eye was the orange-red Susanoo that frightened him. When Orochimaru saw Yayu driving Itake's Susanoo, he felt for a moment that he should still be in the illusion world. And all this is Itake's trick. Orochimaru looked confused. After drinking the moon, he saw Orochimaru in a daze, and immediately looked into his eyes with a kaleidoscope, injecting a trace of yin escape chakra to slightly interfere with the chakra in his body. Isn't this an illusion? Sensing the familiar movements coming from the chakra meridians in his body, Orochimaru looked shocked, took a breath, and then smiled. He was really released from the Ten-Fists sword. The person who released him. It's his ally. Orochimaru looked surprised, picked up the Uchiha uniform from the ground, and put it on. Yunyu thought for a while and asked. "Do you know where Sheneng is?" Sheneng, on the surface, is a doctor with excellent medical skills, but is actually the current leader of Kong Ninja Village. As for Kong Ninja Village, it was a ninja village that was destroyed by Konoha during the Second Ninja World War. The address is located on the border of the Country of Fire. Yunyu didn't know the specific location, but he knew that Kong Ninja Village had advanced modern weapons. The headquarters of Kong Ninja Village is an aerial fortress named Ankle Bandian, also known as King's Fortress. Yen Yu prefers to call it the King's Fortress. It can be suspended in the sky and has energy-heavy artillery inside. It is extremely suitable for use as the territory of the new Uchiha. After listening to the inquiry, Orochimaru thought carefully and confirmed, "Is the Sheneng you are talking about the one I know?" P.S. The setting that the Ten-Fist swords share a sealed illusion world is the author's second creation. Regarding the setting that Uchiha had used a pair of kaleidoscopes to open Susanoo before, and that he could open Susanoo even without eyes, there are different opinions. The author has checked the information, and it seems that the original work did not clearly say that it will mainly focus on the content of anime, comics, and games. I may have written something wrong. Please give me some advice. As long as it is correct, we will change it. Happy New Year to everyone. Please vote for recommendation. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, I'm a bit busy, I might update later, I'm not sure. If there's no update after 12:30 at night, just wait until the day. Thank you for your support. Chapter 77 Absorbing Divine Power. Yen Yu spoke concisely and to the point. As he spoke, the orange-red Susanoo covering his body suddenly clenched his 10-fist sword and swept across the nearby forest. Boom! The sharp flame sword easily cut off the trees, and the hot flames ignited the destroyed trees. Ah! The screams echoed in the forest and finally stopped. Tsunade, Shizune, and Orochimaru looked at the orange-red forest destroyed by Susanoo, their faces slightly condensed. There were several corpses lying on the ground. They were wearing Konoha forehead protectors and Konoha ninja vests. Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were familiar with Konoha ninjas, took one look at the corpses and recognized their identities as ninjas from the Konoha Border Intelligence Team. We'll talk about this later. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils wrapped in purple eyeshadow scanned the nearby forest and made a suggestion. Yunyu nodded, glanced at Shizune and Tsunade, and said calmly, "Follow me." He didn't want Konoha to know Tsunade's whereabouts yet. After finishing speaking, the orange-red Susanoo dissipated, and the temperature nearby gradually dropped. Yunyu controlled Tsunade and led Orochimaru to jump in the direction of the Uchihas. Shizune was not controlled, but still followed behind with the piggy in her arms. Well. Shizune frowned, even if Yunyu let her go now, she didn't want Tsunade to suffer alone. Orochimaru glanced at the controlled Tsunade, then looked at Yayu, with a playful smile on his face. He has begun to look forward to what kind of genius the Senju clan will give birth to when they combine with Uchiha. The appearance of the intelligence class ninja means that the ninja troops on the northwest border of Konoha are about to arrive at the Valley of Sanctions. Observing the woods to the left and right, Yen Yu pondered, he now indeed has the strength to destroy any border ninja force in Konoha. But now there is no need to do it yourself and make wedding clothes for others. Such a big thing happening inside Konoha can be concealed for a while, but it cannot be concealed for a lifetime, and paper cannot cover up the fire. There are many people in the ninja world who want to destroy Konoha and carve up the land of fire. When other ninja villages were planning to defect to the Uchiha team, they were also eyeing Konoha. More than 10 minutes after Yunyu and others left the place, another ninja from the Konoha intelligence team cautiously approached the area burning with residual flames. Watch your step, be careful of traps. Safety. There is no trap. These Konoha ninjas emerged from the forest and observed the traces of the battle. When they found their companions who had been cut in half, everyone looked sad and stood there in shock for a few seconds. They quickly recovered and sent a signal to the rear. A few minutes later, swish swish swish, black shadows shuttled through Sufushin's forest, numbering about 2,000 people. Although there are not many in number, they are all elite ninjas from the Konoha border. Compared with the cannon fodder of the previous ones, this Konoha ninja force is fully equipped and has an excellent mental outlook, far from being comparable to just fish. The commander is a jounin from the Sarutobi clan, and he is accompanied by a ninja from the Shimura clan and a ninja from the Inyazuka clan. The three of them were the commanders of this border ninja force. When they saw the intelligence team killed by one blow and the burned trees, they held a moment of silence. Each of them looked solemn and led the team towards the outside of Sufu Mountain. Passing through the twisted forest area, the three of them stood on the hillside and glanced at the entrance to the collapsed Valley of Sanctions. Chills ran down their spines. There are corpses everywhere in front of you. Corpses from different ninja villages and different factions were lying or crawling among the gravel on the muddy ground. These corpses had pale faces and no external injuries, as if they had died of collapse and shock. The battlefield is very miserable. It was intense, but there was no blood on the mud, which made the scene look extremely strange. Uchiha really doesn't have any good things. The jounin of the Sarutobi clan cursed harshly, causing all the ninjas in the army to hate Uchiha. The three of them looked at each other with heavy expressions and led the ninja troops slowly to the entrance of the Valley of Sanctions. No trap was triggered on the road, so the three of them ordered a defense line to be set up at the entrance of the collapsed valley to lock the entrance where the dense fog spread. The sky is getting darker. The night is about to fall. Yunyu took Tsunade, Shizune, and Orochimaru, and walked through the fog according to the geographical location he had previously noted, and returned to the open space they had arrived at after a deep journey. When the Uchiha saw two of the three ninjas, their eyes were as wide as bells. Lord Orochimaru. When Kimimaro saw that Orochimaru was safe and sound, his face that was not good at smiling was filled with joy, and he quickly came to Orochimaru's side. "I'm fine, Kimimaro. Thanks to Yin-Yu-kun this time, otherwise we would have had to wait a long time to meet." Orochimaru smiled, looking at Kimimaro who was like his own child, and said calmly. Kimimaro's eyes trembled and his face was sincere. He came to Yunyu and bowed respectfully, "Thank you for saving Lord Orochimaru." "Yes." Yunyu responded calmly and looked at the other Uchiha, "Let's all have a rest and continue setting off." "Yes." The Uchiha people stood up one after another, but their eyes were focused on Tsunade and Shizune. Although they don't know how Yunyu rescued Orochimaru, it is clear that Tsunadeheim is more worthy of their attention at the moment. Each and every Uchiha looked shocked, and felt incredible in their hearts. Apart from Yunyu, who else in the ninja world could kill one of the three ninjas, and then draw the remaining two to his side? Although the Uchiha also found that this method of wooing was a bit unique, because Tsunade looked ruthless and seemed to want to speak, but she could only keep her fierce look. Later, the Uchiha people discovered that Orochimaru was wearing an Uchiha clan uniform, with the red and white clan emblem on the back eye-catching. "What's going on?" Orochimaru also joined Uchiha. Izumi took a breath. The Uchiha were shocked again. Orochimaru didn't care about the strange looks. "Tsunade, Sama." Nanoyu's eyes widened with surprise on his face. He looked up and down at Tsunade, who had a perfectly plump figure, and subconsciously called out the honorific. When she was a Konoha ninja, she used to call the Sunin Sama like other ninjas. Firstly, the Sunin are indeed popular in Konoha. Secondly, the Sunin are superior in strength and played a vital role during the war, making them admired by Konoha ninjas. Nanu, who is also a medical ninja, admired Tsunade for repeatedly proposing system changes for the medical ninjas in the village. Tsunade glanced at Nanoyu, with the same surprise on her face and a myriad of thoughts in her heart. Could it be that, Tsunade and Orochimaru will all be my colleagues from now on? Yanayu's heart was filled with turmoil. The whole person was stunned. It was not until Nanfan, who was carrying the tree-turned Taimao beside him, reminded him that Nunwoyu followed the team with Mikoto who was still unconscious. Recalling Yayu's previous bold words about rebuilding Uchiha, Nanoyu looked around at the members of his team. The front of the team. Yin-Yu followed Orochimaru and Tsunade from left to right. The team configuration of the second of the three ninjas and Yin-Yu, who possesses the power of the gods, is no longer weaker than the high-level combat power of any ninja village. I'm probably not dreaming. Nanoyu's expression was sluggish, worrying about gains and losses. He held the fragrant, boneless Mikoto in his arms and jumped forward. Becoming a rebel ninja made her feel that her future was brighter than when she followed Danzo in the root organization and saw through whole life at a glance, one sky and one place at a time. The team ignored the thick fog and marched quickly. The mist is thick. The air is moist. Orochimaru took the initiative to approach Yin-Yu. Without hesitation, he called out the little white snake from his sleeve, took out the test tube from its mouth, handed it to Yin-Yu, and sighed. "The whereabouts of Shen Nong, who taught me the art of rebirth, are unknown, but if you want to find him, I will help you find him in the ninja world." Hearing this answer, Yin-Yu's eyes suddenly dimmed a little. He nodded and reached out to take the test tube. "Confirm that the potion is soaked in 3 megatama, and pour it directly into the palm of your right hand." "I've checked. It's an ordinary 3 megatama sharinon. Kakashi keeping it will lead to insufficient chakra." Orochimaru finished speaking truthfully, then looked at Yin-Yu with curiosity on his face. "Soon you will know its usefulness." After Yin-Yu finished speaking, he opened the 8,000 spears kaleidoscope, like the kaleidoscope that absorbed Itachi, absorbing the pupil power and pupil skills of this powerful left eye. Kang! Red light flashed, and a kaleidoscope pattern of divine power appeared in Yan Yu's left eye, which then faded away. At the same time, he mastered the pupil technique to open the divine power. This scene made Orochimaru deep in thought. Then, Yan Yu put the lost color of the divine power kaleidoscope into the test tube and put it into the storage space. The team moved forward for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, there were figures moving in the thick fog ahead, and footsteps were densely packed, from far to near in front of the straight valley. Yan Yu ordered to stop advancing. The Uchihas looked wary. A moment. In the thick fog, a rough and strong man wearing a brown armor, red half-sleeves, and a forehead protector from Iwagakure village walked up. The troops were organized, large in number, and arranged neatly, closing the main road in the valley. Both sides stopped in place. The Uchihas looked at the Iwagakure ninja with stern expressions. They had just finished a fierce battle, another one. Orochimaru and Tsunade became interested and looked at Yunya beside them. "Don't be nervous." When Yan Yu saw that it was the rock ninja troops, he immediately spoke calmly. Suddenly, the IWA ninja spread out to both sides, and in the white mist, a short old man's body lifted off the ground, flying towards Yan Yu along the middle road. "Thank you to the boss of Baiken and Nandu for the 140-point reward, and thank you to the boss of Fanfiction for the 100-point reward. I wish you all the best, and good luck in the East China Sea and longevity." Chapter 78 Iwagakure's Sincerity, Happy New Year. The rickety figure is clear in the thick fog. Orochimaru's expression gradually stiffened, and through the outline, he had already guessed who the visitor was. Onoki. Tsunade was also shocked. The Uchiha were stunned on the spot. In the thick fog, the visitor has sparse and pale hair, an old face, thick grey eyebrows, piercing eyes, a very eye-catching iconic garlic nose, and a goat beard. The old man put his hands behind his back. Although the man is short, his wrinkled face exudes a powerful aura, giving people the coercion of a huge rock standing in front of him. Orochimaru, Tsunade. Onoki's eyes originally wanted to pass by the people around Yan Yu and only focus on Yan Yu. It can be seen that after seeing Orochimaru and Tsunade, Onoki's thick eyebrows raised, and his stone-hard expression became strange. "Haha, Lord Tsuchikage, Iwagakure's intelligence network is very well informed." Orochimaru wore his signature feminine smile, and he was naturally not afraid of Onoki's gaze. Tsunade remained silent. Iwagakure clearly planned to deal with Konoha in this battle. Tsunade was not surprised that Iwagakure would take action at this time. What worried her was that Onoki personally went to the battlefield. This shows that this old guy from Yunyan village is fully confident. "Ha!" A smile appeared on Onoki's old face, then he looked at Yayu between Orochimaru and Tsunade, and teased. "Some time ago, Iwagakure received an information scroll and a cooperation scroll from Konoha senior officials who wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan. I didn't believe it at the time. I don't believe that old guy Hiruzen Sarutobi could be so stupid that he cut off his arm. The various deeds that have happened in Konoha since then, including the defection of the Uchiha team, make me unable to believe it. It turns out that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really so useless. He has neither the courage nor the means to handle the dispute between the ninja village and his family. As for that information, the source cannot be traced. After the Uchiha team defected, they headed northwest to where Iwakage was. I probably understood whose hand this information came from. What courage! Young people! I admire you very much." When Onoki said these words, his eyes were fixed on Yan Yu, his eyes showing undisguised appreciation. This was obviously said to Yan Yu alone. Everyone looked at Yan Yu with complicated expressions. The fact that Orochimaru is the captain's ally has made the Uchiha people unbelievable. Unexpectedly, the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki also has contact with the captain. I entrusted the ninja cat to send the information and cooperation scroll to Iwagakure. You have no intention of cooperation, so your promise to give Iwagakure the pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan is invalid. Yenyu responded calmly. Onoki sighed. It's really a pity that I personally missed this opportunity. As a shadow of a village, it is impossible to blindly act based on a piece of information from an unknown source. Hope you can understand. Yenyu looked directly at Onomo and said calmly, so, Meng Zongja Shike Chuangxiu and Jun Jun. These words are a naked question. If Onoki also wants to stop them, Yenyu doesn't mind opening the full Susanoo again. Onoki was not annoyed at all. With a stiff smile on his face, he turned around and gave the order to the IWA ninja troops. Spread out. The voice is old and contains coercion. It comes from the perennial nourishment of the supreme power. The group of rock ninjas, with faces as blue as bluestone, showed no reaction and retreated to both sides of the road. Because of the large number of people, most of the dense fog in this area has dissipated. The spacious valley road appeared in front of the Uchihas, and everyone was filled with emotion. Captain Yenyu, his captain, just communicated with Onoki and was able to let the IWA ninja troops go. Yenyu did not take anyone away. He could tell from the micro-expression on Onoki's old face that this elderly, garrulous old guy still had something to say. Onoki's eyes showed admiration. The more he looked at Yenyu, the more he liked it. He said bluntly, Yenyu, since Konoha is not enough for you Uchiha to show off, why not come to Iwagakure? I can allocate a core territory in the village to you. With the protection of Iwagakure, you no longer need to consider the issue of continuing to escape. Whoever dares to use the Sharingan will become the enemy of the entire Iwagakure. You are still the noble Uchiha clan. I can make a promise. The position of the future 5th, 6th and 7th Tsuchikage will definitely be supported by an Uchiha. All the Uchiha looked at each other. The price offered by Onoki is attractive enough. If they were to lead the team, they would most likely choose Onoki. Although they also know that this bad old man has big plans. Onoki was very satisfied with the complex expressions on the other Uchiha faces, and his stern eyes returned to put it on Yenyu. Yenyu's calm eyes met Onoki's old and sharp eyes. He rejected it without any hesitation. Sorry, Uchiha no longer needs to rely on other ninja villages. After listening to Yenyu's answer, the other Uchiha thought seriously. Although they felt a little bit sorry, they felt relaxed physically and mentally, as if they had broken free from a shackle. Onoki's expression remained unchanged and he smiled. Really? It seems that you have already made a plan. That's fine. I'm sorry for not coming as promised. To express my apology, Iwagakure specially prepared a small gift for you before coming. It's just outside the Valley of Sanctions. If you want to rebuild Uchiha in the ninja world, it is indispensable. Yenyu's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and he said frankly, no need to beat around the bush, just say what your purpose is. Onoki laughed and said, after leaving the Valley of Sanctions, you will know what the gift is, Yenyu-kun. I have shown my sincerity, and Iwagakure will not be hostile to Uchiha. If one day you are under the pressure of survival, you can come to Iwagakure village to find me. What I just said will remain valid until I am buried. Yenyu nodded, and seeing that the old man had a good attitude, he thought for a while and reminded. Don't rush out before you reach the cliff of the Valley of Sanctions, wait a while, just consider it my return gift. After speaking, Yenyu looked at the people behind him and waved to order them to leave. Orochimaru smiled and said, haha, wait a moment. As he said that, he bit his finger, made seals with both hands, pressed the ground, and runes appeared, releasing the summoning technique. Bang! With a loud noise, smoke and dust burst out in the fog, and a giant brown snake appeared in front of the Iwagakure army. Everyone come up! Orochimaru said, and took the lead to lead Kimimaro to jump onto the snake's body and walk towards the snake's head. The Uchiha looked at Yenyu. Go up! Yenyu spoke, and the Uchiha took Tamao and Mikoto to jump onto the giant snake, standing together on the smooth head of the giant snake. Boom! The snake's eyes flashed with fierce light, sweeping across the rock ninja army in front of it, and in full view of the crowd, it carried Yunyu and others away from the army. The rock ninjas stared at the summoned giant snake. Onaki was stunned. Onaki was not too shocked or puzzled by Yunyu's refusal to invite him, because this was the Uchiha that matched his cognition. Looking at Yunyu made Onaki feel familiar, as if time had crossed. The scene when Uchiha Madara bullied him and his master and trampled on the will of stone flashed back in his mind. Onaki was in a trance for a moment, then his expression recovered. He is now almost 80 years old, and his heart has long been as hard as stone, so he will not take the old grudges to the current Uchiha. Wait a minute. Onaki narrowed his eyes and smiled, and began to look forward to the gift left by Yunyu. The psychic giant snake passed through the rock ninja army. Everyone looked around at the large number of rock ninja troops, and sighed that Onaki had invested a lot in this attack on Konoha. The head of the giant snake. Under Quan's careful questioning, Yunyu briefly explained the matter of Ninja Cat and Iwagakure to the Uchiha. In addition to contacting Orochimaru, Yunyu arranged the backup plan of Iwagakure through Ninja Cat. So the direction of escape he planned was the northwest where the land of Earth was located, not other directions. In Yunyu and Yu's original idea, as long as Onoki helped Orochimaru to delay Itaki and Obito, Orochimaru would not be sealed. Yu promised Onoki in the cooperation intention scroll that as long as Onoki helped, he would give Iwagakure a pair of Sharingan. But they didn't negotiate in person. Onoki didn't believe it. Yu also knew that this backup plan was too crude and naive, and he had no choice but to do it due to limited time. Chapter 79 Welcome Hope, Happy New Year! When the psychic giant snake completely left the valley, the thick fog covered the valley again. The Iwagakure ninja troops resumed their formation. A Iwagakure Jonin came to the old man, looking confused, and asked in a low voice, "Lord Tsuchikage, are you really going to let these Uchiha go like this?" While speaking, he kept looking back at the direction where the giant summoned snake disappeared. Many rock ninjas had no objection to letting Uchiha go, but in their hearts they still wanted Onoki to take action against Uchiha. They brought enough elite ninjas with them on this expedition. In the past, the most brilliant encirclement and suppression record of the rock ninjas was the death of Arakage. Now, using the human wave tactics to deal with several Uchiha is certainly not a problem. Even if there are 2 of the 3 ninjas in the Uchiha team, these rock ninjas are not afraid. Onoki stared at the rock ninja and sighed. I really had this idea before I set off, but when I saw Tsunade and Orochimaru. The person who can recruit 2 of the 3 ninjas is still an Uchiha. To be fair, can any of you do this? Can you be sure to escape from Konoha so blatantly while holding the precious blood limit? If you can have a little bit of the spirit, courage, or strength of Uchiha Yunyu, I won't have retired until now. This, obviously can't be done. The Iwagakure Jonin lowered his head and thought seriously, and felt that Onoki had considered it carefully. The fact that these Uchiha could escape here really explained a lot of things. The topic was directed to the inheritance of the position of Tsuchikage, and this Jonin really felt ashamed. Looking at their Iwagakure, after the Third Ninja World War, there was a lack of successors within the ninja village. However, all the Iwagakure ninjas knew that the fate of Iwagakure had already changed. The granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, Kuratsuke, and the apprentice Deidara were excellent and had a promising future. Thinking of this, the Iwagakure ninja raised his mouth, but soon heard Onoki's order. Don't think about it, keep going, this time our goal is to muddy the waters of the ninja world. Once Iwagakure attacks Konoha, Cloud Village will not be willing to follow behind and drink soup. With the current Konoha, what can it do to resist the invasion? Only when the situation is in chaos. Iwagakure can get the most benefit from it without any effort. This time, it is best to divide the land of fire. The Iwagakure ninja troops continued to set off. High morale. After dawn. Northwest direction. The exit of the Valley of Sanctions. Damn it! In the sparsely wooded forest, 4 Hyuga clan ninjas with hideous faces and scars stood back to back, growling. They looked around with their Byakugan, feeling despair and fear. These 4 were the intelligence escort team that Hayashi would rather sacrifice himself to stop Uchiha than let him leave. They fled the battlefield in time with the intelligence scroll and luckily survived. Last night, the 4 Hyuga clan members who first escaped into the Valley of Sanctions could see the intricate mountain roads in the fog with their Byakugan, but in order to avoid the intelligence team of the Rock Ninja Army, the 4 could only find a place to hide and escape. Unfortunately, they were discovered by the Uchiha who came riding on the giant psychic snake. So the 4 were chased by the Uchiha all the way and tasted the feeling of fleeing. The Uchiha were not in a hurry to kill them, but just drove them all the way, throwing a few explosive talisman shurikens from time to time, making them taste despair. By now, the 4 Hyuga ninjas were exhausted from mental and physical torture and unable to escape. Among them, Taimao, who had recovered from the tree state, was the most excited. Standing on the head of the giant snake, Taimao put his hands on his hips and laughed. "Assholes, keep running. Now it's our turn to chase you. How come you can't run after just one night?" Yunya glanced at the 4 Hyuga ninjas, then looked at the exit of the valley where the fog faded, and said, "Kill them." "Yes." Taimao put away his playfulness, and led the Uchiha with Nanfan to draw their swords and kill them, giving the 4 Hyuga ninjas a decent look. After finishing the work, Taimao and Nanfan checked the bodies of the 4 people, returned to the head of the giant snake, and shook their heads to report. No scrolls recording intelligence were found. Before attacking the remaining ninjas of the Hyuga clan, Orochimaru mentioned. During the war, Konoha relied on the Hyuga clan to remotely observe and record the intelligence of enemy ninjas through the Byakugan most of the time on the battlefield. So these Hyuga clan ninjas who escaped early are likely to have intelligence scrolls recording this battle, or Yunyu's ability. Let's leave the Valley of Sanctions first. Yunya looked up at the exit of the Valley of Sanctions, but didn't care about it. Even if Konoha knew his ability, when he returned to Konoha, his strength would definitely increase dramatically. How should Konoha respond then? Now Konoha is unable to take care of itself, and is in a precarious situation with internal and external troubles. Yunya hopes that Konoha can withstand this wave of attacks from other ninja villages, otherwise it would be too boring to bury the weak Konoha. Rumble. The giant snake rolled out of the valley ahead, gradually moving away from the white fog behind it. After yesterday's heavy rain, today the weather was clear and the sun was high. The grass and trees were lush and dense. The air was fresh and moist. The Uchiha looked around and found that outside the Valley of Sanctions was a forest. Under the sunlight, through the gaps between the trees, they could see a lush grassland 100 meters away. The Uchiha swept away their tiredness and showed joy. When the first ray of light fell on their faces, they almost cried with joy. The escape was completely over. From now on, they will be free and unrestrained, no longer bound by the ninja village, no longer despised by the villagers, and no longer harmed by others. Izumi's eyes were red. He held a kunao in one hand and a Konoha forward protector in the other. He came to Yunya and choked up and said, "Captain." Yunya looked sideways and was shocked to find that the other Uchiha, except for Mikoto who was still unconscious, including Nono, also took the kunao and Konoha forward protector like Izumi and walked to his side. This is the last ceremony before becoming a rebel ninja. The ninja world believes in this set of procedures. Even if they become rebel ninjas, ninjas will not easily give up their former honors. Adding the last scratch to the forward protector of the original ninja village means that the ninja and the ninja village have completely broken off in name, which means a new ninja life without any ties, opening the tip of the knife to lick blood, and homeless. Okay. Yunya did not refuse to complete this ceremony for the Uchiha. Dang! The kunao scratched across the metal forward protector, and the deep scratch split the Konoha symbol in half. This scene was witnessed by Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had long become a rebel ninja. The former sighed inwardly, while the latter didn't care about it. When Yunya finished carving Taimao's Konoha forehead protector, Taimao suddenly looked up, and his baby face showed an innocent smile. "Brother, help me carve one more scratch." Yunya looked puzzled. The other Uchiha held the rebel forehead protector, and their emotions were interrupted, and they all looked at Taimao. "Everyone carves one. What does it mean?" Tamas Yang laughed and said, "My bounty is already so much lower than everyone else's. I can't have fewer marks on my forehead protector than everyone else." Uchiha. Yin Yu shook her head helplessly and carved 2 parallel marks for Taimao Xiang. Taking the rebel forehead protector, Taimao Xiang smiled foolishly, as if he had found a treasure. P.S. Happy New Year to all readers. The author wishes everyone a Happy New Year. I wish you all the best in the new year, and be happy every day without worries. If the pressure in life is too great, then stop and slow down. Thanks to the Big Brother with the last number 7346 for the 100-point reward, and thanks to the Big Brother Momoan for the 300-point reward. I wish you all a happy day and a happy new year. Chapter 80 Orochimaru's Quirk. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled slightly. The summoned giant snake slowed down its crawling speed, and its huge body overwhelmed a large number of trees. Everyone stood at the head of the giant snake, facing the sun, feeling the warmth and calmness. The atmosphere was rare and peaceful. Yin Yu, who had already changed into a clean white dress, was at the head of the group, with Orochimaru and Tsunade controlled by the 8,000 spears standing on his left and right. Looking at the green trees and grass, Yin Yu's brows relaxed, and he counted the gains on the road of escape. First, the eyes. Completed a series of main tasks, and robbed, and had 99 3 Megatomasharinon with little pupil power left. The main eye is the 8,000 spears Mangekyo. After absorbing Ataka's Mangekyo and Obito's left eye, the pupil techniques he controls now include 8,000 spears spiritual marking, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Kamui. After absorbing a pair of Mangekyos and a pair of them through the ability of plundering, Yunya can feel that the pupil power that needs to be nourished by the strange chakra of love and hate emotions has been doubled, just like an empty wooden barrel filled with about 1/5 of water. Yunya is not sure whether absorbing a few more pairs of Mangekyos can turn the 8,000 spears into the eternal eyes. Because the key factor of turning the Mangekyos into the eternal eyes is not related to the strength of the pupil power. And the ability of the other god Mangekyos is similar to that of the 8,000 spears Mangekyos, he plans to wait until the eyes are hungry again and then plunder. As for ninjutsu, it can be regarded as a preliminary mastery of wood escape, after which some large-scale killing or strange forbidden techniques can be collected. In terms of physical skills, the physique is nourished by green medicine, and Yunya is very interested in the lightning chakra mode of the Raikage. At present, his own speed is indeed a weakness. In addition, weapons include Dark Moon, a black knife that can inject various chakra properties and change chakra forms. To some extent, it can replace low-level ninjutsu that requires seals. It is worth further development. In terms of medical care and supplies, there is a green medicine that can revive the dead and turn bones into flesh and bones. It is refreshed regularly every day. With it, you feel safe. In terms of equipment, there is also a ninja tool bag that can refresh ninja tools infinitely. Bathed in the sun, Yin Yu's expression was calm, but his heart was happy because of the great harvest. The whole person was slightly relieved and no longer tense. The sky was clear. The weather was fine. Looking at the blue sky, Yin Yu continued to think. Next, he planned to complete the main line of recasting Uchiha, obtain the Outer Path Demon statue, and then start collecting tailed beasts. In addition to strengthening his own strength, he also wanted to use the sacred tree to open the infinite moon reading and mark all people in the ninja world with the 8,000 spears. Yin Yu didn't want to create a peaceful world, nor did he want to create a world with only one person. Since there are always people in the ninja world who want to rule the world through violence and make the world into the shape they want, why can't this person be Yin Yu? Mr. Yunyu, what are your plans next? Orochimaru looked at Yunyu from the side. He just saw Yunyu stop thinking and looked back at the Uchiha who were chatting behind him, and then took the initiative to start a conversation. Yunyu glanced at Orochimaru and saw a trace of desire in his golden snake eyes. He probably guessed Orochimaru's thoughts and took out the cylindrical container that sealed the remaining sherry-non from the storage space. Seeing the densely packed sherry-non, Orochimaru's golden pupils trembled and his heart beat wildly. The temptation of this container to him was so strong that it could not be described in words. Tsunade on the side had a complicated expression and was shocked. Seeing these sherry-nons, she immediately understood that the Uchiha clan extermination described by Orochimaru before was not detailed. Yunyu did not continue to restrict Tsunade's language ability, but she didn't want to speak at this moment. What surprised Tsunade and Orochimaru even more was Yunyu's method of taking out items with bare hands. This kind of space ninjutsu was unheard of even for the three ninjas. Ka! Yunyu unsealed the seal, took out 6 3-megadama from the cylindrical container, put them in his palm, handed them to Orochimaru, and said, "This is the reward for your mission. If you can provide the whereabouts of Sheneng, I will give you another 3-megadama sherry-non." "Okay, no problem. When I return to the Sound Village, I will immediately search for Sheneng's location with all my strength." Orochimaru showed joy, took the 3-megadama, then summoned a small white-scaled snake, took out the sealing scroll, then took out a test tube and put the 3-megadama into the test tube, and stored them all in the sealing scroll. This is the reward he deserves for his actions. Orochimaru originally wanted to take Itaka down and seize his body, but unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. After recovering the cylindrical container, Yunyu glanced at Orochimaru, who was wearing Uchiha's uniform and had regained his composure, and asked, "What about you? Are you planning to return to Akatsuki?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "I want to apply for a sum of money from Akatsuki for my own experiments." Before contacting Yunyu, Orochimaru planned to apply for a sum of money under the pretext of developing some taboo experiments for Akatsuki, but actually for his own private research expenses. Since the matter of Yunyu has come to an end, Orochimaru still wants to go to Akatsuki to apply for experimental funds. Akatsuki is richer than he thought. If there are no results, just say that the experiment went smoothly, but unfortunately something went wrong in the middle. If there is another fund. Tsunade's bright brown eyes flashed with contempt. Thinking of something, she could no longer restrain her temper and said contemptuously, "I didn't expect that you, after becoming a traitor, would still not change your bad habit of cheating for funds." Orochimaru smiled and responded, "Haha, how can researchers' work be called cheating?" Tsunade's eyes were full of disgust. Back in Konoha, Orochimaru lacked money to research his own private projects, and occasionally did this kind of thing. Unfortunately, he was caught by Tsunade once and was forced to give half of the funds to Tsunade for gambling. Of course, this is all trivial to Orochimaru. In his eyes, only the experimental project is the most important. Yunyu was speechless. Orochimaru looked Tsunade up and down, and seeing that she had a pretty face and a charming figure, he teased and hit back. "Tsunade, don't think about Konoha. The things your grandfather and second grandfather left for Konoha have long been defeated by those two old guys Sarutobi and Danzo. The Fire Country will definitely not survive this. You stay with Yunyu-jun, serve him well, and ask him to help. Konoha may still be saved. Or, you create a new Konoha village with the help of Yunyu-jun. Hehe. If I were to say, you represent the Senju clan, and Yunyu-jun represents the Uchiha clan. You create a ninja village together. At that time, it's hard to say which side is the real Konoha. You." Tsunade's forehead was bulging with veins, and she clenched her teeth, but she could only make a fierce facial expression. After listening to Orochimaru's words, she couldn't help but think of the scene of herself serving Yunyu. The posture, expression, and movements made her feel mean and unbearable. His chest was shaking with anger. He was furious. Yunyu ignored the two people's sarcastic remarks, looked directly at Orochimaru, and reminded him, "I suggest you don't go back to Akatsuki. Oh! You cooperate with me, touching the interests and bottom line of Akatsuki. Is that so? I see." Orochimaru restrained his smile, and his feminine face gradually became solemn, remembering Yunyu's words in his heart. He immediately guessed that in this Uchiha clan extermination operation, in addition to him, there might be people from Akatsuki who participated, and stood on the opposite side of him and Yunyu. Who could it be? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, his face suddenly gloomy, and the mysterious masked man appeared in his mind, and he was also confused about why Yunyu knew so much information. The giant snake is about to leave the forest. Orochimaru collected his other thoughts, glanced at the relaxed Uchiha, then looked at Yunyu and said with a smile, "The grass country is ahead. If you haven't decided where to go, you can go with me to the Sound Village in the field country to rest for a while." Yunyu looked at the green and boundless grassland. He thought for a while and said, "Before going to the field country, stay in the grass country for a while. I have to find 2 people." Chapter 81 Mei Terumi's request for help. "No problem. I have planted many spy ninjas in the grass country. If you need to find someone, I can help." Orochimaru showed a happy expression. He kept Yunyu because he wanted to dig out the secrets of this man. In Orochimaru's eyes, today's Yunyu is like an ancient book that has been covered in dust for a long time. The cover is fading dust, and the pages are turning with the wind. Every line of the content makes him very interested. Yunyu nodded, giving Orochimaru the opportunity to show his courtesy, and said, "I want to find a mother and daughter from a single-parent family. The daughter is called Karen, and she should be about 7 or 8 years old. The mother. Both are refugees from the war, from the Uzumaki clan." "Okay." Orochimaru readily agreed. "Well, if you find them, I will remember this favor. When you have accumulated enough favors from me, I will use the Sharinon to exchange with you for an equivalent value." Yunyu looked into the distance while speaking. He felt a little ashamed. In the future, Karen will be Orochimaru's subordinate, and she is poaching someone else's subordinate in front of her boss. Isn't this a kind of... Although Yunyu already has the god-level recovery potion such as green medicine, she doesn't mind having a few more trump cards for backup recovery. When the other Uchiha heard that the captain was looking for a mother and daughter, their expressions suddenly stiffened, their pupils trembled, and they all looked at Mikoto with her beautiful eyes closed in Nono's arms. The Uchiha were thinking. It seems that the captain really likes married women, especially widows with children. That single mother, could it be the captain's mistress in another ninja village? Her identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan is barely acceptable. As for the daughter named Karen, could it be the daughter of Captain Yunyu? One of the Uchiha's expression suddenly changed, and he felt that he discovered the mistake and looked horrified. He turned to look at his other companions, only to find that the other Uchihas also had expressions of shock and horror. Nanoya raised her hand to adjust her round glasses and frowned slightly. She glanced at Izumi who was standing there blankly, then pulled over an Uchiha she had treated and asked curiously in a low voice, "What's going on? Is there anything wrong with the mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan that Captain Yunyu is looking for?" This Uchiha whispered back. "It's no problem to find people from the Uzumaki clan. The problem lies with mother and daughter. For the sake of you treating me, I secretly told Miwan Labo that you are not allowed to talk nonsense." "Okay, I have a strict mouth." No Naiu nodded. Under her dignified and gentle appearance, she hid a very gossipy heart. However, she felt that these Uchiha were really arrogant, telling secrets as much as they wanted, and they had to find an excuse. Naiu cursed in his heart, but with a sincere body, he leaned forward and listened. The more she listened, the weirder her expression became. At the end of the sentence, her whole body turned to stone. "Captain Yunyu likes a woman in this situation? You shouldn't." Nanoya looked surprised and looked down at Mikoto in her arms. Although she thought Mikoto was gentle and demure, with long black hair and straight hair, she was a rare beautiful woman. But does anyone really like married women and widows? No, Naiu didn't understand. But it was a big shock. She thought about it seriously and realized that she didn't seem to be in line with Captain Yen Yu's taste, and her emotions were complicated. Drinking the moon. Shizun frowned, hugging the piglet Dodo, and listening to the whispers of criticism from the Uchihas around her, her expression became extremely strange. In her impression, Yen Yu was not that kind of person. Something must have gone wrong. If she had the chance, she would like to talk to Yen Yu alone. In front of the snake's head. Tsunade's extremely good hearing also heard the discussions of the other Uchihas, and she immediately labeled Yu as a pervert in her heart. Even the widow with her children is thinking about her. Even if such a person is powerful, what great things can he accomplish in the ninja world? Snort. Tsunade sneered at Yen Yu, and began to feel a little lucky for Konoha in her heart, meeting such an enemy with obvious weaknesses. At the head of the giant snake, the atmosphere gradually became weird. Everyone realized that they were about to leave the forest. The tremors of the earthquake weakened, and the psychic giant snake suddenly stopped. Two figures appeared in front of them, one man and one woman, dressed as ninjas from the hidden mist village, wearing mist ninja forehead protectors. Boom! The smoke and dust dissipated under the psychic snake. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two people blocking the road. Orochimaru was surprised to find out. The woman with long reddish-brown hair, a plump figure, and good looks was holding a head with long hair in her left hand, and a blood-stained scroll in her right hand. Yunya glanced at the two mist ninjas, her eyes lit up, and she immediately recognized the majestic and mature Qing and the upright and youthful Terumi Mei. I don't know them. They should be here to find you, Lord Yen Yu. Orochimaru was very interested, looked at Yunya's side face, and spoke softly. Yen Yu did not answer, her eyes fell on Terumi Mei who was wearing Kirigakure Umbu armor. He gently stepped on the smooth head of the giant snake with his right foot, quietly injecting earth attribute chakra and water attribute chakra. This chakra blended in the body of the giant snake, and finally injected into the ground. He controlled the weeds at Terumi Mei and Ao's feet to touch them, and inadvertently injected the 8,000 spear mark into their bodies. The other Uchiha, including Tsunade and others, looked at the two weak people under the giant snake. We have no hostility. Terumi Mei raised her head on her right hand high and explained loudly, her voice soft and soft, like the spring breeze blowing across her face, without any dignity at all, and like the sister next door whispering in her ear. After a while, accompanied by Qing, Terumi Mei held the things in her hands, jumped on the snake's head, and came to the crowd. Terumi Mei looked at Yen Yu carefully, her eyes were turning, and her eyes reflected the young man's flawless face like a sculpture. His deep, dark eyes were as eye-catching as stars to her. Terumi Mei was in a trance for a moment, then threw the bloody head with long black hair in front of Yen Yu. Everyone looked down and frowned. The head and forehead were engraved with the Hyuga clan's unique X-shaped caged bird curse seal, and a pair of white eyes that had lost their energy were extremely eye-catching. This is the head of the Hyuga clan ninja. Terumi Mei came to Yen Yu, handed over the scroll with both hands, and said with a sincere attitude. This is an information scroll found on this Hyuga clan ninja. I have not opened it. With a calm face, Yunya looked at the blood-stained scroll, reached out to take it, and handed it to Uchiha Nanfan beside him. Taimao came over. Nanfan opened the scroll and looked at it carefully. His expression changed suddenly. He immediately closed it and whispered to Yen Yu. It's the information scroll we didn't find. Yunya nodded and gave Nanfan a gesture to handle it on his own. Nanfan left the team and came to the edge of the snake's body. He threw the scroll into the air, formed seals with his hands, released the fireball technique, and burned the scroll in the air. Taimao sighed, no wonder I didn't find him. It turned out that a guy slipped away. The Uchihas, including Orochimaru and Tsunade, looked at Terumi Mei. The latter's expression remained unchanged and she was very calm, showing a maturity that was beyond her age. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Yin Yu asked calmly. "Kirigakure has been closed for a long time, and the reputation of the blood mist has spread far and wide. I suspect that the Yondaime Mizukage-sama has been mentally controlled by others. To this day, he has done many atrocities. The Kingdom of Water and the ordinary people of Kirigakure are in dire straits. You are good at and understand this aspect, so I would like to ask you to come with me to Kirigakure and help me verify whether my guess is true." Terumi Mei's attitude was sincere. As she spoke, she knelt down and sat on her ankles in a perfect arc. She pressed her straight upper body downwards, placed her hands on the snake scales, and held her 10 fingers together in a kneeling posture. Before Yunya could speak, a mission prompt suddenly popped up in her mind. Main mission, Allies. Options. 1. Help Kirigakure restore order. Reward, the perfect Jinchuriki body. Note, no sealing technique is required, the body can perfectly accommodate tailed beasts, and there is no limit to the number of tailed beasts. Dual main missions. Yin Yu fell into deep thought. Thank you to the boss of Liangchang Yuliushi for the 100-point reward. I wish the boss a happy day and all the best. Thanks to the top brother Eve's time for the 500-point reward. I wish the boss a successful career, good health, and a happy life. Chapter 82's level mission, please read it. The sun shines through the woods and shines on Yin Yu, elongating his shadow on the brown snake scales. Dual main missions, the perfect Jinchuriki body, this motivates me to speed up the progress of collecting tailed beasts. The mission requirement is to help Kirigakure restore order, but the specific method is not specified. This means that there is a lot of room for manipulation, such as destroying Kirigakure's chaotic ninja system. Does this count as another way to help restore order to it? Yin Yu looked calm. Analyze task requirements. With the perfect Jinchuriki body, there is no need for sealing techniques to deal with tailed beasts, and there is no limit to the number of tailed beasts collected. Collecting tailed beasts will be very easy. In this way, after collecting all the tailed beasts, integrating them into the heretic demons, and resurrecting the 10 tails, you only need to contain the 10 tails, and you will most likely be able to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki with the help of this unique secondary body. Concentrate your thoughts temporarily. Yin Yu's eyebrows were soothed, her dark and deep eyes looked directly at Terumi Mei, and she asked, "What if I don't want to help you?" Terumi Mei's expression changed slightly, and her green eyes gradually dimmed. She was still kneeling in front of Yin Yu, but the inner melancholy appeared on her face. It seems that killing the fleeing Hyuga clan ninjas for Uchiha and getting back the information scroll is not enough to impress this Uchiha who controls the power of the gods. Standing aside, Qing, who looked older, was nervous. Ever since he saw Yin Yu, he felt uneasy inside. And Yin Yu's immediate answer made Qing's heart sink to the bottom, knowing that they could not please each other. Let's not talk about remuneration for now. Today's Uchiha are just a group of rebellious ninjas, and I am the notorious S-level rebellious ninja in Konoha. Invite me to Kirigakure. It means that you, Kirigakure, will be enemies of Konoha, and even be looked down upon by other ninja villages in the ninja world. After I arrived at Kirigakure, can the senior Kirigakure members of the faction behind you sleep peacefully at night? Yin Yu questioned. Konoha can't protect itself now. Before I came, through the Kirigakure Intelligence Organization, I learned about some of the good deeds you have done in the ninja world. I am willing to believe in your character. Terumi Mei looked miserable and lowered her posture, her smooth forehead under her reddish-brown hair almost touching the cold snake scales. Before coming here, she had naturally considered these issues, but Kirigakure was already in dire straits. If you continue to tolerate the tyranny of the 4th Mizukage, the Kingdom of Water and Kirigakure will be carved up by other great powers and ninja villages before Konoha. Terumi Mei took AO to the interior of the ninja world, not holding much hope that she could find a way to break Kirigakure's deadlock at once. Until she heard that Konoha had defected to an Uchiha team, and Uchiha's famous Sharingan was best at illusions and mental manipulation. Understand Yunyu's character through intelligence. Terumi Mei came to observe with the idea of trying it out, and arrived here with the rebel ninjas in the ninja world, and witnessed with his own eyes that Yayo controlled more than 10,000 people, absorbed their chakra, and opened the full body of Susanoo. The terrifying the sight of hell refreshed her understanding. It also gave Terumi Mei hope. Yunyu ignored Terumi Mei's words and looked sideways at the serious-looking Qing beside her. This guy who looks older and is known as the White-Eyed Killer is listed on Konoha's most wanted list. He wears a black eye patch on his right eye. Qing felt Yunyu's gaze on her right eye, and her heart suddenly sank. The pressure increased sharply, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She was ready to run away with Terumi Mei. Yunyu withdrew her gaze and continued to look at Terumi Mei, thinking to herself. Actually, Terumi Mei discovered that the fourth-generation Mizukage was being manipulated, and Kirigakure would soon return to normal. Soon after, Terumi Mei will ask Ao to find an opportunity to contact the Yondaime Mizukage, mainly using his white eyes to spy on him, and find a way to remove the genjutsu on the Yondaime Mizukage. What is surprising is that before that, Terumi Meikai fell ill and hurriedly sought medical treatment, and secretly escaped from Kirigakure to find a way to save Kirigakure. If Uchiha had not defected, Terumi Mei would have returned to Kirigakure after wandering around the interior of the ninja world. When he was desperate, he would have thought of using Ao to expose the truth about the Mizukage being manipulated and end the bloody era of Kirigakure's blood mist. As for Ao, after acquiring the Byakugan, he never found anything wrong with the fourth Mizukage. This is understandable. Qing may not be able to see Mizukage on weekdays, let alone use it blatantly on his own cage without preparation. Hitamijutsu, under Obito's surveillance, is tantamount to courting death. Yunyu looked at Terumi Mei calmly, and seeing that she had been suppressed almost, he got straight to the point. Then let's talk about the reward. The meaning is very straightforward, add money. Hearing this, Terumi Mei and Qing's eyes lit up. The former was extremely excited, breathing rapidly, and his breastplate was trembling. This is equivalent to an S-level mission issued by Kirigakure. As long as you are willing to help Kirigakure, I can guarantee that Kirigakure will always be Uchiha's friend in the future. Of course, we will also give you the rewards corresponding to the S-level mission. Terumi Mei's attitude was respectful, she didn't dare to take a breath, and said hastily. Not enough. Then, what do you want? Terumi Mei raised her head slightly and found that Yunyu was looking at her body. She immediately lowered her head and remained silent after asking. In fact, this is the perspective of Yunyu looking down at Terumi Mei, and a verbal promise plus a sum of money is indeed not enough to pay for saving one of the 5 great ninja villages. Yunyu said without thinking, I can help Mangakure and even help Kirigakure restore order, but I need Kirigakure's tailed beast, the 6 tails. Hearing this, Terumi Mei and Ao's expressions darkened. Their thoughts were complicated, involving the tailed beast level, and Terumi Mei could not make the decision. I may need to go back and ask the elders. Terumi Mei lost her confidence. She couldn't confirm whether those old guys would agree to trade the tailed beasts in exchange for Kirigakure's stability. Yunyu nodded and said, I will accept your commission. You can even wait until the results are accepted before paying the reward. The Uchiha's eyes lit up. They had just finished their escape and received an S-level mission. It was really lucky. If it was some time ago, they may worry that this is a trap designed by Kirigakure to harm Captain Yunyu. It can be seen that I have seen the dark red Susanoo who looks like a demon god. The Uchihas believed that after Captain Yunyu went to Kirigakure, it was Kirigakure that they needed to worry about. As for Captain Yunyu's request for a tailed beast as a reward, this was a sky-high reward that they had never imagined. Jian Yunyu took over this task. Terumi Mei's brows were filled with joy. After the joy, there followed the melancholy of facing the sky-high remuneration, but her tone was still sincere and she said gratefully, on behalf of the Kirigakure people, I sincerely thank you. Terumi Mei and Ching He don't know that asking Yen Yu to calm down the chaos within Kirigakure requires taking huge risks, but there is no other way at the moment. Get up. Yunyu squinted at Terumi Mei, then asked Nanfan to clean up the heads of the ninjas who were separated from the Hyaga clan, turned his back to Ao and Terumi Mei, and said in a deep voice. I still have some things to deal with in the country of grass. If you have other matters, you can go back to Kirigakure and wait for me. Terumi Mei stood up slowly, we will accompany you. When you finish your work, we will go to Kirigakure together. Yen Yu nodded, and immediately looked at the grassland getting closer and closer, and began to think about the problem. Before finding Sheneng, you can do the main storyline of Kirigakure first. Capture the tailed beast by the way. Yunyu thought about the whereabouts of the 9-tailed beasts at this time. Chapter 83 Sharinan and Myopia, please follow up. The one-tailed Shikaku is located in the Kingdom of Wind, Sand Hidden, and the Jinchuriki is the young Gara. The 2-tailed Mataru and the 8-tailed Ushiki are in Kumagakure, and the Jinchuriki are Yukato and Kiribi respectively. The 3-tailed Isobi and the 6-tailed Rhino are in Kirigakure. The 3-tailed Jinchuriki is the 4th generation Mizukage Goda Kibana Yagura. The 6-tailed one is unknown at the moment and will be sealed in Hotaru's master Hajeo in the future. The 4-tailed Sun Wukong and the 5-tailed King Mu are both in Iwagakure, and the Jinchuriki are Lao Ziai and Han respectively. The Nanao Kongmei is in Takigakure village, which is the village of Kakuzu. The current Jinchuriki is unknown, and it is most likely Fu. After the Nine Tails rebellion, half of the 9-tailed 9 Lama was sealed in Naruto's body, and the other half was sealed by Minato using a corpse ghost, and the other half was sealed in the death god's body along with himself. Yunyu put her thoughts on the 9 tails, and the way to break the seal of the corpse lies in the Uzumaki clan Neimen Hall. Orochimaru understands this very well. But Yunyu was not sure whether he could use those death masks to release Minato's soul and release the other half of the Kyuubi. At that time, he could also make Orochimaru destroy Minato. Wait for the Kirigakure trip to end. Obtain the body of the perfect Jinchuriki, take the 6 tails and 3 tails into your bag, and then you can target Konoha and the 9 tails in Naruto's body. During this time, he could study how to take out Minato's 9 tails. With the breeze blowing, the giant snake has arrived at the edge of the forest, and Yunyu finalizes the immediate action plan. First, he found the phosphorus, and while waiting for Orochimaru to find the Shen-Nong, he first led the Uchiha team to Kirigakure, eliminated Obito's remaining forces in Kirigakure, and took away the tailed beasts by the way. Thinking about it, Yunyu glanced at the unconscious Mikoto. There's nothing wrong with her. Through mental control, Yunyu exerted a little magic to put her into a long sleep. Aranono took care of her, so she didn't need to worry about life problems. The powder medicine side quest on Mikoto can be completed on the way to Kirigakure. Rumble. The giant snake left the forest and entered the undulating grassland of different heights, crawling all the way towards the grass ninja village. There is a group of ninjas coming in our direction in front of us. This escape route is really lively. Orochimaru looked into the distance, filled with emotion. During his mission in the Akatsuki organization, none of them are as interesting as this. Yunyu glanced ahead. The breeze blew, the green grass swayed, and the boundless grassland was like a green ocean with waves. The Uchiha did not notice the unusual movement in the distance. They did not have the ability to perceive remotely, and they were not clear about the situation beyond their visual sight, so Sasuke wanted Karen, who had the ability to perceive, to be his eyes. The head of the giant snake. After listening to Orochimaru's words, Terumi Mei immediately looked at Ching beside him. The latter nodded, reached out to take off the black right eye mask, revealing a white eye that did not match his temperament and looked abrupt. Ching looked solemn, staring directly at the distant grassland, raised his right hand, raised his index and middle fingers, refined the chakra in his body, and injected the white eye. Clang! The veins on the side of his eye sockets bulged, and the white eye opened. Ching saw the ninja team attacking from the distant grassland clearly. The Uchiha looked at Ching one after another. They had heard a little about the Bun killer who had led a team to invade Konoha, but was scared away by Shisui. It's a pity that Shisui worked hard for Konoha, defeated the elite of Kirigakuer, and made many military achievements. However, because he blindly trusted the top leaders of Konoha, he ended up like this. Hehe. You are lucky to have a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan on the battlefield and make a name for yourself with it. You are quite capable besides being lucky. Orochimaru glanced at Ching and did not hesitate to praise him. Just being looked at by Orochimaru, Ching seemed to be stared at by a poisonous snake, and sweat broke out on his forehead. But he felt secretly happy in his heart. After all, this was a compliment from the three ninjas of Konoha. Seeing that everyone was interested in the Byakugan, Nono remembered something and waved to Izumi. Izumi was curious whether the Byakugan could be changed as easily as the Sharingan. Seeing Nono's greeting, he walked to her with a smile. Everyone saw that Nono was dedicated to the Uchiha all the way. Especially when Nono tried her best to treat Yunyu, she gained a lot of favor from the Uchiha. Izumi also liked Nono, a woman who looked gentle and dignified, behaved kindly, and had rich emotions. Please take care of her for me first. Nono smiled back and pushed Mikoto to Izumi, who didn't refuse and hugged the poor wife of the clan leader. Seeing the attacking team a few kilometers away, Ching said in a deep voice, "It's a team of Iwagakuer ninjas, followed by many people. It seems that they are deliberately rushing here." Mei Terumi looked alert. She and Ching had previously used the Byakugan to avoid the large force of Iwagakuer ninjas in the fog and chased the Hyuga ninjas who escaped with the intelligence scroll. It was because Mei Terumi saw that the Iwagakuer ninjas attacked Konoha so quickly. She was worried that Kirigakuer would decline too quickly. By then, Sand Village, which has always been hostile to Kirigakuer, will definitely deal with Kirigakuer like Iwagakuer dealt with Konoha. Stop it! Yunya raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking that it was the gift that Onoki had mentioned. Boom! The giant snake stopped moving forward under the command of Orochimaru. Behind the snake's head, Quan stared with her beautiful black eyes, and saw Nanoyu take out the scroll that sealed Hayashi's Bun without any hesitation and came to Yunyu. "Captain! Here you go, it seals the Byakugan of Hinata Hayashi." Nanoyu handed the scroll over and raised his hand to adjust his round-framed glasses. Yunya reached out to take the scroll, and Nanoyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she had completed a difficult task. She was afraid that the Byakugan would be lost in her hands or robbed by someone. Bang! Yunyu untied the scroll, and a pair of Byakugan that had not lost its color appeared out of thin air in the middle of the seal pattern. Just a glance. Yunyu handed the scroll to Nono. "Put it on." Nono's pupils shrank suddenly, her lips slightly opened, and her beautiful and dignified face showed shock and surprise. She suspected that she had heard it wrong. "This is a pair of Byakugan. Is it given away now?" Ao and Terumi Mei saw Yunyu's actions, and they were surprised. They stared at the eyes with lavender pupils wrapped in white in the sealed scroll. Ao swallowed his saliva, thinking secretly. Following Yunyu, the treatment is so good? Tsunade and Shizun witnessed the whole process of Nono taking away Hayashi's Byakugan. They also didn't expect Yunyu to give the Byakugan to this woman. Haha, it turns out that the real lucky person is this one. Orochimaru glanced at Nono and shook his head and sighed. He had worked under Danzo for a while, so he naturally knew Nono. Now Danzo is dead. In Orochimaru's opinion, Nono, a medical ninja and intelligence ninja, turned to Yunyu, which was considered to be a success and found a wise master. Yunyu looked at the hesitant Nono, stuffed the scroll into her hand, and said calmly, "Just keep it for me in another way." "Captain, this is too valuable." Nono couldn't react. Tamas Yang couldn't help but joked. "We all have Sharingan, but you are myopic. Hurry up and change it. This should also improve your medical ninjutsu." Everyone laughed and cried. This time, Tamao made sense. Nono was almost blind during the rainstorm. She couldn't tell the difference between people and animals 5 meters away, not to mention fighting. It was rare for her not to be a drag. Yunyu had no use for the Byakugan at the moment. Instead of keeping it in her hand, she might as well make the best use of it. There was a Byakugan ninja in the team. It will be more convenient for users to perform tasks. Chapter 84 Transforming no Naiyu. Team Leader. No Naiyu's pupils dilated and he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. She stared at the scroll she held in both hands and carefully observed the white eyes on it. She had worked hard for the root organization all her life, but it was impossible to get such a reward. For the first time, someone other than an orphan gave him care and attention. The tip of Nanoyu's nose suddenly became sour, and he was stunned in place for a long time, unable to control himself. Qing withdrew her envious gaze. Before that, he was proud of his Byakugan. Now that he saw Nanoyu getting this opportunity, he instantly felt that his Byakugan was no longer good. Yunyu turned around and looked at the grassland. Nanu was exactly the same as Mei Terumi before, picking up the nun's skirt that highlighted the soft curves, adjusting her posture, holding the scroll in both hands, sitting on her knees and bending over, grateful. "Thank you, Captain." Yunyu nodded gently. Terumi Mei. She was slightly slender, her beautiful eyes swept across Naiyu's body that couldn't be restrained by the dark nun's uniform, and she couldn't help but complain in her heart, are they even kneeling and sitting in the same position? Team Leader. In no Naiyu's eyes, Yunyu faced the rising sun, and the outline of his back seemed to exude a layer of golden light. She was holy, flawless, and perfect, which made her intoxicated. Then, Nanoyu's face showed shock. She had only replaced other people's eyes and removed their eyeballs. Yunyu had already thought about this problem, squinted at Shizune beside Tsunade, and said, "Shizune, go help her. When people bring them back, they naturally want to make the best use of them." Yunyu cannot raise Tsunade and Shizune in vain. No Naiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Presumably Shizune, who follows Tsunade, is also an excellent medical ninja. Well. Shizune's face turned slightly red when her name was called, and she couldn't help but look sideways at Tsunade, who was gritting her teeth. "Shizune, why did you agree so quickly?" Tsunade asked. "This." Shizune frowned, her eyes rolled, and her face showed embarrassment. She put the piglet into Tsunade's arms and explained in a low voice, "Sir, obey his words, this will save us from suffering in the future." Tsunade. She could only watch Shizune walk towards Nanoyu. In fact, she also understood that even if Shizune did not agree, Yunyu would use mental control to make Shizune take action. Shizune came to Nanoyu and reminded softly, "Please bear with me. During eye replacement surgery, Izumi, Tamao, and Nanfan led a group of Uchiha to watch. They were very curious about the process of replacing the Byakugan. Orochimaru was not interested in this. Rather than artificially changing eyes, he wanted to know what kind of offspring Tsunade and Yunyu could give birth to after they combined. After all, they were the creations of nature. Terumi, Mei and Ao were also watching the operation. "Ah!" As Nanoyu groaned in pain, Shizune looked solemn, raising and lowering her hands in an orderly manner. The hands that released the medical ninjutsu were stained with blood. Zhongyu's Hiha suddenly understood that this beautiful girl dressed in ordinary clothes was also a medical ninja with superb medical ninjutsu. To recast Uchiha, a large number of talents are needed in various fields. This is the consensus of Uchiha. Behind the crowd, Tsunade, an excellent medical ninja, sensed the chakra of the medical ninjutsu and looked over subconsciously, completely forgetting that she suffers from hemophobia. Previously, Shizune took her to watch the battle, but she only dared to stand on the cliff where the blood stains could not be seen and watched from a distance. In addition, the heavy rain washed away the blood, and the blood was diluted by the rain immediately. Yunyu caught them back, drove Itaka's Susanoo, and killed the Konoha ninja with the 10-fist sword. The high-temperature flame sword swept across, and the blood in the Konoha ninja's body evaporated. Therefore, this was the first time Tsunade saw blood along the way. Forehead. At this moment, Tsunade saw the bright red color at close range, and her delicate body trembled violently. She hugged the little pig tightly, her whole body felt weak, and she couldn't help but kneel down on the cold snake scales. Tsunade's pupils trembled, her face instantly turned pale, her lips lost color, and the memories that frightened her in the past came flooding back. The memories and scenes she feared most were flashbacks. Under this kind of pain and torture, Jiraiya's death was nothing to her. Yunya glanced at Tsunade. He slowly came to her side, reached out and grabbed her wrist, and pulled her up. "No. Don't." Tsunade's pupils were bloodshot, and she looked blankly at Yayu in front of her, her face filled with fear, and she gasped for breath, exhaling like blue. His whole body exuded helplessness and pitifulness, and the previous domineering and arrogance had completely disappeared. Somewhere. The piglet in Tsunade's arms fell to the ground as she stood up. It stood there, its watery pig eyes widened, and looked up at Yenyu and its owner. Yenyu looked down at Tsunade, who squatted down unconsciously. Through her trembling body, she could intuitively feel the extent of her fear of blood poisoning. At the moment, Tsunade was in a state of despair, she could simply be at his mercy, and she didn't have the courage to be a Sunin at all. Yunya dragged Tsunade to the front of the snake's head and left the surgery area. He released Chi-Hong's slender wrist. A dash! Tsunade was in pain and quickly retracted her right hand with a look of horror on her face. After squatting down, she hugged her legs with both hands. The little pig walked up to Tsunade on its 4 short legs and rubbed against her thigh. Looking down at Tsunade, Yunya ignored her. Orochimaru and Kimimaro beside him watched this scene together. A smile appeared on the former's mouth and he sighed in his heart. Yenyu-jun is such a good person. The eye replacement surgery is over. Shizun used a handkerchief to wipe away the blood that overflowed from the corner of Nanoyu's eyes. Tsunade-sama. Shizun wiped her hands clean and found something was wrong with Tsunade. She looked anxious and hurried to Tsunade's side. She had deliberately asked the Uchiha to shield her and Nanoyu during the operation. Shizun frowned and reached out to hug Tsunade. Fortunately, Yayu pulled Tsunade away in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The other side. As the pain eased, Nanoyu slowly opened her eyes. Rizu's eyes were as white as paper, with lavender pupils lying quietly in her eye sockets. The sun shone from high in the sky, making her feel uncomfortable. As she blinked, her vision gradually became clearer. The picture in front of her was several times clearer than when she was wearing round-rimmed glasses. The dust floating in the air is clearly visible. The curious faces of the Uchiha companions became clearer and clearer in Nanu's sight. Tamao's baby-faced look was innocent, and he chuckled, "You're awake, the operation was a success." Everyone. No Naiyu was flattered and slowly sat up from the cold snake scales, responding to everyone's gentle smiles. "With a new pair of eyes, I feel much more energetic. We Uchiha also have Byakugan." The Uchihas were talking a lot. In the eyes of everyone, Nanoyu, who was wearing a black nun uniform and had a graceful figure, had an earth-shaking change in her temperament because of these white eyes. Nunwoyu looks gentler and more beautiful, with a fair and dignified face blessed by white eyes and smooth blonde hair. The whole person exudes an intellectual temperament. If the Uchiha hadn't known Nanu and met her for the first time, they would have mistaken her for the Hyuga clan whose hair color has been mutated. "Team, Captain." No Naiyu came to Yenyu's side and carefully raised his head to peek at Yenyu's side face. That clean and tidy face came into view. Nanoyu's breathing was up and down. It was the first time that she could appreciate the excellent works left by the creator in the world without glasses. Before joining Uchiha, she was forced by the situation and Yenyu's coercion and inducement. Now, Nanoyu is willing to do anything for Yenyu. Yunya looked at the transformed Nanoyu, nodded slightly, looked at Ching next to Terumi Mei, and said calmly, "Go and ask him how to use these eyes." Hearing this, No Naiu followed Yan Yu's gaze and saw Ching Quan's face looking tangled. Leave it to peacetime. Ching would definitely not do such a thing, but now Kirigakuer wanted to ask for help from Yunyu, and because of the other party's pressure, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Chapter 85 Recruiting Medicine Master Kabuto. I will first teach you the basic ability of the Byakugan, the telescope. Proper use of chakra to enhance the eyesight. In the initial state, you can see about 1 kilometer away. Good. Ching patiently taught Nanoyu how to control the Byakugan, as well as the basics of daily use of the Byakugan. No Naiu studied very seriously. A Kirigakuer ninja taught a former Konoha ninja how to use the Byakugan, and all the Uchiha watched with interest. 5 or 6 minutes later, Nanoyu masters Byakugan's 3 basic abilities, telescopic eye, clairvoyance eye, and insight eye. It's not difficult to get started with white eyes. With the Byakugan, his own strength doubled. Nanoyu couldn't help but sigh. In this world, the easiest way to change destiny is to have the blood inheritance limit. Just then, the IWA ninja team that Orochimaru and Ao had previously detected had already approached the psychic giant snake. It's just that the distance is still far away, and the face of the visitor cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. No Umasa was worried about not being able to fight. She looked at the approaching team of IWA ninjas, raised her right hand, and raised her index and middle fingers. Use the seal method of Qingjiao to refine the chakra in the body, transfer it to the chakra meridians of the mind, and inject it into the white eyes. A moment. Veins popped out of Nanoyu's eye sockets, and her original lavender pupils and her entire eyes turned bluish-white. She opened her white eyes and used telephoto eyes. The field of view changes to the black and white picture that appears when medical equipment scans the human body. Although he could not adapt to the awkward scene for the time being, Nanoyu saw clearly who was coming. That was a team of 6 IWA ninjas. They are currently escorting a civilian team, 20 people, all dressed as people from the Earth Kingdom, 10 strong men, and 10 women with good looks and figures. No Naiu frowned. She saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face in the 6-man IWA ninja team. The Iwagakuer wears round glasses, short silver hair, a thin figure, and wears an Iwagakuer ninja uniform. The face looks very similar to Kabuto, but it is different from the photo Danzo gave Nanu. Nanoyu rolled his eyes and recognized the pair of round glasses she had given him as a gift. Kabuto. Nanu looked surprised, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately understood that this person who was mixed up in the IWA ninja team was the real Yakushi Kabuto. One of her adopted sons. Yunyu analyzed a lot of information from Nanoyu's shocked expression, especially when she heard her exclamation, and guessed that there were Yakushi Kabuto in those group of rock ninjas. I guess so. Without Yunyu contacting Iwagakuer, even if the Uchiha were exterminated, Iwagakuer would not take action against Konoha without sufficient intelligence. If Danzo survives, Nanoyu will continue to carry out the assassination mission. She will find ways to assassinate Yakushi Kabuto, who is currently undercover in Iwagakuer. The mother and son will be here. A fight broke out in the nearby valley, and Nono was eventually killed by Kabuto. Before his death, he was unable to recognize Kabuto because of his nearsightedness and could not see through his round frame glasses. As for Kabuto, he was kidnapped by Orochimaru, who had long had plans for him. Yunyu looked at Orochimaru, who smiled on his feminine face and nodded politely to Yunyu. This is embarrassing. Yunyu naturally wanted to recruit Kabuto Yakushi, but there was not much that Kabuto Yakushi could learn from Uchiha. Only by following Orochimaru could Kabuto Yakushi become successful. Then let Kabuto learn from Orochimaru. Anyway, when Orochimaru opened the complete form of Susanoo, he was also marked with the 8,000 spears mark. A few minutes later, the rock ninja team arrived near the giant summoning snake, led by a middle-aged rock ninja with a full beard. The middle-aged rock ninja team leader looked at the ferocious giant snake as big as a hill, swallowed his saliva, smiled, and said loudly, "Yen Yu-kun, we were sent here by Lord Tsuchikage." Yen Yu's appearance has become a household name after Konoha offered a bounty throughout the ninja world. Is this the gift that the Tsuchikage mentioned? Yen Yu interrupted the other party's introduction and glanced at the rock ninja team, skipping the civilian team escorted by the rock ninja. His eyes fell on Kabuto Yakushi, who seemed to be hiding in the middle of the Iwagakuer team. Yen Yu saw from the corner of his eye that Orochimaru was also staring at Kabuto Yakushi. At this moment, Orochimaru's face showed excitement, as if he had seen the unpolished gem that he had been longing for. Obviously, Orochimaru is also very interested in Kabuto Yakushi, a good candidate. Ever since Orochimaru defected from Konoha, he has been looking for talented people everywhere. In the rock ninja team, Kabuto Yakushi thought he was disguised very well, but he didn't know that he had been targeted by two S-rank rebel ninjas, Injutsu and Orochimaru. The person who spoke is Uchiha Yunyu. Kabuto was thinking in himself, and when the rock ninja next to him looked up, he also looked up and secretly looked up at the leader of the giant psychic snake, the famous Uchiha Yunyu. Before Yakushi Kabuto could see Yunyu, when his eyes met the eyes of the snakehead no, his scalp went numb and he froze in place. Is that the dean? No. Her eyes were white. This woman should be a ninja from the Hyuga clan, but she, except for her eyes, she looks exactly like the dean, and she is also wearing a black nun's uniform? The pupils of Pharmacist Do's round frame glasses suddenly shrank, his inner emotions surged like the tide, and he fell into deep thought. The snakehead, a group of Uchiha, as well as Tsunade who had recovered from her shock, Mei Terumi and Ao focused their attention on the group of civilians escorted by the Iwagakuer ninja. Everyone was speechless. The method of sending people to other ethnic groups, like that of Iwagakuer, was popular during the Warring States period. This is essentially the same as ethnic warfare, capturing people of other ethnic groups to serve as labor. The middle-aged rock ninja team leader showed a bitter smile. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage said that if you intend to rebuild the Uchiha in the ninja world, you will definitely need a large population. From today on, they are the servants of all the masters. Yunyu said frankly. Take them back and tell Onoki that he should be attentive. Once the Uchiha are stable, have him send a group of Iwagakuer ninjas who are proficient in earth escape techniques to help the Uchiha build the town. Seeing that Yunyu had no intention towards them, the common people of Iwagakuer were relieved. If possible, who would be willing to follow a fleeing group of rebel ninjas? It's no problem to help Uchiha build the town, but if you don't accept this team, it will be difficult for us to report back, I hope you can understand. The middle-aged rock ninja team leader looked embarrassed. How could Yunyu not know the bad intentions of that old man Onoki? The focus is on the good-looking women from Iwagakuer village among the civilian team. Onoki must want them to get pregnant with Uchiha's children, and then obtain the Sharingan through such despicable means. And who knows how many Iwagakuer spies are among these women? Yunyu was about to speak. A task prompt suddenly popped up in my mind. Side quest, gift. Options. 1. Receive the gift from Iwagakuer. Award. Storage space increases by 100 cubic meters. Yunyu's face was gloomy. He had already clearly refused, and the issuance of the task at this time was clearly a slap in his face. Think about it. Yunyu said in a deep voice. Take this civilian team back with you. They are a burden to us now. But I will exchange them for a ninja in your team, so that we can have a better understanding. Upon hearing this, the others did not react, but Orochimaru and Nono guessed something in their hearts. The two men looked strange. At the same time, look at the moon. The middle-aged rock ninja team leader's face darkened, he thought seriously, then nodded and said. Okay, then you choose. Sending an Iwagakuer ninja to Uchiha can also express the goodwill of Iwagakuer, which is better than Uchiha directly refusing. The other party readily agreed. Yunyu glanced at the group of Iwagakuer ninjas with anxious faces, and finally looked at Yakushi Kabuto and said, "The one wearing round frame glasses." The middle-aged Iwagakure captain was delighted. He turned around and looked at Kabuto Yakushi, thinking to himself, "This guy has average strength, both his parents are dead, so it won't be a big loss to give him to Uchiha." The middle-aged rock ninja team leader said seriously, "Chen Long, arrive." Yakushi Kabuto's expression froze. Chen Long was the name and code name of his undercover agent in Iwagakure. Get out of the queue. P.S. Gather everyone together and speed up the pace. Please give me a recommendation vote. Chapter 86, Poaching People in Person. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes widened and he looked at Yayu and the white-eyed nun standing on top of the psychic snake. He looked solemn and left the team. "You're so lucky. A mere genin can be favored by Lord Yenyu. From now on, follow these adults and perform well. I hope to hear your legend in the ninja world one day." The middle-aged IWA ninja captain said a few polite words. With an honest smile on his face, he reached out and patted Kabuto on the shoulder, pushing Kabuto in front of the psychic giant snake. In the IWA ninja team, the tense expressions of the other ninjas were relieved, and the boulders hanging in their hearts fell away. Like the civilians, they are not willing to take huge risks to serve a group of rebellious ninjas. Kabuto's expression was complicated. Regarding the situation of the Uchiha defecting team, he learned about it through various news channels. Kabuto also wanted to find out whether the blonde-haired, white-eyed nun who followed the Uchiha defection team was his dean and adoptive mother. Therefore, Kabuto is willing to take this risk and follow the Uchiha rebel team for a period of time. Swish! As Kabuto moved, his figure jumped onto the body of the giant psychic snake. The middle-aged captain of the rock ninja team took the initiative to say goodbye to Yunyu and left with the team. Rumble! The grass trembled. Vomiting the snake letter, the psychic Orochimaru continued to crawl towards the grass ninja village, galloping on the grassland at a very fast speed. Snakehead, a task prompt pops up in Yenyu's mind. Side mission, gift. Options. 1. Accept the gift from Iwagakure. Mission accomplished. Award. Storage space increased by 100 cubic meters. Het. The corners of Yunyu's mouth curled up. Task wants to slap him in the face. He has a mission bug. Replacing the civilian team sent by Iwagakure with Konoha's undercover pharmacist Kabuto, this can be regarded as accepting Iwagakure's gift. Concentrating her concentration, Yenyu saw with her own eyes that the storage space had once again increased by 100 cubic meters. The space is square and expands outward. The current storage space is 300 cubic meters, which can store many corpses. After accepting the rewards, Yunya turned around and looked at the pharmacist's pocket that slowly walked towards them. Behind the snake body, Kabuto moved forward slowly. He wears his iconic round-framed glasses, an Iwanan scarf that wraps his head around his forehead, and a brown armor and red bottoming shirt. Because of his young age, his face is slightly green. A reserved look on his face. This set of rock ninja armor is very loose when worn on Kabuto. It is obviously not tailor-made. The ninja world is so cruel. After becoming a ninja, a young boy has to be put on the battlefield to perform tasks. The other Uchiha didn't know why Yenyu named this IWA ninja boy. Orochimaru's expression was uncertain. Previously, when Yenyu poached the fragrant phosphorus, Orochimaru didn't know who the fragrant phosphorus was, but the current Yakushi Kabuto was the seedling that Orochimaru had already scouted for. Yenyu is poaching people in person. Kabuto. No Nayu's face trembled, showing worry. He called softly and walked forward quickly. When he heard the other party calling his name, Kabuto's pupils shrank and he was stunned on the spot, staring at the blonde white-eyed nun in front of him in disbelief. The voice is so similar. Who are you? Kabuto couldn't help but take 2 steps back. I am the pharmacist Nanoyu, the adoptive mother of May Nayasha. Nanoyu explained hurriedly and took out a pair of round-framed glasses of the same style as Kabuto from his ninja bag. Dean! Kabuto exclaimed, his eyes attracted by the glasses. The person may be disguised, but the details on the round frame are not worth the effort to imitate. This blonde nun with white eyes. It's really the Dean. Come. Nanoyu wiped away the tears of excitement and handed the round glasses to Kabuto. She pulled the corner of Kabuto's clothes and came to Yunyu. Then she and Kabuto knelt down together and explained. Kabuto, this is Captain Yunyu. You will address him as Sir from now on. He is the leader we will follow from now on. Kabuto said in horror, Dean, why is this? Aren't we ninjas of Konoha? Upon hearing the word Konoha, Tsunade raised her head from Shizun's arms and stared at the mother and son. Listen to my explanation. Nanoyu's face was filled with sadness. After recalling it, he organized his words and completely described Danzo's previous conspiracy against her and Kabuto. The truth subverts the three views of pharmacist Do. After hearing this, Tsunade's face turned pale and she had nothing to say the whole time. This was something Danzo could do. Cross the river and burn the bridge. To unload the mill and kill the donkey. That damn old guy misinterpreted Grandpa's original intention of creating Konoha, and secretly created one enemy after another for Konoha who was supposed to shine for Konoha. In addition, Danzo encouraged the old guy to destroy the Uchiha clan. Looking at the history of Konoha's development, this is a political failure that is despised. Well. Tsunade sighed and lay in Shizun's arms. She didn't want to face this broken reality. She just wanted to drink and get drunk. Konoha wants you to kill me. Kabuto was in a daze. Looking up in the direction of Konoha, the breeze ruffled his hair. The loose Iwanin forehead protector on his head blew off to the ground. In the original idea. After finishing his 3-year undercover career in Iwagakure, Kabuto returned to Konoha with information about Iwagakure, returned to the orphanage, and helped his adoptive mother manage the orphanage. But I didn't expect it. Some time ago, Konoha suddenly asked him to send back information about Iwagakure. It turns out that this is his proud destination. They have finished using him and want to abandon him and his adoptive mother. Mother and son kill each other, what a sad ending. Bang! Kabuto calmed down, his face expressionless, and he kowtowed heavily to Yunyu. No Nai bowed his head at the same time and said with tears of gratitude, Captain, I can do anything you want me to do from now on. Get up. Yunyu nodded and motioned for the two of them to get up from the cold snake scales. He didn't like others to kneel to him. After seeing Kabuto in the IWA ninja team, Nanoyu completely believed in Danzo's conspiracy that Yunyu had mentioned before. She has received a heavy reward from Yunyu. She couldn't shamelessly ask Uchiha to bring Kabuto with her, but Yunzu was willing to exchange Kabuto for the coolies sent by the IWA ninja, so that she could reunite with Kabuto's mother and son. This kind of kindness was enough for her and Kabuto to sacrifice their lives when the Uchiha faced difficulties. His Orochimaru frowned. If this pace continues, Kabuto Yakushi will inevitably become an outsider of the Uchiha clan. Yunyu-kun, I have something to discuss with you. Orochimaru looked at Yunyu with his golden vertical pupils. Yunyu turned her face to face Orochimaru and said calmly, by coincidence, I also have something to discuss with you. The two looked at each other. Orochimaru. Yunyu was the first to speak. Kabuto is Nanu's adopted son, and he is now considered an Uchiha. Based on his resume analysis, Kabuto is an outstanding ninja prospect. There was only so much Uchiha could teach him. I want him to study with you. In this way, Kabuto can be regarded as the link that maintains our alliance relationship, what do you think? Orochimaru's feminine face showed a strange expression, as if he had eaten something indescribable. Steal the person he wants. Backhand, let him educate him to become a talented person, and maintain the reputation of maintaining the alliance between the two sides. Orochimaru thought about it, and finally tried his best to comfort himself. What he values is Kabuto's plasticity and his ability to do practical things for him. As for whether Kabuto is Yui's person or his own, there is no difference. Just as Yenyu said, a pocket can become a bond between both parties. Think about it this way. Orochimaru calmed down, his expression gradually relaxed, and he smiled and replied, "No problem. Otherwise, what else could Orochimaru do? The man next to him could annihilate Jiraiya and Bunta with one sword. And Yunyu obtained attack as Susanoo through inexplicable means, and after mastering the Ten-Fist Sword, he was able to deal with him easily. Orochimaru has a good attitude. There is also a reason." Yunyu suddenly asked, "Oh, by the way, what did you want to discuss with me just now?" Orochimaru's expression froze and he said awkwardly, "It's a small matter, I've figured it out myself." He wants to take Kabuto over. Yunyu predicted him. Chapter 87 Susanoo comes and destroys the grass ninja village. Yunyu didn't care about this and said calmly to Kabuto in front of him, "Before you achieve anything, follow Orochimaru and be his assistant. After you complete your studies, you can return to Uchiha." Everything happened too fast. Kabuto hasn't reacted yet. As a mother, Nanoyo looked troubled, worried that Kabuto would learn bad things by following Orochimaru. But she was sincerely grateful for Yenyu's consideration for Kabuto's future development. At this moment, Nanoyo had the urge to want Kabuto to recognize Yenyu as his adoptive father. Nanoyo hurriedly reminded Kabuto, "Hurry up and thank Lord Yenyu." With confusion and anxiety, Kabuto bowed respectfully to Yenyu again. No matter what the future holds, it is a blessing among misfortunes for him and his adoptive mother to meet again. Yunyu saved him and his adoptive mother, and his kindness was indeed like that of a reborn father. Rumble. The ground shook. Everyone stood at the head of the giant psychic snake and looked ahead. They could already see the connected human towns in the middle of the prairie. This is the border of the country of grass. Kabuto raised his hand to push up his glasses and carefully observed the town. He guessed that Uchiha's destination this time might be the grass ninja village, so he made a decision in his mind. Since he has surrendered to Uchiha, then you have to show your own value. Kabuto took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and took the initiative to share the real-time information he had with everyone. A long time ago, the country of grass and Konoha established good diplomatic relations, but the country of grass was politically corrupt. The daimyo is greedy for pleasure. The grass ninja was divided internally. This ninja village is good at studying ninjutsu from other countries and stealing it for their own use. The number of ninjas is about 2,000. Most of them are genin, there are less than 100 chunin, and there are only a few jounin. The current leader is called Cao Mang. He is male, about 30 years old, and is proficient in earth escape. He is an ambitious guy, but his strength is not enough to support his ambition. This is the ninja defense map of Kusanagi village. With that said, Kabuto lowered his guard, took out the seal scroll from his ninja bag, unsealed it, and handed it to Yenyu. Everyone in Uchiha's eyes lit up, and they looked at the seemingly weak Yakushi Kabuto with admiration. Being able to collect so much information about Akatsuki has proven Kabuto's strength and value. Yenyu took over the defense map. He glanced at it and then handed it to Nanfan and others around him. "Brother, among the ninjas who participated in the siege this time, there are ninjas from Kusagakur village." Tamos Yang reminded. He said at the time that we should remember the identity of the ninjas who surrounded them, and it was not a joke. "Oh, get ready, massacre the village." Yunyu looked indifferent and spoke coldly. Everyone heard it. Expressions were different. Only the Uchiha were excited. Seeing that they could take the initiative to attack again, they carefully observed the deployment map sent by Kabuto and prepared to do a big job. This. Kabuto's face was livid, and he looked up at Nono beside him, who shook his head helplessly. The Battle of the Valley of Sanctions. These forces joined the game for the Sharinan and surrounded the Uchiha team. They should have thought about it. The Uchiha escaped this disaster, what kind of revenge they will suffer. Hee, interesting. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and a wicked smile appeared on his feminine face. If he could destroy the village at any time, Yunyu, his ally, would be just what he wanted. What a crazy Uchiha! Mei Terumi looked at Yunyu's back, her beautiful eyes shimmering with love. She was glad that Kirigakure was now too busy to take care of itself. Except for the rebels, the regular ninja team did not participate in the encirclement and suppression of Uchiha, otherwise the dark red devil would eventually descend on the land of water and draw his sword against everyone. Yunyu, what about Karen and her mother? Orochimaru asked. As long as the battle breaks out, they will appear. Taking them away does not conflict with destroying the Kusagakure village. Yunyu replied calmly. Orochimaru nodded. Yunyu began to formulate a battle plan. He did not make the decision in a moment of impulsiveness. After listening to Kabuto's report on the number of people in Kusagakure village, Yunyu discovered an important thing. Before his own mental and physical strength was improved to the point where he could open the complete Susanoo without external force. Unless he fights a big country alone. Otherwise, it will be difficult to gather 10,000 ninjas for him to open the complete Susanoo. However, before collecting the tailed beasts, after obtaining Itaka's Susanoo, Yunyu has a way to solve the problem of insufficient chakra. That is the 10-fisted sword that can seal people into the illusion world. The illusion world is boundless. Once sealed in it, those ninjas can become their own mobile chakra source and use it as they please. In order to prevent Itaka from releasing the seal, Yunyu plans to use the sealing technique to block Itaka's channel to spy on the 10-fisted sword illusion world, as well as the ability to release the seal of the illusion world. In this way, even if Itaka can still open Susanoo, he can only use the 10-fisted sword to seal others, and cannot unseal or spy on the illusion world. Once Itaka uses the 10-fisted sword, he is collecting mobile chakra energy for Yunyu. As for where the sealing technique came from, this is also the reason why Yunyu wants to find Karen and her mother. If he finds them, he will most likely be able to find other Uzumaki clan members through Karen's mother. Thus, he will obtain a variety of sealing techniques. The tactical discussion is complete. The tactics are simple. The Uchiha only need to drive the ninjas who have escaped from the Kusagakure village back to the village. The rest of the battle will be handled by Yunyu. Boom boom boom. The earth trembles. At a sentry post at the border of the land of grass, two Kusagakure ninjas look out at the grassland. The two felt the earth rumbling, and after seeing the brown psychic giant snake, they were horrified and exclaimed, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The land of grass does not cover a large area. It takes 3 days for a ninja to travel from Konoha to Sand Village, and it only takes half a day to cross the land of grass. This was once the main battlefield of the Third Ninja World War, the back garden of Iwagakure and Konoha, where the two ninja villages can come and go as they please. Now, it welcomes Uchiha. Inside the town of Grass Country, old buildings stand in rows, streets are complicated, and wooden houses are everywhere. As the first explosion sounded through the sky, the flames of war burned, and shrill screams continued. Grass Village. Bang! With a muffled sound, several slightly injured grass ninjas kicked open the door of a dilapidated wooden house. A moment. The grass ninjas dragged out a weak woman, grabbed her conspicuous short red hair, and cursed. "Asshole, the ninja village was attacked by the enemy, and it is the time when you are needed. Do you think you can escape responsibility by lying that you are not feeling well? You eat what the ninja village has, and use what the ninja village has. Now it's your turn to contribute to the ninja village. Let me take a bite first. I'm more seriously injured, I'll go first." As the red-haired woman was dragged out, countless injured grass ninjas on the street were like hungry people, as if they saw a life-saving straw, their eyes glowed green, and they swarmed in. "Mom!" Little Karen was holding her mother's lower body tightly, and was suddenly kicked hard in the abdomen, and the whole person flew backwards. "Pa! Little Karen looked painful, gritted her teeth, rolled on the ground for several rounds, and lay on the ground, squinting her eyes to watch her mother being drowned by the grass ninja. Ah! Little Karen got up in pain, her face twisted, and roared angrily like a little beast. Ah, all of you die, die! Ouch! She widened her red pupils, opened her mouth, and rushed to the thigh of the grass ninja who had kicked her before, and bit it hard with all her strength. Ah! The grass ninja kicked hard with pain in his thigh, and subconsciously kicked little Karen away. Damn kid! The grass ninja turned around and cursed. Seeing that it was little Karen who fell against the wall and was no longer able to struggle, the grass ninja suddenly looked surprised. He walked forward quickly, pulled Xiao Xionglan's long red hair, lifted her up, and said excitedly, "You damn bastard, you dare to bite me! You are that woman's daughter. If I bite you, the effect of restoring chakra and injuries should be the same." Xiao Xionglan was in a daze, staring at her mother who was being held by the grass ninja on the ground and unable to struggle, and repeated in a low voice, "Die, let me die, die." God seemed to hear her prayers. A calm and gentle voice sounded in her ears, concise and powerful. Good. Orange-red flames burned behind the phosphorus, and the pupils of the grass ninja carrying the phosphorus suddenly widened. Forehead. He slowly lowered his head, and was shocked to find that his chest was penetrated by a strange long sword burning with flames. Then, the grass ninja's body twisted and turned into energy, which was absorbed and sealed by the flame sword. The phosphorus red eyes trembled violently. Ghost, it's a ghost. Ah! Spread out and run. Looking back, the bloodshot eyeballs of the other grass ninjas bulged out, their mouths opened, they stopped fighting for each other, as if they saw the most terrifying evil spirit in the world, they scattered in fear and fled for their lives. Chapter 88 The advantage is mine. What happened? Xiao Xionglan's pupils were dilated, her lips were slightly opened, and when she looked back, she saw a giant burning with orange-red flames standing behind her. Boom boom boom! The flames roared in the strong wind. The giant is covered in the ferocious Karasutengu armor. His body is so high that he can crush all the surrounding buildings. He holds a flaming spiritual weapon in his right hand, like a god descending from the sky. A dash! Xiao Xionglan was stunned for a long time. After falling to the ground, he ran towards his mother lying on the street. Fragrant phosphorus! Mother and daughter hugged each other, staring blankly at the orange-red giant behind them, trembling and at a loss. Buzz! Under the armor of Wu Tengu, in the dark eye sockets, the bright eyes emit strong light, and the beam of light spreads, like a god opening his eyes. The flaming blade swept across the street, and the air seemed to be burning. The grass ninja spontaneously ignited one after another, turning into energy and being absorbed and sealed by the ten-fist sword. The battle ended instantly. Ah dash! The screams echoed over the grass ninja village, and no grass ninja in this area was spared. The streets returned to dead silence. Woo! Mother and daughter hugged each other tighter and tighter. When the orange-red giant passed by them, the two of them bit their lips, closed their eyes, leaned against each other, and quietly waited for death to come. As the air temperature decreases, Xiangling suddenly looked up. Orange-red light came into view, and she and her mother were enveloped by the orange-red giant at some point. Yen Yu came to the two of them, glanced at Xiang Lu and her mother, and said in a deep voice, "Take me to the headquarters of Cao Ninja Village." "Okay, okay." Xiang Liao's mother was stunned, her red pupils trembling, she looked at the handsome black-haired young man, then she recovered and nodded heavily. The young man's voice seemed to have a magical power, and she couldn't tolerate her rejection. After saying that, she took Xiao Xionglan's hand and walked towards the front of the street. The two kept looking back at Yen Yu. Dead, really all dead. Xiao Xionglan looked around, and the grass ninja who had bullied her and her mother before was nowhere to be seen. Everything happened like a dream, as if God really heard her begging. Yen Yu didn't care about the gazes of the two people, and maintained the orange-red Susanoo as he pushed all the way towards the Kusunan village headquarters. Wherever you go. The ground collapsed. The wooden house burned. Now, with his own chakra, he can only open the third stage of Susanoo. Susanoo at this level is covered by the Karasutengu armor and can use weapons with both defense and attack, but it consumes a lot of money and is inconvenient to move. Before entering the grass ninja village, Terumi Mei and Ao took the initiative to assist the Uchihas in guarding the exit of the grass ninja village, and drove all the escaped grass ninja back to the ninja village. Crushing all the way, Yunya sealed the remaining ninjas in the entire grass ninja village. Grass Ninja Village, Headquarters Building. Have you received any news from the ninjas we sent out to aid Konoha? Cao Mang sat on the chair behind the desk and looked at a Cao Nin in front of the desk. He is the current leader of the Grass Ninja Village. Wearing the forehead protector of the Grass Ninja Village, he has a vicissitudes of life, his face is covered with beards, and his muscles are all knotted. As he spoke, Kusanagi narrowed his eyes slightly and showed anxiety. For this plan to plunder the Sharinan, he deliberately used various reasons to transfer ninjas from other factions in Kusanagi village away from Ninja village. After one person took power, Kusanagi generously sent half of the Kusanagi to aid Konoha. Konoha promised to intercept and kill the Uchiha rebellious ninja. Konoha will give the Grass Ninja village a large amount of supplies and money. If Kusanagi village grabs the Sharinan Konoha promise, they will never recycle it. The country of grass is weak, and the Grass Ninja village can only serve as a wall in the ninja world. The head of a village cannot be called a shadow and can only call himself the leader. Cao Mang had imagined that if he obtained a pair of Sharinan eyes, he would be able to lead the Cao Ninja village to sweep through the surrounding small countries and Xiao Ninja villages. Chief, no information has been sent back from the front line. Kusanagi Zhanzhan said eloquently. Hey, when will my Sharinan arrive? Cao Mang said to himself in a low voice with a gloomy face. If he didn't want to sit in the country of grass, he would like to personally lead the team to the Valley of Sanctions to check the situation. Rustle rustle, a plume of dust fell from the ceiling. The ceiling suddenly cracked. Cao Mang suddenly stood up from his seat, looked upward, and exclaimed, "What's going on? No. No. Not clear." The grass ninja looked up in surprise. In an instant, the air temperature rose, the ceiling shattered, and a flaming energy sword broke through the entire building. Boom! The boulder fell. Cao Mang's face changed drastically, he quickly dodged, formed seals with his hands, and shouted angrily, "Tu dun tu liubi!" The ground shook violently. The four thick earthen walls rose instantly, surrounding Cao Mang and the Cao ninja, and the two felt a little relieved. But the next moment, the walls crumbled. Susanoo, burning with orange-red flames, fell from a high altitude and easily destroyed the hard wall made of earth attribute chakra. Huge boulders flew across the sky. Cao Mang was shocked and turned pale. He dodged in time and teleported behind the desk. The Cao Mang was penetrated and absorbed by the long sword burning with flames. Ah! The entire building was destroyed, and countless Kusanagi fell to the ground. Those who could still move hurriedly got up and gathered around their leader. Uchiha! Cao Mang calmed down and looked at the orange-red giant. He was shocked to find Uchiha Yanyu standing in the flames. The headquarters building of Kusanagi village collapsed into ruins, leaving only the first floor with a living space. The Uchihas completed the expulsion mission. Izumi, Nanfan, and Tamao took their respective teams to the outside of the ruins and surrounded the remaining Kusanagi in the headquarters. Terumi Mei, Ao, Nanu, Kabuto, and Kimimaro hurried over. As for Orochimaru and the psychic giant Snake, they are located outside the Grass Ninja village, guarding Tsunade and Shizun. On this day, ordinary civilians in the Kingdom of Grass recalled the fear of being dominated by the ninja war. Only when a ninja war breaks out can the Kingdom of Grass be so lively. Among the ruins, when Cao Mang found Xiang Phosphorus and his daughter in the crowd, he immediately thought of some possibility and angrily said, "You actually colluded with the Uchiha rebels and attacked the ninja village. 2 white-eyed wolves from the Uzumaki clan. I should have killed you in the first place." Uzumaki Xiangne avoided her eyes and lowered her head to protect Xiangling. Little Xiangling broke away from her mother's arms and said angrily towards Cao Mang, "My mother has saved so many of you, but not only does she not get the corresponding respect, but she does not regard us as fellow villagers at all. How can a person who has subjugated his country be qualified to talk about respect?" Cao Mang glared at Xiangnai and Xiang Phosphorus, expressing disdain for this. The grass ninja behind him trembled and said, "Leader, run away." Cao Mang's muscles were pumping all over his body, he clenched his fists, and sneered, "Right now, these Uchiha are being hunted by thousands of ninjas. Even if they are lucky enough to escape from the Valley of Sanctions, there will definitely be countless pursuers behind them. There is Konoha behind us. As long as Uchiha is dragged into the grass ninja village, the advantage is on our side. Send a signal flare. Summon the ninjas." A grass ninja replied desperately, "Chief, all our people are gone." He was wounded all over, and the ninja village was attacked by enemies. He originally wanted to escape directly from the ninja village, but was driven back by the other Uchiha. In desperation, he could only come back to report the news, and then encountered Susanoo. "What?" Cao Mang was stunned in place. The other grass ninjas' faces were ashen. In ruins. Yin Yu no longer has ink stains, maintaining the orange-red Susanoo. The right arm covered by Karastengo's armor holds the 10-fist sword and walks forward. Standing on a collapsed wall, Taimao shook his head and sighed, "With Konoha behind you, there is also a way to die." Chapter 89 The Eve of War. Thousands of pursuing troops. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Nanoyu next to him with questioning eyes. "Dean." As an excellent intelligence ninja, he naturally knew the situation in the ninja world, and Kabuto knew that Kusanagi was not lying. Numerous forces in the ninja world covet the Sharingan. During this battle in the Valley of Sanctions, many rebel ninja forces almost came out. Kabuto was also curious about how the Uchiha rebel team could cross the Valley of Sanctions under such a level of encirclement and suppression. No Naiyu said in a deep voice. "Well, as he said, there were a large number of pursuers surrounding us in front of the Valley of Sanctions. However, they were all buried in the Valley of Sanctions. All dead." Kabuto's pupils trembled violently, and he raised his head in disbelief, looking at the giant burning with orange-red flames. "If you rely on this kind of power, maybe it can really be done. Is this the reason for Uchiha to defect to Konoha?" After listening to Nanoyu's answer, Kusanagi looked directly at the orange-red Susanoo who was walking slowly, and asked angrily, "Are you kidding? They are all dead." Previously, when he heard from his subordinates that all the remaining ninjas in Kusanagi village were gone, he thought it was ridiculous, but Nanu's answer made him feel magical. Nearly 10,000 ninjas were surrounded and suppressed. How could it be a complete failure? The answer to Kusanagi was the 10-fist sword slashed by the orange-red Susanoo. Damn it! Cao Mang looked directly into the scorching flames and was not intimidated by the orange-red giant. He quickly formed seals with his hands, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Hidden Technique. Swish! The 10-fist sword swept across the location of Cao Mang, and the flames enveloped the remaining ninjas in Cao Mang village. With screams, everyone was absorbed and sealed. As for Cao Mang, after using Earth Escape, the rocks around his feet turned into sand, and the whole person escaped underground and disappeared. Orange-red Susanoo whose body. Yin Yu's Amaterasu and Tsukiyomi kaleidoscopes scanned the ground, the corners of their mouths suddenly raised, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. What a great opportunity! After Cao Mang escaped underground, he did not choose to escape, but chose to fight the opponent. He walked around from the ground to the back of the slow-moving orange-red giant, and his whole body ejected from Thesoil, like a nimble cheetah. Drink! Cao Mang let out a loud shout, clenched the kunao in his right hand, unleashed all his strength, and stabbed Yin Yu fiercely inside the orange-red Karatengu armor. Yin Yu ignored this familiar attack method. "Captain, be careful, this is his shadow clone, his true body is." Nanoyu, who opened his eyes, exclaimed. When her reminder fell, the 10-fist sword held by the orange-red Suzanu's right hand struck hard at the ground somewhere under the ruins. No Naiya rolled her eyes and trembled slightly. Before she could finish her words, Yin Yu ended the battle. The kunao thorn in Kusanaga's shadow clone's hand stuck on the surface of Suzanu's body and burst into pieces. And his body hidden under the ruins, along with the earth, was penetrated by the 10-fist sword. Forid. Cao Mang's eyes were dull, and he felt like he was falling into the abyss. He originally wanted to use the shadow clone to attract Yin Yu's attention, and then find an opportunity to escape. What annoyed him the most was that, in order to deal with Uchiha, he sent out early the disobedient ninjas in the grass ninja village who opposed him. This is equivalent to rescuing a ninja from another faction in the grass ninja village in disguise. He is not willing to give in. Bang! The smoke and dust dispersed. Cao Mang's shadow clone turned into dust, and his body was absorbed and sealed by the 10-fist sword, becoming one of the backup sources for Yin Yu. Itaka's Suzanu is really useful. Yunya couldn't help but admire in her heart, and then injected her own yin escape chakra into the 10-fist sword to observe the illusion-sealed world. A group of grass ninjas stood in the empty world. They closed their eyes tightly, their expressions were dull, their bodies were swaying, and they were trapped in endless illusions. The number of people is about 1,000. This is his reserve energy. The orange-red Suzanu slowly peeled off the Karasutengu armor, revealing an orange-red skeleton, and finally turned into air and disappeared. "Take off Suzanu!" Gulu. With his throat crawling, Yunya drank a bottle of green medicine to offset the damage sustained by opening Suzanu's body. He looked back and told the Uchiha beside him. "Within 30 minutes, find the treasury of the grass ninja village and the place where the ninjutsu scrolls are stored, and take away all the valuables." Yes. All the Uchiha went to search the ruins, but Tamao was the only one who walked towards the outside of Kusanagi village. "What are you going for? Hurry up and find something," Nanfan asked. Tamas Yang said seriously. "I was planning to go look for it." "What are you looking for?" "I'll find you a wife." Nanfan raised his hand and pinched the center of his eyebrows, asking, "What do you mean by finding us a wife?" Tamao sighed. "The grass ninja village is extremely shabby, and there are not many good-looking female ninjas at all. I plan to go to nearby towns to look for it. If there are good-looking women, I will convince them to join our Uchiha." Nanfan was speechless. "Let Tamao leave." The edge of the ruins. Uzumaki Xiangne looked at the messy grass ninja village, feeling uneasy. Finally, she mustered up the courage to look at Yunyu. "I know where the treasury of the grass ninja village is. It's getting late. Night falls." The grass ninja village was covered in flames of war, and ordinary civilians in the edge towns had already fled. Orochimaru stood on the giant psychic snake, looking at the messy grass ninja village, and couldn't help but sigh. From the previous land of the Earth Spider tribe to the Valley of Sanctions and then to the current grass ninja village, it seems that no place where Lord Yenyu has passed has been completely preserved. Tsunade and Shizun looked at the billowing black smoke, each lost in thought. They came back with a full load. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. At the exit of Kusanagi village, Uchihas appeared holding boxes of supplies. A few minutes later, after they approached the giant psychic snake, they jumped up from the snake's tail and returned to the snake's head. The supplies were neatly placed in front of Orochimaru, and Yayu walked out from behind with the anxious Xiao Xianglan and Xiang Nai. With smiles on their faces, the Uchiha people counted the loot under the leadership of Izumi, and Nanoyu and Kabuto also joined them. "Can you still contact other members of the Uzumaki clan?" Yunyu looked at Uzumaki Xiangne and asked in a deep voice. "On the way, he expressed his intention to Xiangnai, and Xiangnai agreed to follow Uchiha with Xiangnai. The grass ninja village was destroyed. They have no choice. After talking, Yunyu learned that when the kingdom of Uzumaki was destroyed, the Uzumaki clan scattered across the ninja world in order to avoid being hunted. There are about 100 remaining Uzumaki clan members. Yes. Kana answered truthfully, having seen the power of Yunyu, she naturally knew that if the Uzumaki clan wanted to revive, they would have to rely on such a strong person. Yunyu thought for a while and said. Other members of the Uzumaki clan in the Guangdong Trade Union said that Uchiha was going to create a new Konoha village and asked them if they were willing to join. If they are willing, let them go to Tien Country and Sound Ninja Village first, and someone will accommodate them. Okay. Xiangnai nodded heavily. Orochimaru looked at the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan, and after listening to their conversation, he was immediately greedy. The Uzumaki mother and daughter were dispensable to him, but the value of the entire remaining Uzumaki clan was inestimable. Orochimaru's eyes swept across the boxes of supplies on the snake scales, and then looked at Yunyu and asked, "Are we going to the land of fields now?" Yunyu looked at Mei Terumi and Qing who followed behind him, and thought for a moment. He replied, "Next, you help me settle the Uzumaki clan who arrived at the Sound Village. By the way, send someone to notify Yui Kurane who arrived at the refugee town of the Land of Earth, and let her lead the Teruzo clan to the Sound Village. Do these things well. In addition to the favor I owe you before, I will pay you a pair of Sharinon. I will lead the team to the Hidden Mist Village. I will take the people away when I come back. Be sure to get the latest news about Sheneng before I come back." The expressions of Mei Terumi and Qing changed slightly, and they looked delighted. They didn't expect Yunyu to be so decisive. If Yunyu can follow them back, the problem of the fourth Mizu cage will definitely be solved. No problem, Yunyu's friends are my friends, I will receive them well. Orochimaru smiled. For some reason, he felt relieved when he learned that Yunyu would not go to the Sound Village. Boom boom! The giant psychic snake carried everyone and crawled towards the east. Its huge body stirred up rolling dust and disappeared at the same level as the setting sun. Kamyu space. Dark and silent. Countless stone slabs moved up and down, left and right in disorder. Itachi's eyes were closed, blood was flowing from the corners of his eyes, his face was pale, and he lay flat on a cold stone slab. Obito sat beside him. In order to prevent Yunyu from finding them through the mental imprint, Obito took Itachi and hid in the Kamui space for almost a whole day. As time passed, Obito felt that it should be safe outside. He immediately glanced at Itachi, who was still breathing, and said in a deep voice, "Remember this feeling of failure. I saved you because I felt that you still had potential that had not been tapped. I hope you can grow with this hatred. One day, we will work together again." Speaking. Obito reached out to untie Itachi's ninja bag. Itachi wanted to reach out to stop him, but was a bit too late. Obito took out a sealed scroll from the ninja bag, untied the seal, and took out a 3 Magatama Sharinon, and said in a deep voice, "This is the eye of Inahiro, but unfortunately, there is only one. It really seems like Yunyu's charity." Itachi. Now that he has lost his and Shisui's Mangekyo, he wanted to use Inahiro's eye next. But this ally wants to take away the only remaining 3 Magatama eye. Obito put away the Sharinon, looked at Itachi indifferently, and said coldly, "For the sake of our ally, I will send you off one last time. Whether you can survive depends on how strong your hatred for Yunyu is." The Valley of Sanctions. In the rear camp of the Northwest Ninja Force of Konoha, the space suddenly twisted, Itachi was thrown out at random and fell heavily into the mud. At this moment, inside and outside the valley, the Rock Ninja faced the Northwest Border Defense Force of Konoha, and the situation was tense. Once the two sides fought, the situation in the ninja world will change again, and this may not be the fuse of the Fourth Ninja World War. Chapter 90 Remarks on the release. Wish you all a happy new year. If nothing goes wrong, it will be released at 12 noon tomorrow. The latest chapter will be released together after the VIP coupons are opened, so you don't have to wait tonight. Before the book was released, the author didn't remember where he saw that it was best to update the new book at 12 o'clock in the evening. Then the author gave it a try. During the 1.5 months of the new book period, I made revisions in advance, and released chapters around 12 o'clock in the evening. After posting, I had to read it again and revise it again if I was not sure. I worked until 1 to 2 o'clock every day. I endured more than a month of night. Taking advantage of the release, in order to update the book later, the author decided to change his work and rest schedule. Adjust it. Updates will be made during the day. I will write one chapter at a time. There are too many things to do during the Chinese New Year. Things have been happening a lot these days. The author unfortunately caught a cold yesterday. Now I am in a trance. My throat feels like it is cut by a knife when I swallow saliva. My waist and back ache. But I will update 4 chapters tomorrow, which should add up to about 10,000 words. If I can still get up and write, I will write more. If the cold is serious, there will still be chapters every day. Please rest assured. Wait until the cold is over. After the Chinese New Year. Let's write well and update more. Thank you all readers for opening this book and reading it. Thank you also my editor, good luck. Finally, please subscribe. Chapter 91 The Land of Fire Falls, First Order Request. The dark night enveloped the earth, the Valley of Sanctions was filled with thick fog, and huge rocks blocked the exit. Inside the valley, 1 kilometer away, in the fog, the elite rock ninja troops were ready to go. When the intelligence team first arrived at the exit, they were shocked by the devastated valley exit, just like the Northwest Defense Forces of Konoha. Valley exit. The cliff that was cut in half by some sharp and smooth thing was silently warning the ninjas who arrived here that a battle that they could not imagine had taken place here before. Lord Tsuchikage, I understand why you want to befriend Uchiha. The sturdy rock ninja looked solemn. After reading the frontline intelligence handed over by Onoki, sweat broke out on his forehead and he raised his hand to wipe the sweat off. The intelligence simply wrote author. The exit of the valley collapsed, and corpses littered the field. Ninjas from all forces died of chakra exhaustion and overwork. As for Konoha's northwest border defense troops, they are currently stationed near the exit of the valley. Onoki snorted. He recalled the past. With a wry smile. What's wrong with this? You haven't experienced the era of being dominated by Susanoo Uchiha. In short, in this situation now, either make friends with Uchiha or stay away from Uchiha. Try not to offend those crazy people. Are they really so terrifying? In recent years, except for a genius like Shisui who was famous in the ninja world, Uchiha's performance on the battlefield was quite satisfactory. During the Third Ninja War, Uchiha was also our ninja team chased them. The strong man Yan Nin asked softly. Internal complaints? Also, Tsuchikage-sama, you have experienced the era of being dominated by Uchiha, and you seem to be quite proud. What is going on? Onoki blew his beard and stared. Humph, only under the leadership of the Wolf King can the wolves display their ferocious and cruel nature. It's not that I look down on Fugaku. Ever since Uchiha Madara left Konoha, all previous Uchiha clan leaders have been trash and sheep. A sheep leads a pack of wolves. It is abnormal if the tribe is not destroyed. Now, although there are only a dozen Uchiha people left, they have found their true leader. If this battlefield is over and you are not dead yet, then keep your eyes open. The world of ninja is about to change. After listening to this, IWA Ninja was stunned for a while, and then asked the key question, Sir, you are right, but we have been here for a day, when will we launch an attack? The army marched to the border of Konoha, and they were just one step away. The IWA ninja troops were already hungry and thirsty, and they were eager to enter Konoha. Wait! Onoki was angry. Since Yunya said that he wanted to give him a gift in return and explicitly asked him to wait, he would not act rashly before detecting any changes near the battlefield. Throughout Onoki's life, he experienced the late Warring States period between Madara and Hashirama in his youth, and personally participated in 3 ninja wars in his middle age. To be able to live to this day, he mainly relies on the word stability. He leads troops to fight and the enemy country may win, but Iwagakure will never lose because he can always survive. Live until now. Onoki couldn't help but sigh, where are those guys who were all-powerful in the ninja world and who were stronger than him now? It's not like it turned into handfuls of Lois. Ninja, the key lies in the word ninja. Onoki knows his way. Seeing that Onoki could not hold his breath, IWA Ninja had no choice but to go to appease the IWA Ninja troops. No one is destined to sleep in the valley tonight. At midnight, the IWA Ninja Intelligence Squad returned and brought back the latest information on Konoha's defense forces. Onoki stood still and the IWA Ninja troops were impatient. In the middle of the night, the IWA Ninja Intelligence team returned again and brought back the information that the number of sentry personnel in Konoha's defense force had decreased. Onoki remained silent, and the IWA Ninja were impatient. At dawn, the IWA Ninja Intelligence team hurriedly returned to the military camp. In case of a great victory, they excitedly informed the combat headquarters that there was a sudden change within the Konoha Northwest Border Defense Force, and the remaining ninja troops evacuated in embarrassment. The change finally happened. Onoki was overjoyed. Ordered to take the initiative. The sky turned fish white, the sun rose, and the golden sunshine shone at the entrance to the Valley of Sanctions. The originally thick white mist was now mixed with rising wisps of purple poisonous smoke. The IWA ninjas all looked frightened and turned pale. They gathered around the forest where the Konoha troops were stationed before and stared at the exit of the valley. Outside the valley, countless ninjas from Konoha's Northwest Border Defense Force were lying in the mud puddles and on the ground. Their faces were purple, their orifices were bleeding, and their death looks were extremely gruesome. Just now, the IWA ninja prepared to break out from the exit of the valley. Before the large army could pass through the thick fog, a large number of the vanguard troops fell down. The IWA ninja noticed that the mist was filled with deadly poisonous gas and immediately retreated. Onoki originally thought this was a trap from Konoha, but no Konoha ninja launched a surprise attack on them at the exit of the valley. When IWA ninja climbed over the mountains and ridges, he arrived at Sufa mountain forest behind the valley exit. The sky is bright. Onoki saw the entrance of the infiltrating valley clearly and realized that the gift left by Yayu was a very poisonous and the Konoha Northwest Border Defense ninja troops stationed here suffered more than 70% casualties. The Valley of Sanctions has completely turned into a valley of poison, and in the future it will become an absolute forbidden zone in the ninja world. Onoki couldn't figure out what kind of backup plan Yenyu had arranged here. But he knows. With the northwest border of the Fire Country lost, the IWA Ninja Army could march straight in and reach Platycadon City. At this point, most of the Fire Country's territory had fallen. This is really a big gift. Reorganize the sequence and set off for Konoha. Onoki flew into the sky, stared in the direction of Konoha village, issued military orders, and sighed in his heart, Konoha, I'm here again. Yes. The IWA Ninja Army hid in the forest and hunted down the remaining fleeing Konoha Northwest Border Defense troops. Sufushin Forest. Ahem, cough, damn, why did a bear maze corpse appear in the middle area of the station? A Konoha ninja turned purple and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was followed by many poisoned Konoha ninjas. People jumped on the trees and ran for their lives in panic. They knew they wouldn't live long, and they just wanted to send the information about the fall of the border to Platycadon City before a small amount of poisonous insects in their bodies attacked. These remaining Konoha ninjas cannot understand that they clearly have ninjas and ninja dogs from the Inyazuka clan. Why didn't you send it? A poisonous corpse suddenly appeared in the camp. Even if Iwagakure uses wind escape to use poison in the valley, the Konoha ninja stationed at the exit of the Valley of Sanctions will be able to detect it immediately. But the body of a bear may taken appeared out of thin air in the middle of the garrison, which made Konoha's northwest border defense forces unable to deal with it. After a bear may took the root and died, the nanoscale poisonous insects in the corpse multiplied like crazy. When the corpse was exposed to the air, the poisonous insects were nourished by the water vapor in the thick fog, and their reproduction rate increased to a very terrifying level. They followed the direction of the wind and entered the respiratory tracts of Konoha ninjas. When the ninja dogs smelled the poisonous insects, they were poisoned to death one after another before issuing a warning, and the Konoha ninjas also fell one after another. In the end, Konoha's elite border ninja force was completely paralyzed without even throwing a kunai, and had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 92 Son of the Devil, please subscribe. The clouds are rolling. Konoha, the commercial streets, all the bustling shops in the past are closed, and there are few people on the streets. All this seems to indicate something. Everyone seems very anxious. Little Naruto looked around and walked around in the street. After being stared at by several passers-by, he was bored and finally chose to eat Ichiraku ramen. The familiar smell of ramen comes to your nose. Little Naruto's eyes shone brightly and he said excitedly, "Uncle Yul, let's have a bowl of pork bones." Before he finished speaking, Naruto looked curious, and saw that Shito was packing up his things with calamus in hand, preparing to close the business, but it was only morning now. "It's Naruto." When Tejada saw that the person coming was Naruto, his expression relaxed and without hesitation, he put on his chef hat again and sighed, "Naruto, during the next period of time, the ramen shop will be closed." "Why?" Naruto was puzzled. Shouto was stunned for a moment. He went down and prepared the ingredients, and whispered, "News has come from the border that the IWA ninja has taken the initiative to provoke a war." "War?" Naruto lowered his head, his eyes gradually losing their light. "A week ago, Sasuke in the class suspended school. Shikamaru was worried all day long. Hinata's mood was not quite right these days. All the abnormal behaviors of the classmates seemed to indicate what happened in Ninja Village. It turns out that there is going to be a war." Tate handed a bowl of freshly cooked tonkotsu ramen to Naruto's table and gave him chopsticks. He sighed. "I'll treat you to this bowl of ramen. If you don't have enough ramen, I'll add more noodles. Naruto, listen to my uncle's advice and follow the ninja school's arrangements these days and don't walk around randomly." When little Naruto smelled the fragrant ramen, the gloom on his face was swept away, and he said excitedly, "Haha, then I'm not polite. Uncle, don't worry too much. With Grandpa Sandaime, the strongest Hokage, Konoha will definitely be able to get through this difficulty." Hit by hand. He looked at the innocent Naruto and didn't know what to say for a moment. Miyama Mountain, with its high mountains and flowing water, is like a fairyland on earth. A light green toad wearing a black robe and a purple scalp looked anxious, carrying a vegetable basket and walking quickly past a huge brown mushroom. It is Shima, one of the top leaders of Miyama Mountain, who is usually responsible for selecting and guiding the humans who enter Miyama Mountain to practice. A few days ago, Shima noticed that Miyabokuyama, Jiraiya, and Gamabunta had lost contact. When it went to Konoha to buy groceries, it inquired about the two, but heard nothing. Why did it disappear out of thin air? Shima looked troubled and looked up at the clear blue sky of Mt. Miyamu, lost in thought. During this period, it tried various psychic methods, but was still unable to sense Bunta and Jiraiya. Shima came back from Konoha today and learned of a major event. The IWA ninja officially launched a war against Konoha and had already reached Platycadon City. Now Konoha has deployed other border defense troops to defend against powerful enemies, and the situation is extremely critical. Could it be that the disappearance of Bunta and Jiraiya is related to this war? Shima thought and quickened his pace. After walking through all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, I returned to the door and kicked open the door. Bang! In the house, Fukazaku, who was lying on the rocking chair and taking a nap, was Awa. For more novels, 16846, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right _kend. He turned his head and complained, "Who made you angry again?" Zhaima put the vegetable basket on the table, picked up the cup, took a sip of water, and said hurriedly, "The child's father, something big happened. Is there any news about little Jiraiya and the others?" Fukazaku's toad pupils trembled slightly. He sat up, jumped off the rocking chair, and asked curiously. "There is no news about them yet, but this time I contacted the ninjas of the Konoha intelligence department. The other party told me that the IWA ninjas have started a war against Konoha, and the situation in the ninja world has changed." Shima explained anxiously. Fukazaku raised his hand and stroked his grey beard on his chin, and said solemnly, "This is not in line with the future predicted by the old man. Yes, according to its prophecy, there will be no war in the ninja world for more than 10 years. I suspect that the disappearance of Jiraiya and Bunta is related to the war. Get up quickly. Let's wake up the old thing and ask him." Deep in Miyama Mountain, in a simple temple, on a throne with the word immortal engraved below it, sits an old and huge toad. Sister-in-law is finally here. The great toad immortal slowly opened his baggy eyes, and his dry lips wriggled. It is very eager, but this body that has existed for thousands of years can no longer support it to make rich facial expressions. "Dementic old man, what are you dreaming about again? Already?" Shima raised his head and looked up at the great toad immortal. "Well." Fukazaku took a deep look at Shima and sighed helplessly. His wife had no concept of respecting elders at all, which gave him a headache. The great toad immortal was not angry, and said slowly, word by word. "On the contrary, I haven't had any dreams since a while ago. The future of the ninja world has been shrouded in mist. The future has all been cut off by him." Shima Fukazaku said in unison. "Who is he?" The great toad sage let out a long sigh. "Kill Jiraiya, kill Bunta's guy." Fukazaku and Shima looked frightened, their faces were black and blue, and their whole bodies were shaking. "Impossible, no one in the ninja world can kill little Jiraiya in an instant." Fukazaku's scalp was numb and he retorted. Shima said in a deep voice. "Dementic old man, are you kidding? That's the Jiraiya we trained, not to mention that Bunta is with him." Cough cough cough. The great toad immortal coughed twice, took out a crystal ball from under the throne, and placed it on the table. It ignored Fukazaku and Shima, and placed its two wrinkled toad forelimbs above the crystal ball. The art of telescope. Buzz. With the injection of chakra, the picture in the crystal ball jumped quickly, showing a road leading to the kingdom of water in the east of the ninja world. Fukazaku and Shima stared at the situation in the crystal ball with their eyes widened. A huge brown psychic snake was seen circling on the ground. A young man in white stood proudly on top of the huge snake's head, looking calmly into the distance. Raising land. He noticed something, and immediately raised his head slowly, staring at the sky, revealing a clean and tidy face that was sculpted by God without any scruples. Next. The pupils of the young man in white glowed with red light, the sword-shaped kaleidoscope Sharingan wheel rotated, and the sinister chakra burst out. Click! With a soft sound, the crystal ball cracked a gap, and scarlet light flashed, as if it had turned into a blood crystal. Fukazaku, Shima, and even the toad sage saw the clean and tidy face and the kaleidoscope clearly. Uchiha! The first two exclaimed. Even through the crystal ball, the three toads could feel the evil energy of the chakra. The great toad immortal severed his connection with the crystal, the red light faded away, and everything returned to normal. With a snap, the crystal ball broke into two halves. He is the one who cuts off the future. He is not within the scope of the prophecy. He is the son of the devil, born evil. Jiraiya's death is the beginning of the collapse of order in the ninja world. The great toad immortal said feebly. Only by finding the child of prophecy can we save the ninja world. Chapter 93 Collecting Naruto's Corpse. Please subscribe. Boom boom. The earth trembled, and giant brown psychic snakes passed through the forest and streams, like monsters running rampant on the earth, and any living thing retreated when they saw it. The air suddenly dropped, and Orochimaru sensed the familiar and sinister chakra aura. He turned around and looked at Yunya beside him. When he saw the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that he was afraid of, he was still frightened. Yunya-jun? Orochimaru asked. He didn't think Yunya would open the kaleidoscope for no reason on weekdays, just to see the surrounding scenery. Someone used the telescope technique on me. Yunya faded away from the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and her eyes returned to darkness, as deep as the night. The telescope technique, is it an old thing? Orochimaru raised his eyebrows. Yunya looked at the distant mountains, thought seriously, and replied, the conditions for using the telescope technique require knowing the type of chakra of the person you want to spy on. The type of chakra in my body now does not match what is recorded in the ninja files, so it is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru fell into deep thought. As for who uses this technique, Yunya has some clues. There are not many people in the ninja world who know the telescope technique. The only people he knows are Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Great Toad Sennin. But, how does the latter know the type of chakra in his body? Yen-Yu suddenly had a lot of thoughts. His method of interfering with the telescope technique is also very simple. This technique uses crystals and the chakra types in other people's bodies as a medium to locate others. Yen-Yu attempts to refine the chakra in his body and transform it into Yen escape chakra. It did produce a certain effect. The feeling of being watched disappears. In this way, Yen-Yu feels that it is not difficult to interfere with the telescope technique. For ordinary people, the difficulty lies in how to discover the technique in the body. Yunya masters the 8,000 spears, and his brain can monitor his own spirit and chakra in real time. Once there is an illusion or other ninjutsu acting on him, he will be able to detect it immediately. While thinking, Yen-Yu took out a bottle of green medicine and drank it to replenish his chakra deficit and increase his physical strength. The money and ninjutsu scrolls looted from the Grass Ninja Village have already been counted. The country of Grass issues most of its currencies. The currencies of the 5 major countries were uniformly exchanged for the most valuable Fire Nation currency, and the total amount was only about 200 million taels. This amount of assets was not even comparable to the money Uchiha earned in Konoha in a year. The Kusanagi village was very poor. As for the ninjutsu scrolls, the highest level is only B level. For Uchiha, most of them are useless. Yunya has put this wealth into 300 cubic meters of storage space, which will be used to build a new ninja village in the future. In the entire ninja world, not counting Tsunagakuer, I am afraid that only the treasury of the 4 major ninja villages are extremely rich. Yen-Yu looked around at the surrounding scenery and could tell from the map that they were about to arrive at the kingdom of Tien. After that, Yayo will be separated from Orochimaru. He will lead the Uchiha team and follow Meiterumi to Kirigakuer village in the country of water to complete the main mission and collect tailed beasts by the way. Orochimaru was responsible for finding Sheneng, and settling the Uzumaki clan and the Earth Spider clan, waiting for Yen-Yu's return. During this period, Orochimaru wanted to do something, but Yen-Yu could not control it. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils stared straight at the potion test tube held in Yunya's hand. He was very interested in this thing, but he didn't have the chance to ask. They were about to part ways. Yen-Yu squinted at Orochimaru and said straight to the point, "How is the development of your dirty soil reincarnation going?" Orochimaru's vertical pupils shrank, his expression changed slightly and then returned to normal. He said with a smile, "It went very well." He couldn't understand why Yen-Yu knew that he had learned how to reincarnate in dirty soil. How many bodies have been collected? Only some insignificant ninja corpses have been collected. I plan to go to Konoha in the near future to collect the corpses of past Hokages. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded thought for a while, and finally asked, "Yunyu Lord, how did you know that I was studying this forbidden technique?" Yunyu looked directly at Orochimaru and said calmly, "With your temperament and preferences, you will naturally not let go of this forbidden technique that is against ethics but is extremely practical." "Haha, every Sasawito traces." Orochimaru smiled. Yunyu thought for a moment. The corpses of the first and fourth generations have the highest value. If possible, give priority to the fourth generation Hokage, control him, and keep them until I come back. Good. Just think that I owe you a favor. You're welcome, Yin-Yu-kun. This time you go to Kirigakure village and help me bring back a secret scroll. This will be regarded as the reward of the fourth generation Hokage of the Dirty Land. Explain. Orochimaru smiled and replied, "I want to study the secret technique passed down from generation to generation by the Oniden clan, the art of water transformation." Yunyu nodded and was about to answer when a task prompt popped up in her mind. Side mission, help allies. Options. 1. Collect hydration techniques for Orochimaru. Reward, green medicine. Finally updated to the green medicine mission. Yunyu's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal, and replied, "Okay. Happy cooperation." Orochimaru smiled. Yunyu nodded and continued to look into the distance. Currently, she only had 2 bottles of green medicine on her body. She drank 1 bottle every day to strengthen her body and 1 bottle of wood release to deal with danger. She drank it before refreshing. If you have 3 bottles of green medicine, you can increase your physical strength 1 point faster. Chakra is energy formed by the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Yin-Yu has mastered the method to enhance physical strength, but now she only lacks the method to enhance her spirit. He opened the task list. View branch lines. Side mission, assistance. Options. 1. Prevent Uchiha Mikoto from committing suicide. Reward, powder medicine. Yunya glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, who was lying in Nanoyu's arms, and secretly wondered whether the way to strengthen her spirit was related to this reward. It's time to complete this mission and research the rewards. Konoha, Hokage building. The ninjas responsible for delivering orders in the corridor looked anxious and hurriedly shuttled through various departments. Conference room. Who is willing to lead the team, to face Iwagakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned against the throne, his old eyes scanning the heads of the major families on the left and right sides of the oval conference table, his voice hoarse. The day before yesterday, the IWA ninja declared war on Konoha. The border of the country of fire was lost, Platycadon city was in danger, and all kinds of negative information came in, making him sleepless and eating, and he became more than 10 years older. No one answered. The heads of the major families looked sad, and everyone present knew the situation inside Konoha. The war came too quickly, beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectation. He slowly closed his eyes and reviewed the series of measures he took to deal with the fall of the Uchiha clan. First of all, Sarutobi Hiruzen sealed off the Uchiha clan and strictly controlled Konoha's recent comings and goings to ensure that real news would not leak out too quickly. Secondly, he dispatched various border defense troops to the border early to prevent foreign enemy invasion. Even the forces used to deal with the Uchiha defecting team were rebel ninjas who were carefully planned by Sarutobi Hiruzen and guided by allies and public opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't figure out which link went wrong, causing one step to go wrong and another step to go wrong. According to the normal development of the situation as he expected, by the time the news of the Uchiha genocide spread throughout the ninja world, Konoha would have already been prepared to deal with external enemies. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely dull. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed, and an Anman fell beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaning over to report. "Sandame-sama, Itaki is back. There will be one in the afternoon, maybe a little later." Chapter 94 All dead, please subscribe. Quick, let Itaki come here immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up, this was the best news he had heard today. The other clan leaders cast surprised looks. this. The Umbu looked embarrassed, recalling Itake's appearance. He wanted to say something. Seeing how eager the Hokage and the adults here were, he could only nod heavily. Yes. Regarding the situation in the Valley of Sanctions, the Northwest Frontier Ninja Force has already sent people to report back information. More than 10,000 cannon fodders were all killed. Hinata, Hizu, and Itaka disappeared. Before Uegakuer declared war on Konoha, this intelligence news was like a bombshell exploding in the minds of Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha senior officials. Not counting Uchiha Mikoto, there are 10 Uchiha in total. Why should they fight against more than 10,000 ninjas? With Uegakuer declaring war on Konoha, Konoha's top brass focused their attention on the frontline war. One piece of bad news came one after another. The top management of Konoha was caught off guard. Now that Itaka can come back safely, this means that Hyuga Hichizu, whom Itaka protects, has a high probability of coming back. This is naturally good news for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the seating area of the Hyuga clan, and his old eyes swept over the 3 elders of the Hyuga clan. Since then, he has been supervising the battle to encircle and suppress Uchiha. The Hyuga clan has 3 clan elders representing the family at various meetings in the ninja village. The leader of the Hyuga clan, the great elder named Hyuga Akage, is a grey-haired old man who is 10 years older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, the 3 elders of the Hyuga clan looked expectant, silent, and stared directly at the door of the conference room. A long time. A report came from outside the door. Lord Hokage, Itaki is here. Let him in quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Creaking. The door to the conference room opened, and a stretcher was carried in by 2 Umbu, followed by a wretched jounin of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha clan chiefs had dilated pupils. I saw a black-haired ninja lying flat on a stretcher, his face was pale and he was dying. His eyes and body were wrapped with numerous bandages, and his face was indistinguishable. All over his body, the only identifiable Uchiha uniform was left with dried blood and dirty mud. Is this Uchiha Itake? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked angrily. The leader of the Umbu said in a deep voice. It's absolutely true, sir, and this is the command captain of the Northwestern Border Defense Force who has returned. He is eager to see you and all your sirs. With that said, the Umbu left the trouble to the defeated Sarutobi clan jounin behind him. Sandaime-sama. The jounin of the Sarutobi clan looked sad and was about to complain, but Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand to stop him. Quickly coming to the stretcher, Sarutobi Hiruzen untied the bandage on Itaka's face until it was enough to distinguish Itaka's face. He froze on the spot and called out absently. Itake. On the stretcher, hearing a familiar voice, Itake opened his mouth weakly and responded, Sandaime, sir. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stretched out his hand, held Itaka's right hand tightly, patted the back of his hand, and said in a deep voice, Don't talk yet, have a good rest. Itaka nodded slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, Call a medical ninja team over immediately to treat Itake. Yes. The 2 Umbu placed the stretcher on the floor of the conference room and left immediately, calling the medical ninja waiting outside the door to continue treating Itake. There was silence for a while. Hiruzen Sarutobi let go of Itake's hand, and together with the clan leaders of other families, they all looked at the jounin of the Sarutobi clan. Let's first talk about the main reason why the Northwest Territory fell so quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked grim. The commanding captain of the Sarutobi clan said sadly. Someone laid an undetectable trap in advance in our best garrison area and hid a bear maze body in it. By the time we found the body, it was already too late. The poisonous insects had spread and most of the troops were killed or injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a dull pain in his forehead. He sighed, took a few steps back, and sat back in his seat. In the seating area of the Aberme clan, Aberme Jiwei, wearing sunglasses, lowered his head in thought. If the Abereme's corpse was taken out of its protective clothing and put on the battlefield, the poisonous insects in its body would breed on their own, which would be no less than the poisonous gas produced by the Abereme clan's forbidden art pot poison. It would indeed kill an unsuspecting army. The ninja army was directly destroyed. It was done by Uchiha Yenyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his way to Shinto. The clan leaders looked shocked. After Danzo's death, all the remaining loyal ninjas of Danzo's original organization base left the village. Hiruzen was fully aware of this matter, but he did not send anyone to stop it in order to increase the probability of annihilating the Uchiha. Unexpectedly, it created a huge hidden danger for the fall of the northwest territory of the Fire Country. "Tell me, Itake." Sarutobi Hiruzen held his head with one hand and pressed his thumb against his temple. "We found Itake during the retreat. At that time, he was stuck in the mud, lost his eyes, and had non-fatal wounds all over his body. It looked like he had been abandoned by the roadside." The commanding captain said bitterly. "I lost my eyes." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was trembling slightly, and his whole body was as stiff as if he had been struck by lightning, but in a certain aspect he felt relieved. The scalps of all the Konoha clan leaders were numb, and they stood up one after another, staring at Uchiha Itake, who was being treated. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen strongly recommended Itake to become the new leader of the root organization, and the clan leaders had no objections, all because of Itake's eyes. But now, Itake lost it. When an Uchiha loses his Sharingan, it means he has lost half of his power, just like a beast losing its sharpest claws. The great elder of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Akamatsu, could no longer hold back and stood up suddenly. With a flick of his brown sleeves, the old man stared at the jounin of the Sarutobi clan with his white eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Hizu?" The voice was like a bell, echoing in the conference room, sending everyone into a panic. The scattered thoughts were brought back to reality. "Sorry, we only found Itake at the scene. We didn't find any companions from the Hyuga clan." The captain of the command showed a sad face. The conference room fell into silence. Itake, who was responsible for protecting Hayashi, had his eyes taken away and was severely injured. How good can Hayashi and other Hyuga clan ninjas be? Although the Konoha dignitaries in the conference room had made the worst plan when the northwest border of the Land of Fire fell, they were still waiting for an answer that could make the final decision. "The head of the Hyuga clan is dead." Itake's weak voice suddenly sounded in the conference room when a pin drop could be heard. This answer was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present. Everyone looked at Itake with different expressions. The two Umbu guarding Itake and the medical ninjas felt the pressure emanating from the big man present, and their breathing became a little difficult. Alas! The elder of the Hyuga clan sighed repeatedly, but his emotions did not erupt like a volcano. With the situation developing like this, it is not surprising that Hayashi will die. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad, and he sat on the chair like a stone sculpture, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. "Hokage-sama, summon Jiraiya-sama back, otherwise no one can stop Onoki." Shikaku, who had been silent all the time, suggested. "Jiraiya-sama is dead too." Itake spoke again. "There are too many things to do. I just got home. I will try my best and do some more in the evening. Sorry, __. Chapter 95 Itake, you should resign. Subscribe. Itake's words were like thunder from the blue sky, shocking the Konoha high-level officials, family patriarchs, and elders present. "Jiraiya is dead. When did it happen? Did you see it with your own eyes?" Utane Koharu and Mito Kato spoke at the same time, their faces gloomy, as if they had lost their parents. The two Hokage advisors sat on the left and right of Sarutobi Hiruzen, silent until now, and Hayashi's death did not attract their attention. But when they heard the news of Jiraiya's death, even if it might be false, their hearts seemed to be pierced by Kunao. Iwagakure attacked Kikyo Castle, and the Uchiha rebel ninja team escaped from the Valley of Justice. The two pieces of information combined did not have Jiraya's death, which caused a serious blow to Konoha. No. No. No, Jiraiya can't die, he is the guy appointed by Miyaboku Mountain, how could he die? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, his lips turned purple, and his eyes, which originally had a trace of majesty, were now completely blank, staring at Itachi. Jiraiya is the only disciple he can rely on now, and the disciple who will definitely stand up when Konoha is in danger. One of the legendary ninjas of Konoha. How could he die just like that? Cough 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 dash. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly couldn't breathe properly, and he coughed violently, his eyes were red, and he subconsciously looked at the place where Danzo used to sit when he was suffocating. But there was no one there now. Danzo. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was mumbling something in his mouth, his whole mind was erratic, he sat slumped in the main seat, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sandaime Hokage. Sir. The meeting room was in chaos, everyone looked terrified, and they all came forward and surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen. Yuditen Koharu looked anxious, her eyes widened, she hugged Hiruzen tightly, and released medical ninjutsu to help him breathe. The clan leaders were confused, and they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen whose face had returned to normal, and everyone was slightly relieved. The situation inside and outside Konoha is so serious. If Sarutobi Hiruzen falls at this critical moment, Konoha will surely perish. At that time, the clan leaders can drop the ball, divide the luggage, and disband on the spot. As for fighting, what kind of fight is there? Jiraiya is dead, the third generation is old, who can beat the rock ninja troops led by the old and strong Onoki himself? The head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza, brightened up, and he suddenly thought of a question. Tentondera Onoki seems to be older than their third generation Hokage. Third generation? Lord! Itachi called softly. He was also desperate in his heart. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned, his face returned to normal, his breath in his chest was smooth, and he raised his hand to signal, "It's okay, I won't die, Itachi, you continue." Confirming that Sarutobi Hiruzen was okay, the clan leaders and two Hokage advisors returned to their seats one after another. Everyone looked at Itachi again. Jiraiya-sama stepped forward to save the Hayashi clan leader. "I saw it with my own eyes, the two died under Uchiha Yunyu's Susanoo sword." Itachi finished speaking slowly and sighed, "My Mangekyo Sharinan was also taken away by Yunyu." The conference room fell into silence again. Uchiha Yunyu, it's Uchiha Yunyu again. Konoha is in the current situation, all thanks to this Uchiha Yunyu. The Konoha clan leaders looked ashen, and they could not recall any deeds of this unknown Uchiha Yunyu when he was in Konoha. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, gritted his teeth, clenched his right fist, and smashed it hard on the solid wood conference table. Bang! With a slight sound, the conference table sank and the floor shattered. Everyone looked solemn. The fall of the Fire Country, the death of his son, and the death of his disciples were all attributed to Uchiha Yunyu Emon. I'm afraid no one here hates the other party more than the Sandaime Hokage. Everyone has a lot of thoughts, but they still bring their focus back to the present. Jiraiya and Hizu died in Susanoo. Susanoo. For Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage advisor, and the major families, it is such a familiar but distant word. At the end of the Warring States period, the ninja world was still in an era when ninjas were dominated by families. Nowadays, all the major families in Konoha have been severely beaten by the Uchiha family who drives Susanoo. If Uchiha Yunyu masters that god power and easily kills Jiraiya, does it mean that Yunyu has reached the height of that Uchiha at the end of the Warring States period? Sarutobi Hiruzen is unknown. All the clan leaders said nothing. Itachi was silent for a long time, regained some strength, and added, Yunyu's Mangekyo Sharinan can not only control the minds of others, but also absorb other people's chakra for one's own use and for others. Only those who also have the Mangekyo Sharinan have strong mental power. Only with ninjas can we resist its erosion. Well. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh and looked up at the ceiling, feeling so confused that he couldn't listen to Ataka's words at all. If Jiraiya was present at the time, it would indeed be Jiraiya's style to step forward to save Hizu. But in order to save Rizu, whose life or death was insignificant, he took on another Sunin. The loss in this transaction is disconcerting. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Even in the past 3 great ninja wars, Konoha has never been in such a desperate situation like today. Itaka continued to add. Yin Yu absorbed the chakra of the ninjas who originally chased them, so he was able to open the Susanoo and use that power to the extreme. After hearing these words, all the family patriarchs, except for Shikaku, who had already guessed the truth, were awakened later, and they immediately understood why the Uchiha rebel team escaped from the Valley of Sanctions. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was dull, and his heart was throbbing. He was annoyed and regretful because he made another wrong move. According to Itake, the real reason that led to the death of Jiraiya and Hizu was actually that Hiruzen Sarutobi used the power of his allies and the guidance of public opinion to induce rebellious ninjas in the past. His careful layout killed his disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain the dignity on his face and slumped on the chair again. A report suddenly came from outside the door. Lord Hokage, Fukazaku Sennin and Shima Sennin from MT Miyaboku want to see you. Hearing this, the tense expressions of the Konoha clan leaders softened slightly, and they all looked towards the door. To confirm whether Jiraiya really sacrificed, Miyabokuyama had the best say. It was difficult for them to believe it based on Itaka's words alone. Please come in, you two. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt refreshed and stood up to greet them in person. Shima, who was beside Fukazaku, carried a bundle of psychic scrolls on his back and entered the conference room. The 2 toads looked downcast as they scanned the people present and noticed the Sandaime Hokage walking towards them. 2 immortals, Jiraiya, he. Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously asked the question that others present wanted to know most. Wow! Shima sadly opened the psychic scroll, pointed to the strange blood contract on it, and sighed, Jiraiya died, together with Buntat. The heads of all the clan leaders were numb again, and they were stiff in their seats. They recalled in their minds Gamabunta who fought against the Ninetales with the 4th Hokage during the Ninetales rebellion. Tai Wen is also dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen completely lost his energy and spirit, staggered back a few steps, and sat back in his seat. He calmed down for a long time, finally looked at Itaka lying on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Itake, please resign. The remaining amount of anger. Go back and have a good rest first. As for the affairs and industries originally managed by the Uchiha clan, they will be left to the Hyuga clan and other families. Before fighting the outside world, you must first make peace with the inside. Dividing the assets of the Uchiha clan and the assets of the Shimura clan was the price Hiruzen Sarutobi promised to pay for the Hyuga and Hatsudo war to encircle and suppress the Uchiha rebels. Regardless of whether Hizu is alive or dead, in order to win over the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen will fulfill his promise. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still worried about Itaki and was ready to communicate with Itaki and slowly divide the Uchiha clan's family property, but now that Itaki has lost most of it, there is no need to worry. In this matter, he has to thank Yayu. Itaka sensed something was wrong and shouted urgently. Sandaime-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, send Itaka back to the Uchiha clan, take good care of him, and let him recover in peace. Yes. No more tonight, everyone, go to bed early and continue tomorrow. If we can get more updates, we will keep posting more updates. By the way, please ask for recommended votes, monthly tickets, etc. I have to write so many words that I don't have time to form a group. I feel like I have a group. Not many people have joined. Chapter 96 Konoha and Miyama Mountain Senju and Uchiha, please subscribe. Hokage-sama. Bang. The door to the conference room was closed, and Itaki was put on a stretcher by the umbu and carried out. The calls became weaker and weaker, and the medical team that rescued Itaki also left together. All the clan leaders present had their own thoughts. They didn't feel that there was anything inappropriate about Hiruzen Sarutobi's behavior towards Itaki and Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi's treatment of Itaki could even be described as kind. If the family that the Hokage is targeting today is not the Uchiha, not to mention Hinata, even Inazukeiko and even Aberme and Inyazuka will jump out to stop it. Because that really affects morale. After all, Konoha just bled for you. But Naruto was targeting Uchiha. Even if only Itaki and Sasuke were left in the Uchiha clan, even if Itaki had just bled for Konoha, the major families still felt that Naruto should treat Uchiha like this. Throughout the history of the ninja world, Uchiha is very strong, so strong that he could sweep all the families under the 1,000 hands during the Warring States period. But Uchiha was not strong enough. Even at his peak, he was overwhelmed by the Senju clan. In addition, the ethnic group is aloof and arrogant, with a clear distinction between love and hate. After hatred arises from love, the behavior is too extreme. This caused Uchiha to become an outcast in the ninja world. After joining Konoha, he was trained by Tobirama, who had already understood the nature of Uchiha, to make a strange sword. While using it to deal with the outside world, he also directed the negative public opinion in the ninja village towards it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the closed door, looking dazed and breathing heavily. I thought Itaki's return would be the best news he could hear today. Before becoming the helmsman of the giant ship of Konoha, there was a time when the high-spirited Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to truly tolerate Uchiha. But after taking the position, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that the sword left by his teacher was really useful. Now that he is old, he cannot lift the sword, not to mention that the sword is blunt and full of gaps, making it impossible to use it to chop at foreign enemies. Then it only has one function left. Become the target of public opinion. Turn into the nutrients needed for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Hokage advisor originally wanted to use the excuse that the drinking the Munan genocide had caused Konoha to fall into deep trouble, first dragging the sun into the water, and then dragging the major families into the water, so as to resist this difficulty together. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Hisashi initially believed that the encirclement and suppression of the Uchiha rebellious ninja was just an operation that was bound to succeed. Facing Uchiha's legacy, Hizu was not moved, but there was a huge Hyuga clan behind him. But no one expected that Uchiha Yunyu had such terrifying strength. Yunyu used actions to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that the people they named evil were capable of doing more evil than they thought. Therefore, Uchiha deserves to be exterminated. Asked what Uchiha had done wrong, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. Maybe Uchiha shouldn't have joined Konoha from the beginning. Furthermore, war requires money and materials. Whether it is defense or proactively provoking a war, it requires huge expenditures. Who among the Konoha family here is willing to take all the responsibility on their own family? And the wealth accumulated by the suddenly collapsed Uchiha and Shimura for thousands of years can naturally be used as capital for wartime expenses. While the war is going on, the major families can quietly carve up the Uchiha and Shimura so that they can have expectations for the family's future after the war, and in this way, they can work together to defend against the enemy. After sending Itaki away, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down for a while, with his head drowsily looking at the two-toed immortals in front of him, asking for a seat. After sitting at the table, Shima glanced at Fukazaku, put away the psychic scroll, and said solemnly, "We already know the situation in Konoha. I came here this time to tell you that if you want to deal with Uchiha Yunyu, you must find the Son of Prophecy." Fukazaku nodded and added, "That is a ninja who has grown up enough to change the entire ninja world." Everyone heard this. Refreshed. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, he didn't want to hear Itaka describe how drinking Moon was. What he wanted to know most about this evil Uchiha at the moment was how to deal with him. Now the two-toed immortals came up with the solution, which was like handing him a pillow when he was dozing off. What are the obvious characteristics of this child of prophecy, or the ability to clearly identify his identity? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked eagerly. The heads of the major families in Konoha and the Hokage advisor looked at the two-toed immortals in unison with expectant expressions on their faces. Jiraiya has been looking for the son of prophecy. It is well known that this is the reason why he left the village. A long while. Fukazaku and Shima had bitter expressions on their faces, and the former sighed. At first, the great toad sage only told little Jiraiya about the characteristics of the prophesied son, and now the great toad sage can't even remember what it said in the first place. Sarutobi Hiruzen, including all the Konoha clan leaders, were speechless for a moment, and their expressions changed from expectant to weird. There are no clues. How to find someone? Fukazaku hurriedly explained. However, the great toad sage said before we came that the probability of the son of prophecy appearing in Konoha is very high, which is why we came here this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others took a breath. Shikaku looked solemn, and began to think about how to quickly find the son of prophecy. The conference room was silent again. A moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to break the deadlock, showing his helplessness, and apologized. Forgive us for not being able to place all our hopes on a vague prophecy for the time being. Now Konoha has wiped out the clan due to drinking the moon, causing trouble in the ninja village, causing internal and external troubles in the ninja village, and rock hidden attack. Shima nodded, agreeing with what Hiruzen Sarutobi said, and then interrupted him. It is precisely because the child of prophecy has a high probability of being born in Konoha. If Konoha falls and something goes wrong with the child of prophecy, the ninja world will definitely not be able to make positive changes. Therefore, Myabokuyama decided to fully support Konoha to resist this Iwagakure invasion. These words came out. Everyone present in the conference room had their eyes wide open. Let go of all, this is like helping someone in need. What Konoha lacks now is the high-end combat power of the Myaboku Mountain Toad. As for allies, let alone Sand Village, other small ninja villages have already been defeated in the Valley of Sanctions. With the promise of Myaboku Mountain, Konoha's crisis is mostly over. Sarutobi Hiruzen got up from his chair excitedly and exclaimed, "Really? Really?" Fukazaku looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and responded. Shima pondered. Although Myaboku Mountain lost Buntad, Myaboku Mountain has more than just Buntad, a powerful toad. Third Hokage, please believe in Myaboku Mountain. Okay. Myaboku Mountain and Konoha will join forces to resist the invasion of Iwagakure. After that, Konoha will do its best to find the child of prophecy. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed most of the depression and anger accumulated in his chest, and his majesty reappeared on his face. He scanned the Konoha clan leaders with a sharp gaze, reappearing the style of a ninja hero, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare for the subsequent war logistics. I will personally lead the army to fight against Onaki." Yes. The clan leaders of Konoha showed expectations and spoke in agreement. This is the first time since the Ninetales Rebellion that everyone has the opportunity to watch the third Hokage take action. As the head of the Nara family with the best brain among the Konoha clans, Nara Shikaku did not relax because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's renewed fighting spirit or the support of Myaboku Mountain. When the clan leaders shouted, he raised his right hand, then slowly stood up under the gaze of the clan leaders, scanned everyone, and set his eyes on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shikaku suggested, "Hokage-sama, since Lord Jiraiya has sacrificed, in order to enhance the fighting power of the ninja village, I suggest that we immediately send someone to find Lady Tsunade and ask her to return." His voice was not loud, but he suppressed the calls of others. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze. After being reminded, he remembered that he still had Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first generation, and a disciple of the Senju clan. Konoha was in danger. Tsunade should indeed put aside her past grudges and contribute to the ninja village. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed with this proposal and sighed in his heart, ask her to return. Ask me to join Uchiha. Tsunade looked surprised, her bright brown phoenix eyes were filled with anger, staring straight at Orochimaru who was holding ill intentions in front of her. It's not a request, it's an invitation. Orochimaru smiled on his feminine face. Tsunade and Orochimaru stood on the edge of the middle body of the summoning giant snake, the scenery in front of them quickly receded, and Shizune stood behind with the pig in her arms. Just now, Tsunade took Shizune to think about how to deal with Yunyu in the future, and Orochimaru suddenly came over to invite her to join Uchiha. This is an unreasonable request. It's unprecedented. Orochimaru, when did you become someone else's lackey? Tsunade scolded. After she finished speaking, she coldly squinted at Yunyu, whose snake head stood proudly, with an incredible look on her face. Without waiting for Orochimaru to speak, Taimao's voice came. This is not called a lackey. In the old saying handed down, this is called a man of insight. Tsunade looked back suddenly. On the snake body, Taimao's head was down, his legs were up, and he was walking upside down, neither fast nor slow. Seeing this, Shizune and the piglet in her arms frowned and subconsciously stayed away from this strange guy. Yes, you said what I was thinking. Orochimaru nodded and looked at Taimao with satisfaction. Tsunade looked at Taimao, whose actions were meaningless, with a strange look. Shizune hurriedly asked for her master. Taimao laughed and said, "Training, I have been training in the hospital." "Rehabilitation training?" Shizune stretched her neck and asked tentatively. "I guess so. The doctor said I have a bit of paranoid psychosis. I should try to do whatever I want to do, otherwise I will have too much energy and easily harm others." Taimao said, with a smile on his baby face. He pressed his hands down and did a set of push-ups in a handstand. Tsunade and Shizune fell into silence together. Snakehead, Yunyu looked back at the carefree Taimao and sighed secretly. Living in the ninja world, perhaps only with a little mental illness, can you continue to be happy after waking up every day? Tsunade did not continue to pay attention to Taimao. She looked at Orochimaru beside her with a serious face and said coldly, "What's the point of you doing this?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "There is no meaning in life itself, it's just fun." In the afternoon and evening, there are. Chapter 97, Sound Village. Interesting. Tsunade fell into deep thought, the breeze ruffled her golden hair, and after a long time, she said contemptuously, "You can rest assured that you can't see what you think is interesting from me." "Heh." Orochimaru shook his head and laughed, "Don't do things too decisively, and don't say too much." After that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Tsunade said angrily, "Are you ruthless?" Orochimaru paused, naturally knowing that Tsunade was referring to his attitude towards Jiraiya and Konoha. He turned around and said calmly, "I was also upset. A long time ago, when I found that the three of us and Sarutobi teacher were not the same kind of people, I was very sad." Tsunade's eyes showed sadness. "This is true, even Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen are not the same kind of people." Orochimaru continued expressionlessly. The main theme of the ninja world has always been war, pain, and hatred, and everything stems from the ninja raiders. The greed that arises in the heart when grabbing resources. I don't think the world should be like this. Although I don't know where the right path is, I am sure that something is wrong with it. Although we are not the same kind of people. Whether it is eternal life that I pursue, the prophecy that Jiraiya pursues, or the freedom that you pursue. They reflect our inner desires. We all long for the ninja world to change and become what you and I want. Listening to long sermons, Tsunade had the auditory hallucination of going back to the Genin period and listening to the young Orochimaru explain the truth one by one. Orochimaru was nagging like this back then, and then gradually became silent, laughing when he saw people, and then walked away. Tsunade said impatiently, "So, what do you want to say?" "Haha. I want to say that since none of us have the ability to change the ninja world, it is better to place our hopes on those who have the ability to change the ninja world." Orochimaru said, his golden vertical pupils moved diagonally, looking at Yunyu's straight back. But he killed Jiraiya after all. But you have to believe that that is already the best destination for Jiraiya. Only through death can people change. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly and left immediately. Tsunade was left alone to ponder. The giant psychic snake crawled all the way over mountains and ridges, and across the plains. As far as you can see, there are fields, and in front of you is the country of fields with open terrain. Yunyu noticed Orochimaru coming back from behind, and he also listened to the conversation between Orochimaru and others. Ever since Tsunade suffered from dizziness and hemorrhage, Yunyu had released the control of 8,000 spears on Tsunade. Now Tsunade can jump off the psychic snake with Shizune at any time and escape. But the two of them did not take any action. They were as confused as a lonely boat shrouded in fog in the deep sea, unable to find any direction. Yunyu-jun, go to my base and take a look. I have a small gift for you. Orochimaru said sincerely. Yunyu glanced at the Xiang phosphorus mother and daughter nestled together on the side, and nodded slightly. He could give them a ride by the way. As for small gifts, this doesn't matter. Since Orochimaru has invited him again and again, it would not be bad if he went with Orochimaru to refresh a few more missions. Seeing Yunyu's agreement, a smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, and he immediately said, "Don't worry, this gift is more reliable than Onoki's gift. You should like it." Yunyu nodded. On the side, Terumi Mei listened to the conversation between Yunyu and Orochimaru. She lowered her head and looked at herself with empty hands, thinking, even Onoki gave Yunyu a gift. But she, the one who asked Yunyu to do something, only made verbal promises, and they were not reliable. Thinking about it, Terumi Mei looked at Qing beside her, and her beautiful eyes subconsciously glanced at Qing's right eye. Sensing the strange gaze, he raised his green eyebrows and moved his white eyes sideways to where Terumi Mei could not see. Just kidding, this is his treasure. Never give it away. Terumi Mei withdrew her gaze and looked at the other Uchiha, thinking about giving gifts, something that she usually didn't need to think about. Rumble. The giant psychic snake crossed the plain and entered a forest with lush trees and a gloomy forest. The scenery changed, and the Uchihas looked around and found that the psychic snake was leading them to a large forest combat training ground. There are some wooden buildings a few hundred meters away, which look extremely ancient. Somewhere on the ground, near the hidden grass, there is a square underground entrance cut out of stone bricks, with steps going down hidden in the shadow. "We're here, this is the Sound Ninja Village," Orochimaru said, taking the lead in jumping off the psychic snake and landing steadily. Kabuto glanced at Yunyu and Nanu, and after receiving approval, he and Kimimaro followed Orochimaru. Black shadows flickered. The rest of the people landed one after another. "Shake away the dead leaves." Bang! With a loud noise, Orochimaru channeled the giant psychic snake back after working hard for several days. The big snake turned into smoke and disappeared, shaking the dead leaves on the ground again. Uchiha Izumi blinked his beautiful big eyes, looked around the gloomy dark forest, and couldn't help but lean closer to Yunyu. The other Uchiha looked around together. Since Captain Yunyu said that he would create a new ninja village, they were naturally obliged to help select the territory. Uchiha has not yet determined the type of territory, but he can refer to the territories of other ninja organizations. Tisk tisk. Tamao glanced around and shook his head. Nanfeng noticed that something was wrong with Tamao, but he learned wisely this time and did not take the initiative to talk to this guy to avoid making him uncomfortable. Orochimaru admired Tamao very much. While leading the way, he turned back and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" "The underground is not suitable for living," Tamas Yang said bluntly. "Oh." Orochimaru looked curious. Tamao shook his head, "It's too trendy." "What's the problem with this?" Orochimaru asked. "Brother doesn't like places that are too damp. Living in a place that is too damp is prone to rheumatism." "Haha, your elder brother knows quite a lot." Yunyu sighed secretly. When the team arrived at the underground entrance, Yayu asked the Uchiha to stay at the entrance. He was just sending Xiang Phosphorus mother and daughter to see if the mission could be triggered. There was no need to bring so many people in. As outside forces, Terumi Mei and Ao did not receive an invitation from their master Orochimaru, so they could only just stay outside and wait. Because Nanoyu was worried about his adopted son Kabuto, he left Mikoto in the care of Izumi and applied to follow Yunyu into the underground base. Tsunade took Shizune with her. She also wanted to see the place where her old friend had lived all year round after defecting from Konoha. Everyone stepped on the stone steps and entered the dark corridor. After walking 3 meters, a candlestick appeared on the wall. The passages extend in all directions, making it dazzling, like an underground maze. The swirling incense held the fragrant phosphorus, looking around at the dark places, feeling uneasy inside. Don't worry, I will have people guard outside the Sound Ninja village next. Once the Uzumaki clan and Earth Spider clan arrive, someone will be there to guide them. Orochimaru explained with a smile. He and Kimimaro led the way. The dim firelight illuminated Kabuto's round glasses. He had a serious look on his face. After entering the underground, he secretly memorized the steps of the maze passage. The underground base of Sound Ninja Village is a dark and humid underground combat training ground filled with a slight bloody stench. Asshole, remember this, think carefully before choosing your opponent next time. Jinmei was furious, and stepped hard on the face of a Sound Ninja with his open-toed ninja shoes. A pool of blood on the ground was mixed with a few teeth. Spare his life, Tsuke. After all, we are all companions of the same ninja village, haha. The seemingly rickety toss anvil walked out of the shadows, imitating Orochimaru's accent, and said in a deep voice. Boring. Saxtirap folded his hands on his chest, leaned his back against the wall, looked at the other battle groups, and ignored his 2 teammates. The 2 of them had already defeated their actual opponents, and they only had to fight for a long time. Bang! The golden mallet kicked the Sound Ninja in the abdomen with such force that it flew away. At this time, the Sound Ninjas in the underground combat training ground were fighting in groups of 2. One of the group of larger young Sound Ninjas looked at them and saw the toss and anvil trio completing the actual battle. After the leader's Sound Ninja named Igawa Takeshi defeated his opponent, he took off his Sound Ninja mask, revealing a rough and arrogant face that was not suitable for his age in his 20s. He looked sideways at the Toss and Zhin trio and said with disdain. Trash is trash. If you encounter ninjas from other ninja villages outside, you will be the ones who die if you fight like this. After speaking, Takeshi Igawa's eyes revealed a fierce look, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he aimed his thick right foot at the fallen opponent's head and stepped hard on it. Bang! A loud noise was heard, the ground collapsed, and red and white objects splashed all over the ground. Upon hearing the movement, all the Sound Ninjas on the training ground stopped fighting and looked back at the evil Igawa Takeshi. The Zhongyuan ninja looked gloomy. This big guy was so powerful that almost all of his Sound Ninja died miserably. The actual combat training in the Sound Ninja village is different from the actual combat training of ninjas in other ninja villages. It is a matter of life and death. Orochimaru follows the root organization's screening mechanism. When the battle is over, the winner will not be punished by the ninja village even if he kills the loser. What are you talking about? Jin Chui gritted his teeth, his petite face showing anger, as if he wanted to swallow Zhang Chuanwu alive. After the Sound Ninja completes the day's duel, he can no longer challenge or kill ninjas from the same village, otherwise he will suffer extremely terrible punishment. Zhang Chuanwu said disdainfully, you 3 pray that you don't meet us in actual combat in the future. As he said that, the 2 equally stout Sound Ninja teammates next to him sneered, shook their heads and left. Toss Anvil turned a blind eye to the provocation of such a fool with well-developed limbs and simple mind. He stood in front of the golden hammer. I'm afraid that this brainless guy on my side will act impulsively, which will affect him and Saxtirap. Seeing that there was no conflict between the Toss Anvil team and the Igawa Takeshi team, the sound ninja who wanted to watch the show kept booing and continued the actual battle. I heard that Lord Orochimaru is about to bring a group of Uchiha back to the ninja village. Do you think the Uchiha will come back with Lord? That's Uchiha, who is famous in the ninja world. They must be able to enjoy the best treatment in the ninja village, just like Kimimaro and the others. I don't know how big the gap is between us and Uchiha. After the actual battle, several sound ninjas talked about the key events that have been making a lot of noise in the ninja village recently. The other two members of Takeshi Igawa's team were also curious about this. Takeshi Igawa suddenly sneered, pulled his teammates to a corner, and said in a deep voice, "If we can prove that we are stronger than the so-called Uchiha, Lord Orochimaru will definitely reward us with a curse seal." The three men suddenly showed cruel smiles and began to plot their action plan. Suddenly, the noise at the training ground stopped, and everyone looked frightened. They heard a familiar soft voice, and they all looked towards the exit of the two-story training ground corridor above. I saw Orochimaru and Yunya walking out side by side. The former was smiling and kept introducing something. The three-person team of Takeshi Igawa focused their attention on Yayu, who was dressed in white next to Orochimaru. "That's Uchiha." Takeshi Igawa smiled ferociously, and looked at each other with his teammates. The three of them paused, turned into black shadows, and rushed towards the high platform corridor like tigers. All the sound ninja present were stunned. They had never thought that the three-man team of Takeshi Igawa could be so brave. At the same time as the black shadow appeared, a sharp but unpretentious black light passed by, which contained the detailed wind escape chakra attribute. Bang! After the muffled sound, three masses of blood mist exploded in the air. Yen Yu put away the knife, his right hand trembled slightly, and Yu returned to the storage space. He glanced sideways at Orochimaru, the latter looked embarrassed and sighed softly a sound. "Where were we talking about just now? Oh, speaking of the gift I want to give you, it's a summoning giant snake." Orochimaru said with an awkward smile. "Yeah." Yunyu nodded. The two of them continued on their way as if nothing had happened. "I will see if I can finish one more chapter in the evening. I feel like I have been drained dry. Thank you for the 500 coins rewarded by the big brother with the last digit 9495. I wish you happiness every day, all the best, and good luck in the year of the dragon." Chapter 98, Psychic Beast, King Snake Zinnia, subscribe. A dark underground combat training ground. After the blood mist exploded, thick blood rain was swept into the sky by a strong wind, and fell down with a splash, hitting the faces of the sound ninjas below. A fishy smell came. Golden Hammer, Toss Anvil, and Sack Stirrup's pupils widened as they looked up at the corridor on the platform. The three slightly immature faces were dotted with spots of crimson. That moment just now. What exactly happened? The three of them, along with the surrounding sound ninjas, had no time to react at all. They only saw black light and black shadows interweaving, and Zhang Chuanyu's team turned into blood mist and dissipated. He is the best among the sound ninja. Say no. Just gone? The sound ninjas with strong perception had dazed expressions. At that moment, they felt countless dense and sharp wind attribute chakras surging and spreading in the air. Those three idiots were decomposed into blood mist by the countless fine chakras. They had naturally sensed a lot of wind attribute chakra, but they had never heard of the instantaneous and incredibly dense wind attribute chakra and the change in its form after it was released. What did I see? Lord Orochimaru, wearing the Uchiha clan uniform. Jinchui's pupils widened as he stared at Orochimaru and the others who were going away. Toss, who was good at observing other people's expressions, was stunned for a long time and stammered, "Compared to these, I think Lord Orochimaru's attitude towards that person is more puzzling." Until the backs of Orochimaru and the others disappeared in the direction of the underground storage room of Sound Village. "Ha!" Sakton's pupils trembled, and he fell to his knees, supporting himself with his hands, gasping for breath, and said in horror, Is this Uchiha?" Many sound ninjas present were like Sakdung, still frightened and wanted to escape from the area. A moment. Kimimaro appeared alone in the corridor, looking down at the Odaninas below, and said in a deep voice. Roll. Before he finished speaking, Sound Ninja retreated immediately as if he had received a death threat. Toshen supported Sak's deed, looked up at the end of the corridor, and finally left with a sigh. Toshen and the other two had previously thought of challenging the Uchiha. Now that I think about it. Just think about it. The three people left. In the storage room of the underground base of Otagakur, Orochimaru led everyone into the room. Before Yunya made the move, even Tsunade, Shizune, Nono and others behind him only saw Yunya's final movement of putting away the sword. But everyone is used to this. Yunya glanced around the brightly lit room. It is extremely dry here. The bookshelves are neatly arranged. There are countless scrolls piled up in the bookshelf grid, like an underground library, with countless experimental equipment inside. There was a faint light flickering in the room. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of snakes breathing came one after another, and countless poisonous snakes of different colors were circling on the bookshelf and even on the ground. As everyone entered, the snakes raised their heads and stared at the newcomers with their pupils. When they smelled Orochimaru's breath, their irritable emotions immediately dissipated, and they continued to hover in the same place or dispersed and left. Little Xianglin was so scared that she hid behind her mother, not daring to say a word, and occasionally looked at Yunya's back. Mr. Yunyu, please wait a moment. Orochimaru said. He came alone to the corner where the large scrolls were piled, looking for a psychic scroll. Yunyu took everyone to look around. He was very interested in the various scrolls stored here, but he had more important things to deal with now, so he didn't plan to stay here for too long. Tsunade looked around the storage room, her eyes passing over the forbidden scrolls she was familiar with, and she felt a mixture of emotion as she looked at the familiar layout of objects. The layout of Orochimaru's storage room in Konoha is the same, and it is neat and orderly. Have you been living here since you defected from Konoha? Tsunade asked curiously. Orochimaru turned his back to everyone, picking and choosing, and said with a smile, not entirely. This place is managed by Kimimaro. Since joining the Akatsuki organization, he seldom comes back. Akatsuki. Tsunade's eyes lit up and she asked, what kind of organization is that? Orochimaru looked through the scroll and confirmed that it was the summoning scroll he was looking for. He smiled and said, it's a very rich organization that treats its members very well. The angel in the group always reimburses my experimental expenses. He is still a member of Akatsuki and cannot reveal more secrets about Akatsuki, otherwise he will be hunted down by the leader. Tsunade was speechless. Mr. Yunyu, this is the gift I want to give you. Orochimaru said as he came to Yunyu and handed the scarlet scroll in his hand to him. The scroll is about as long as an adult's arm, the cover is a strange scarlet color, and is printed with a simple snake pattern. Let's go outside first. Orochimaru led everyone out of the storage room. Boom boom! The ground shook violently. The two stone doors of the storage room slowly closed, and countless sand and gravel fell from the ceiling. Drinking the moon, Xiao Xianglin, who was next to the blood contract scroll that activated the psychic technique, mustered up the courage to help Yunya hold the scroll that fell to the ground after it was unrolled. The title of the scroll is also printed with a simple scarlet snake pattern, but there is no name on the content page of the scroll. Everyone came to the underground actual combat training ground. The venue is empty. Orochimaru looked at Yunyu and explained with a smile. This is a psychic blood contract scroll left by a powerful ninja. I found this scroll after he died in battle. The ninja used it to make a contract with a big red snake named Xinya in Ryadai Cave. Its strength is not weaker than that of one snake, but it is blind in one eye and has an extremely irritable and crazy personality. Even one snake is not willing to provoke it. Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes trembled and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xinya's name, she heard from the living snake, that guy was notorious, worse than any other snake, extremely warlike, and cruel in nature. It is said that even the white snake immortal of Longdi Cave had to put in a lot of effort to deal with it. It would be just right to give it to Yunyu. Tsunade also wants to see Yuichu embarrassed. Yunyu looked at the beginning of the scroll, where there was a name, but now it was blank, and asked approximately how much chakra is needed to channel it for the first time. He has some understanding of the art of channeling, and knows that after signing a blood contract scroll, the strength of the creature channeled is related to the amount of chakra of the channeler. The amount of chakra is insufficient. Even if this blood contract can channel Zinnia, it will only be able to channel some weird snakes in the end. Orochimaru smiled and said, the first channeling requires about the amount of chakra in the bodies of ninjas like me and Tsunade. Yunyu nodded, indicating that he understood. He took out the kunao from his ninja bag, slightly cut open his right index finger, and wrote his name on the first line of the scroll. Orochimaru asked, "Are you channeling here?" "Kin. Orochimaru smiled bitterly, mentally preparing to repair the base. Yunyu nodded, crossed the fingers of both hands, and quickly formed the seal, Hai Su Yu Shenwei. Press the ground with both hands. At the same time, the kaleidoscope of the 8,000 spears in his eye sockets rotated, pulling up the 8,000 spears mark in Tsunade's body. The surface of Yunyu's body burns with blue light. This scene made everyone around him feel extremely familiar, and they all stepped back in unison. Tsunade's pupils trembled, and she realized that chakra was generated in her body, and was drawn away frantically, eventually leading to the surface of Yunyu's body. The feeling of weakness gradually spread from Tsunade's toes to her whole body. Seeing that something was wrong, Shizune immediately stepped forward to help Tsunade. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the underground combat training ground was shrouded in huge psychic runes, with chakra as majestic as the ocean tide injected into it. The deafening loud noise echoed around, scaring Xiao Xionglan to squat next to her mother. Rumble! The underground base was shaking violently, smoke was billowing, and huge rocks kept falling from the ceiling. The training ground was instantly filled with a huge mountain, and a dark shadow enveloped everyone. A one-eyed golden snake emerged from the smoke, its long tongue danced wildly, two sharp fangs loomed, and it let out a terrifying low roar from its bloody mouth. "Human, you are looking for death." Yunyu slowly raised her head, looked directly into the huge golden snake eyes, and saw clearly the huge thing coming out of the channel. It is red all over, has a huge body, and its head is like a king cobra. The missing eye makes it look even more kingly. "I'm looking for a mount." Yunyu finished speaking indifferently. The pupils glowed red. "Create another chapter, get a mount for the protagonist, and ask for recommendation votes or something. Good night, everyone." Chapter 99 The brilliance of Tsukuyomi shines across all rivers. Please subscribe. Ha ha ha. Mount? Mount? Do you know what you are talking about? Zinya's bloody mouth opened wide and he let out a ferocious smile. Then he twisted his huge snake body, and his towering back broke the ceiling of the underground base. Laughter is like the devilish sound of hell. Behind the guardrail of the corridor, everyone's eardrums ached and their faces showed pain. Drinking the moon, Orochimaru ignored this sonic attack. Of course, Tsunade-ji, who was not drained, could also resist it. So tired. Tsunade's phoenix eyes trembled slightly, lying in Shizune's soft embrace, looking up at Yunyu's back, anger on her pretty face. She wanted to see this guy embarrassed. Who knows? He actually fell into the hands of Yunyu. Wait until the grinning stops. Everyone calmed down. "Mom, why is this blonde ant suddenly weak? Is this a symptom of kidney deficiency that the ant next door often discusses with you?" Xiao Xionglan stood behind her mother, took a peek at Tsunade lying on the ground, and asked softly. Uzumaki Xiongnae's eyelids twitched and her beauty turned pale. She hurriedly squatted down and covered Xiao Xionglan's mouth. Kidney deficiency. Tsunade's phoenix eyes were closed, and she spoke with the intention of impetuously defending her, but was unable to do so. Uzumaki Xiangne explained to Xiao Xianglan in a low voice, "Shh, this is other people's privacy, you can't talk about it casually." "Oh." Little Xiang Phosphorus seemed to understand, nodding her little head. "I." Urged by the feeling of powerlessness, Tsunade's delicate body completely relaxed and she fell asleep, sleeping soundly. Everyone's eyes returned to the training ground again. Hiss! After the sharp roar, the ferocious snake head swooped down, like a boulder rolling down the cliff, hovering in front of Yin Yu. Nanoyu and Kabuto Yakushi looked solemn and couldn't help but look back. Withdrawing, Xiang Nai also hugged her daughter and retreated to the exit of the passage in panic. Kang! Nanoyu gritted his teeth and opened his eyes, glanced at the giant snake Xinya, and was shocked to find that the fine chakra meridians in this big mountain were continuously flowing with azure chakra energy. What a majestic amount of chakra this is! Xinya took the initiative to look at Yin Yu. The distance between the two is 1 foot. It seemed as if it had met someone who could make it laugh for the first time in thousands of years. A single golden snake pupil revealed a fierce light, reflecting the tall and proud body of a small human being. "Thank you. I am a human being who is your mount. It will be your glory before you die to allow me to take a look at you." After Xinya got closer, he blinked his snake eyes. Its side face tilted towards the moon, and its snake eyes flashed with a cold and frightening fierce light. "This is also the first time I've met a guy who stretched his head over and said he wanted to take a look at me. Okay, let's take a look." Yunya spoke calmly and closed her eyes. During this period, the 8,000 spear kaleidoscope in her eye sockets transformed into the Amaterasu Tsukiyomi kaleidoscope Sharinon. The left eye is open. Look directly at Xinya. Illusion, Tsukuyomi. The kaleidoscope of Yunya's left eye trembled slightly, and the majestic chakra absorbed from Tsunade turned into Yin escape chakra and injected into Xinya's single pupil. These eyes. Xinya's remaining golden vertical pupils trembled violently, he suddenly leaned back and immediately retracted his head. Uchiha. Xinya's previous domineering and ferocious spirit faded away little by little. The snake's eyesight was already poor, and it was limited by having only one eye. After being channeled, it did not notice the abnormality in Yin Yu's eyes. After seeing the current situation clearly, the only thing left in its mind was the terrifying thought that even the tailed beast could be controlled by its eyes. Asshole! Xinya swore angrily to be brave, his single snake pupil showed fear, and he swung the snake's body, just like a human being encountering a ghost. It tightened its body, burst out with unparalleled and extremely destructive power, turned around and ran away. As everyone knows, at the moment it turned its head, a change occurred in the world and the moon reading took effect. All exits to the underground training ground are closed, like a magic box. In the Tsukuyomi world, all factors including time, location, and quality are controlled by the caster. Xinya was trapped in a closed magic box, and the feelings of claustrophobia, emptiness, and helplessness surged in its heart. Don't wait for the emotions that destroy its heart to prolong. Then, the closed magic box moved from the right side, violating the laws of physics, and diffused thick mercury. The mercury filled the magic box and soaked Xinya in it. The feeling of suffocation, severe pain in the cells and poisoning were combined with the body of the giant snake. The death soak lasted for nearly a week. The mercury fades away like the tide. Xinya spat out mercury, his golden vertical pupils showed signs of dizziness, the snake body fell heavily in the middle of the magic box, and the earth trembled. Raising land. The sound of the flames burning became more intense. The pitch-black Amaterasu flames ignited from underneath the magic box, and the black flames burned the surface of Xinya's red snake scales. Hiss! The high temperature and burning pain spread all over the snake's body, causing it to scream and roll on the ground. The black flames became more intense as the giant snake rolled. Then, thousands of swords pierced his heart, and the extremely cold prison alternated, torturing Xinya for nearly a month. And the real world? Only a moment passed. In the dark underground training ground and corridor, everyone looked at Xinya, who was frozen in place. Kabuto looked frightened and looked at Nanoyu beside him for an answer. The latter swallowed his saliva and said in a deep voice, "The chakra in this big snake is particularly disordered. It can be analyzed through the internal meridians. It is in extreme pain now." Orochimaru glanced at Zinya, who was standing still, with a sinister smile on his face. He knew very well that everything was over. Yin Yu squinted at Xinya, and he didn't untie Yu until he was almost done with it. Boom! Xinya closed the snake pupil of his left eye tightly and spit out snake messages. His body collapsed like a mountain and he lay on the ground like a dead man, unable to move. Kang! The Mangekyo Sharinon transformed into the 8,000 spears, and the moon-drinking figure was agile, and it teleported to the head of Zinya, who had fainted, opened its transparent eye mask, and stamped the 8,000 spears mark. Effortlessly. Obtain the power of mental control. Used Tsukuyomi to torture Xinya's body and mind, firstly to make it remember the pain, and secondly to make it recognize its status. Creatures that have been physically and mentally tortured have the most fragile spirits and are more likely to be imprinted. Next. Yin Yu injected the chakras snatched from Tsunade into the dying Zinya. He returned to the high platform corridor. Boom! With a trace of chakra in his body, Xinya's snake head trembled and he woke up. Before its thoughts could surge, the one-eyed snake's pupils flashed red, and the 8,000 spear mark appeared. The huge snake body stands upright. Xinya was in unbearable pain, and his one-eyed snake eyes glared at Yin Yu, but he could not speak. "This gift is not bad." Yin Yu looked at Orochimaru and praised. "As long as Mr. Yin Yu likes it." Orochimaru smiled. The space trembled, and a bundle of small scrolls appeared in Yin Yu's right hand, threw it to Orochimaru, and warned. "Here is the defective sealed container of the forbidden technique Wrath of Heaven. You can try to combine it with the reincarnation of the earth. If you can successfully combine it, you can send the earth ninja to Kirigakure." Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he laughed and said, "No problem, it seems that I will be busy during the time when Yin Yuejun goes to Kirigakure. He is in the fog. Yin also has spies, so there is no need to worry about not finding Yin Yu when the time comes." "Happy cooperation," Yin Yu said, slowly squatting down, and the space on her right trembled. 3 corpses emerged. They are Asma, the land, the traveler of war. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth turned up, a sinister smile appeared on his feminine face, and he sighed secretly. Does Yin Yu-kun want Asuma, the queen of the dirt, to be so angry that she possesses forbidden arts, return to Konoha, and give Konoha a surprise? Interesting. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth turned up, and he began to imagine the teacher's reaction when he saw this scene. The first 2 will be exchanged for currency in the underground black market first, and then you will kill them. You know what to do. After Yunya finished speaking, she jumped on Zinya's back, looked at Nanoyu and Shizune, and signaled that they could set off. "I have a runny nose today. It will continue in the afternoon. It will be later." Chapter 100 New Concept of Pets in the Ninja World, please subscribe. A dark underground training ground. Asma, earth and land, the warrior closes his eyes tightly and relaxes his facial muscles. The 3 corpses seemed to have just died. Major Orochimaru, who often killed people, saw the clues at a glance. He couldn't help but look at the corpse a few more times, and sighed inwardly that Yayu's method of preserving the corpse was more professional than him. "Take it down." Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling Kimimaro to take the body down for storage. "Yes." Kimimaro called 2 sound ninjas and took away the body. Hee. Orochimaru's expression softened, and he looked up at Yayu, who was standing at the head of Zinya. Thinking of being separated from him immediately, he couldn't restrain his thirst for knowledge and asked, "Yunya-kun, before we say goodbye, can you tell me what's so special about Kakashi's 3 Megatama Sharinon? I'll tell you when I come back this time. Yunya replied that when the time comes, he and Orochimaru will enter the Kamui space together to give Obito a surprise. Orochimaru looked expectant. Okay. Let's go. Yunya glanced at the corridor. Xiao Xionglan poked his head out from behind his mother and exclaimed, "Are you really coming to pick us up?" Meeting. Yet. The fragrant chicken nodded like pecking rice, retracted its head, and hid behind its mother. Kabuto, take care of yourself, study hard with Lord Orochimaru, and come to us when you have finished your studies. No Naiyo showed a pleased smile. As she spoke, she stretched out her right hand, arranged Kabuto's clothes, straightened his glasses, carefully looked at his adopted son who looked reluctant to leave, and then patted Kabuto on the shoulder. "Shouldn't you say, 'Come and pick me up'?" Kabuto complained softly. "Haha, you have grown up and are a real ninja. You must learn to go home by yourself." Nanoyu turned and left with a smile, and together with Shizune who was holding Tsunade, they jumped on the back of the giant red snake and stood behind Yayu. Although she was reluctant to let him go, she had already noticed Kabuto's growth through this time spent with him. Just as Yunya said when he recruited her, Kabuto's overall strength is no longer weaker than hers, and he has shown an extremely outstanding ninja talent. He is a rough jade waiting to be carved. Everyone is here. Stand back. Yunya led them to retreat behind the snake's body, and then manipulated Xinya to twist the weak snake's body. Use the snake's teeth covered with snake scales and the seemingly hard snake head to hit the ceiling of the underground base. Rumble. The boulder rolled down. A huge hole was knocked out of the ceiling, and light spilled out. The big red snake followed the light and climbed up, carrying Yunya and others. Xinya was tortured for a month in the Tsukuyomi world and seemed to be dying. However, after Yu injected some chakra into it, even if it was controlled by the 8,000 spears, it still showed the terrifying talent of the overlord of Longdi Cave. Kakashi was tortured by Tsukuyomi for 3 days and 3 nights, and he lay in the hospital for a week. And Xinya was tortured by Tsukuyomi for a month, recovered some chakra, and could crawl in 3 seconds. Yu knew that the comparison between humans and animals was inappropriate. This is enough to show the strength of the Red King Snake under his feet, but I don't know if it can block Deidara's art. Light falls through the hole. Thinking about it, Yunya squinted at the large snake scales at her feet that looked like red agate, and was quite satisfied with this pet of the ninja world. Dean. Kabuto was in a daze until Zinya's snake tail disappeared into the hole, then he looked sad and took a few steps forward. Orochimaru turned around. He looked back and said calmly, "Menkei took Kimimura's kid to get acquainted with the Oto Ninja Village, and then took over the ninja village from him. The kid complained to me a long time ago and wanted to find someone to take over his job. You are the one who came. When?" Hearing this, Kabuto's pupils trembled. After turning around, he looked at Orochimaru's profile in disbelief and asked, Can I? Orochimaru chuckled and said, "In the ninja world, you are the only one who can be favored by both me and Yen-yu-kun." Kabuto's face showed excitement, his whole body felt hot, and there was an inexplicable surge of power in his chest, which was the emotional feedback of being expected and trusted. "Let's go ahead and do it. Oh, by the way, let's have someone repair the big hole in the base first." "Yes." Kabuto looked back at the broken ceiling. "By the way, can you change your eyes? Go back to Orochimaru-sama, yes. Okay, come to my laboratory when you're done, and I'll ask someone to bring you over." "Yes." Hehe. After the conversation, Orochimaru turned into the passage with a solemn expression. He took out a test tube from his arms, put it in front of his eyes, and observed carefully. It contained the reward of this mission, 3 pairs of Sharinon. During Yen-yu's trip to Kirigakure, he had to settle the Uzumaki clan and the Earth Spider clan, and then go out to find the Shen Nong, then collect the body of the Hokage, the 4th generation Hokage of the Dirty Earth, Minato Namikaze, and finally study the forbidden technique Raging Sky to combine with the Dirty Earth Ninja. Orochimaru thought. I am a little busy. However, before getting busy, he wanted to get himself a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. In addition, Orochimaru still wanted to go back to the Akatsuki organization to verify the authenticity of the information that Yayu asked him not to return to Akatsuki. After figuring out what he had to do in the near future, Orochimaru quickly walked into the laboratory in the underground base. Above the base, the earth trembled. Uchiha, Meiterumi, and Ao, who were guarding the edge of the entrance, looked up in fear, only to see the birds in the forest being frightened and the beasts running wildly. After a deafening roar, a huge red king snake broke out of the ground and looked directly at the ground where everyone was. It stands like a mountain, with its one-eyed snake pupil overlooking the forest, like a strange beast overlord, not allowing any creature to infringe on its majesty. Careful! Terumi, Mei and Ching felt the huge pressure and took the lead in taking out their kunao and making defensive postures. For a moment, the head of the king snake, Yunya, walked out slowly from behind. Its eldest brother. Taimao's eyes shone brightly, and he saw Yunya wearing white clothes at a glance, and he exclaimed excitedly. Come up, go to Kirigakuer. Yunya glanced at all the Uchiha, and then controlled Zinja to swing the snake's tail in front of everyone. The black shadow jumps. A group of Uchiha came under Zinja, raised their heads, and carefully looked at the Red King Snake Overlord, which was about dozens of feet tall. They couldn't help but marvel, and then climbed up the snake's head one after another. Terumi, Mei and Ao Kenkan looked at the giant snake, took a breath, and secretly sighed. If this kind of existence is thrown on the battlefield, it will definitely be a big killer. Kirigakuer has always been weak when it comes to psychic beasts, and cannot compare to other ninja villages. Brother, is this the gift Orochimaru gave you? Taimao lay on Zinja's back and carefully examined the red snake scales. Well, a nice pet. Yunya looked calm. After speaking, she controlled Zinja to crawl towards the east where Kirigakuer was. These words made Meiterumi look strange. She kept looking at the Red King Snake at her feet, wondering if this guy had some misunderstanding about the word pet. However, when she thought of the dark red Susanoo, Terumi Mei felt relieved and stared at Uzuki's back with expectation. Damn Uchiha! Xinya was dizzy and cursed all kinds of vicious words in his heart. Under the control of the 8,000 spears, he couldn't help but crawl forward. It has lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time its head is so lively. It's gone today. I'm dizzy. I just went for an injection. Now I'm taking medicine. It's too uncomfortable. I also had power outage for a day today. I just finished the second chapter. I'm sorry, readers. I'll wait until I get better. Breaking news, we have created a group. Readers who want to join can do so. The novel group number is 7820323227.